Well, welcome to the third day action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua, where the sun is shining again in all its glory. We greet you with the news that Guyana in their second innings are 168 for 1. They lead by 363 with Chandra Paul on 78 and his captain Imlach on 88. The partnership, of course, 168 because Nandu fell without scoring. It was leg before to a ball that kept low and he made a duck. So the partnership now growing, and Guyana's looking more to get about 450 before they declare. There is a forecast somewhere that there's going to be some short showers, and Guyana's taking that also into account. So here we are on the penultimate day of this fifth round match. Guyana versus the Windward Islands. Guyana, if you've just joined us, 308 in the first innings. The Windwards bundled out for 113, despite a wonderful 64-run partnership between Walcott and Cyrus. And Guyana going into this third day in front, large and in charge in Antigua's backyard. Vernon Springer is here with me. Good morning to you, Vernon.
Morning to you, Sean. It's a lovely day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And we just want to be able to just welcome everyone who have tuned in via the West Indies YouTube channel, wherever you would have linked up from. We thank you very much for tuning in and supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way. It's going to be a big axe, and the Windward Island Volcanoes look very flat, very, very, very flat. In fact, their opening bowlers, we looked at what happened in the second innings. It was almost, we could say, Sean, 122 overs inside 2 days that the team would have bowled, because they bowled 80.2 and also another 57 in the second innings. So almost like as we would say, a roller coaster. 132 overs within 2 days. So they really have not batted well. But the focus this morning is going to be on trying to remove Tage and Paul, who's on 78 from 60 and has grown in confidence, in Tage and Imlach, who was dropped off Cyrus, a catch which maybe the captain Alex Atenez maybe should have taken. But that's life. That's behind them. It's day 3. And they really have to come out, and they're the leaders, so they have to show some real mettle that they really want to dismiss the Guyana team today.
The only team that has not won a regional first-class title. As you said, they're leading their points table, starting this round just 3.2 points ahead of the Leeward Islands and Guyana, the defending champions. So Chandra Paul, the left-hander, has hit 8 fours and, more importantly, 2 sixes. We've not seen this kind of positivity in Chandra Paul's batting in a long time. And he wants to get 100. Imlach wants to get 100 also. I'm sure the Windward Islands don't want that to happen. Darius Martin from the airport end bowls the first delivery of the morning, and it's a short lifting one. Chandra Paul just stands up and allows it to go by to the keeper. Good testing delivery from Chandra Paul. But Chandra Paul batted very positively yesterday, showed great intent, placed the ball into the gaps, and even hit 2 sixes.
Well, I think the lines and the lengths that the Windward Islands would have bowled to Chandra Paul yesterday was just off course. They just weren't patient enough, and the sort of field placings that they were setting. You got to force Chandra Paul to drive the ball through cover, right where Ambrose is. Got to bring him onto the front foot. Can't bowl in his area. And like I said, I don't think the opening bowlers really for the Windward Islands yesterday turned up. Let's hope they turn up this morning on day 3.
This is on the line of the leg stump. And the Chandra Paul tucks it into the onside, and there's no run. So yesterday, Nandu was LBW off the bowling of Martin. He's the only wicket taker. He's in 1 for 28. This is his 9th over. And that ball kept very low. And Chandra Paul was joined then by Imlach. Since then, They've batted out the entire rest of yesterday, and here they are this morning, both on big half centuries, but one would want them to convert it into hundreds. And they beat Barbados by 33 runs in the last round. Nobody got hundreds, but they had big partnerships, big half centuries, and that's why they ended up making a 400 plus total. So sun continues to shine here in Antigua, lovely island in the Eastern Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. So Ryan John, Martin, Hodge, Cyrus, Edwards, all being used yesterday. 163 balls Chandra Paul has faced. 180 balls Imlach has faced. Chandra Paul slowed down a little bit after he got to his 150. Martin, and Chandra Paul is back and plays it into the offside. But many followers were saying that they loved the way Chandra Paul batted yesterday because of his positive approach to his batting. Refreshing sign. Chandra Paul comes from an area called Unity on the east coast of Demerara and Mahaica. And interestingly, that village produced Gani Singh, who is a West Indies blind cricketer. They produced Indamati Gordial, who is a female West Indies test player. They produced Colin Croft. Well, we all know about Colin Croft. Martin comes in, and outside the off stump, no shot played. And they produced Tage and Chandra Paul's dad, Shivnarayan Chandra Paul. They produced the Arjun brothers, who both played first-class cricket. And in fact, Chandra Paul's, Tage Narayan's youngest aunt, the younger sister of Shivnarayan Chandra Paul, was a very, very good cricketer. She was the youngest of the siblings of Shivnarayan, but she left Guyana to go to the States very early. She would have probably easily made the Guyana and the West Indies women's team. Here is Martin. That's too wide, outside the line of the off stump. So the first over has been completed. It's a maiden, 168 for 1.
So quiet start here. The lead is 363. Martin starting with a maiden. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda, home of Cricket West Indies. The Women's Championship continued in St. Kitts and Nevis last evening. And the Leeward Islands women, Jazara Claxton coming up with a hat-trick against the Guyana women team. Very close encounter. So Leeward's turning in some good performance. Jamaica continuing their dominance in that championship, and right now they are set to go back-to-back. Ryan John is starting from the media center in here. This morning, Tage and Imlach starting with one slip. Sort of conservative. You have to be conservative. The lead is already 363. And we thought that the Windward Islands was sort of ill-disciplined in the first innings. They had 30 boundaries and 8 sixes. In the second innings, there's just too many boundary balls.
So John from the commentary box end. That's outside the line of the leg stump. Almost a one-handed shot there as Imlach played it out towards the mid-wicket position. The man comes off the boundary and does the fielding. So already quickly rotation in the strike.
I think really what happened there, Sean, is that again Imlach was his head moving. He sort of fell over and had to use his top hand late because the ball was tailing at his. So it was good control still. But I just feel now and again that he just has to keep his head still. Chandra Paul, Nando, the head just keeps moving. You got to keep watching the ball. Don't think some of the players in the Caribbean watch the ball long enough, especially from the bowler's release. They're always preempting something. You can't preempt something. You got to watch the ball.
Good coaches would tell you, keep your eyes on the ball as long as possible. Loses the rhythm and aborts the run, John. And goes back to the top of his mark. So as you said, very good conditions here for cricket. The pitch is not deteriorated as much as I would have expected it to. Fast outfield, smallish ground. Still good for batting though. Guyana, I asked the captain what they're doing when the declaration would come. If time or runs, he said runs, 450. A loose shot there from Chandra Paul, looking to drive. No real movement of the right foot across though, Vernon.
I think the idea of, Imlach indicating to you 450, sometimes you psychologically it's about scoreboard pressure. And if they're aiming for 450, doesn't matter what they get. Anything over 400 is going to be a challenge on this track with the Windward Island Volcanoes batting last here.
Because he said he saw somewhere in the weather forecast there's a forecast for some rain later today or tomorrow. Not too sure.
I think he's in the wrong neck of the woods.
Here is John. And that's ball that kept a little bit low and pushed it out. Got a quick single though. And this has been the feature of this partnership. Also the running between the wicket.
That single was just too easy. This is just the second over and Larry Edwards was caught on his heels there. You got to understand that Imlach is an excellent runner. He's going to put pressure on Chandra Paul. So the folks who are inside, as we would have to consider, close fielders area, 30-yard circle, got to be looking to cut off those singles. The Windward Islands need to make something happen. They're sitting back and saying, all right, well, Guyana just bat, we'll wait until when you declare. They have to make something happen.
Well, the first aim of Guyana is not to lose. And then the second aim is to win the match. It's going to be a big ask for the Windward Islands, who made 113 in the first innings, to bat last on this pitch. But one can't discount the ability of Ambrace, Atenes, and those guys outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of way movement and no shot played by Imlach. Those guys rarely fail twice in one match. So I don't expect the leewards to be bundled out for 113 again. Also, I don't expect them to go on to win this match.
But I think in fairness, although the Windward Islands have been leading, the batting has been a major concern. And we'll get back to that, Sean, right after this delivery.
Yeah, shot outside the off stump and cut away down past the left of a diving man at the backward point position and down to the boundary for the first boundary of the morning. And it takes the score now to 174 for the loss of one.
That's a badly lined delivery by Ryan John. You can't have all those fielders in front of you and bowl a short ball. Something's just not on the money here. That delivery, you have no third man, you have a sweeper, which is square, and you bowl in a wide short ball outside the line of the off stump. That's Imlach's strong area.
Ball that comes back in this time. And the over comes to an end. So 59 overs completed. The second for today and 174 for one.
I was talking about the Windward Islands batting this season, John. Trinidad and Tobago would have defeated them at the Queen's Park Oval. And coming into this game, you would have had Jeremy Salazano, 139 runs. Jeremiah, 51 runs. Kevin Hodge, 186 with 158 not out. Sonny Lambris, 199 with 120. Alex Atenes, 2 half centuries, 56, 58 not out last game, 168 runs. Tevin Walcott with just 47 runs. Shamar Springer with 48. So there's really nothing much that you could say that inspires you to know that they could chase down 400 and over 400. On paper, sounds good, but they're going to have to bat well.
Martin bowls to Chandra Paul. A bit squared up there, Chandra Paul, looking to play it into the onside and then check the shot. Ambris came into this round, I think, as the second leading scorer, 30-year-old. 344 runs. Didn't get much in the first innings. Well, nobody got much in the first innings. But he is one to look out for. Antones, of course. So they've got quality batters. It's just that they're not making runs in the last two games, or the first innings of this game and the last one.
I think the captain, is something which Alex Antones as a batsman, Sean, gets out too often bowled. It's got to be a lot tighter in his defense. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed yesterday, just almost like a medium pacer, one who kind of swings the ball. And Mali was making the point yesterday, as soon as somebody in the Caribbean is swinging around the ball, the batsmen seem to be out of sea.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Louis, 28 wickets so far. He's got 3 already in the second innings against Jamaica Scorpions at Sabina Park. So I'm just dismiss Jermaine Blackwood with a nothing shot.
No!
So even though yesterday Ali Mohammed was moving around the ball, everybody just looked out of sea in terms of, once you start swinging around the ball, and it's about your technique, it's about your defense, it's about you understanding and knowing where your stumps is and getting onto that front foot, that stride. I don't think Antones strides out enough to the ball with his right foot. He just stays there. He's a good power player. He can cut the ball, he can pull the ball very well, can drive once it's in his area, but he's got to understand to get onto his front foot a lot more tighter.
Even Ambrose looked in a rush yesterday, pulled Smith for 6 and then hit the glorious 4 and was dismissed for 10.
Torn's pace really just shook up Ambrose. The ball that he got out to, he never looked at the ball. Even the one that he hit Torn to cover for 4, he went leg side of the ball. If you realize what happened when Torn came back with the next delivery, rushed him into his tie pad, it was just pace.
Yeah, and that delivery hurt him, even though he had on a tie pad.
I think, to be honest, to Ambrose, that maybe might have been the fastest that he maybe might have faced all season.
Turn wonderful bowling yesterday, the 19-year-old. 4 wickets, supported admirably by Ali Mohammed, who got 3, and then Moti came on and wrapped up the innings with 2 quick wickets.
And what's good about that, Sean, is that the major man, Versami Pomal, has not come to the party yet. And he will be licking his lips to bowl on this track on a final today and tomorrow.
Yeah, so as I said, the first target, which could be changed according to the situation, not a target in stone, wrote right in stone, but the 450 Guyana looking for to make them safe. They can't lose. And then go on to the win.
Yeah.
That's short. And the cutaway down to the man at squarish third man.
Gotta bring him onto his front foot, Darius Martin. That's a short ball. It's offline. Imlach is going to be comfortable in that area. Force him to drive. Another over completed. Looking at the points table, Sean. Combined campuses and colleges, 19.8. And that's coming in into this round. The West Indies Academy, 30.8. Guyana, 46.2, Trinidad and Tobago 47.2, Barbados 48.2, Jamaica Scorpions 50.2, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 64.2, and the Windward Island Volcanoes 67.4. Now, if you have a Guyana win, then things become a lot more closer. Barbados is also pushing for a win as well. So the game now, Jamaica Scorpions automatically, if you have a Leeward Islands win, then you'll have a new leader. And then you'll have Jamaica Scorpions dropping down. But then you will see now an elevation of Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Barbados possibly coming up. So I think it's going to be a tight competition.
So 2 matches left after this for all the teams. Guyana go to Jamaica. They go home first, then they travel to Jamaica, and then they come down back to Trinidad and Tobago for their final match, which starts on the 17th of April.
Go ball.
No ball called, and no shot played by Imlach, but the score going up by 177 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Are you get your thought process, Sean. I'm sure I'm not on with Joel Manning as well to just get your process. If we look at the actual match points, the Windward Island Volcanoes 36, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 36, Jamaica Scorpions 24, Barbados Pride 24, Trinidad and Tobago 27, Guyana 27, West Indies Academy 12. But because of the bonus points, that's what you're batting and bowling points out there. How you feel about that, Sean?
I think it's a good idea. The batting points forces teams to score quickly, and that's only for the first innings. And also the bowling points is good also because it forces the fast bowlers to get wickets, and it's a good point. It's a good point system to get West Indies cricket up to the similarity of the Test level, where Test cricket now is no longer a slow game.
But I think that can only be exhibited, Sean, when you have a change of mindset in the backroom staff and the coaching. And I say that quietly because the concept of T20 cricket coming in has changed the whole landscape of the game. In fact, a team now in Test cricket can chase down and score 350. If you look around in the T20 World Cricket, you see the sort of scores that folks are coming up with. The game has just really changed. What I want to see happening, Sean, in the Caribbean is Cricket West Indies implementing a two-bouncer per over to batsmen, really. You've got to come up with your own concept. The IPL is starting in a couple of minutes' time, maybe in 21 minutes' time. They have introduced the two-bouncer rule for the IPL this time around. So I'm saying this is something that I think Cricket West Indies have to look at. We've certainly seen an improvement on the surfaces in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
You
certainly.
certainly have seen a big improvement on the surfaces. What we are not seeing is the consistency of the batsman to bat for long periods. And because somebody says that you can play the game fast doesn't mean that you recklessly give your hand away.
Certainly not, because Brian Lara used to make big scores and he used to bat for long periods, but was really reckless. But not everybody is a Brian Lara or Viv Richards.
There's also a concept too, and that's why I was talking to you, Sean, about backroom staff. You can tell somebody to bat 90 overs, but you can bat 90 overs, Sean, and make 170 or 180, and you get bowled out on the second day and you lose the game. So it's all well to tell somebody, oh, well, we want you to bat 90 overs. But there must be a sense of purpose to why you want somebody to bat 90 overs. I also feel that a number of the franchises around, you don't see the flamboyant players. You don't see the Calitrans, the Canais. You don't see the Laras. Every team always had a superstar, somebody who would come. You would say what you want about Carl Hooper. Once Carl Hooper went to Guyana, to Barbados, he was called Sir Carl Hooper because the genuine cricket fan wanted to see somebody come and stroke the ball and look well and enjoy themselves. I find sometimes almost all of the players in some of the franchises, they just operate the same way. You know, you see everybody. If you look at Nando, in the Guyana team, you have Nando, Chandra Paul. Imlach is the only top stroke player who you can be able to come and say, wow.
And Anderson.
And, well, Anderson is conservative in his own way. But I'm talking about, stylishly and looking here. Imlach's got that sort of approach about him.
And you talk about Sir Carl Hooper. The Bajans love Sir Carl Hooper because at 18 years old, he got his first class 100 against Barbados, and they fell in love with him ever since. There's a joke that when Hooper bats, he helps the immigration officer for illegal Guyanese in there because they go at the gate, the Guyanese can't help themselves, wave the flag, and they capture them at the gate. But that's a joke, I hope.
Well, I could tell you, being a coach of the Leeward Islands, you would have suffered the hands of Hooper scoring 100 against the Leeward Islands under 19. I can remember the same year in which Kenny Benjamin and Carl Hooper got a scholarship to go to Australia.
Yeah,
University of
1985.
Yeah,
he dominated that tournament almost single-handedly, 444 runs and 35 wickets, bowling off spin. And in fact, in that tournament, he gave up the captaincy. Lachman Bamsingh captain Guyana in the 1985 under 19 tournament.
So back, Sean, after the repairs work, which was done at both ends, and Ryan John starts with a dead ball. He's just not got his momentum going in this game.
I was speaking to Torn. Torn says that the ground is like a saucer. Every part of the ground goes down, and he says that that part there, the airport road side, is not as pronounced as this side here, because you got to come up a hill from this side, and it's easier to bowl from that side, even though we've seen most of the bowlers bowling no balls from that side. What do you make of that?
Well, everybody would have their own logic, and every ground around the world is unique. You don't. This is something that you have to learn about, and you have to understand the craft, because you're going to go different grounds that you're going to meet obstacles which you have to deal with. So it's a good obstacle for young Ton at 19 years old. I think the next time he speaks to Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, who built this ground, he should ask him a question or two.
John, outside the line of the off stump. We're outside the line of the off stump. Total still 177 for 1. Talking about grounds, if Lords was not Lords, you think the slanted pitch would have been resurfaced?
I think when we look around, I can say to you, Sean, that I thought that we came to the Caribbean. There's no way that we should have been maybe moving from the Antigua Recreation Ground, and I can talk about here in Antigua and Barbuda. We were forced to move from that because of the World Cup in 2007.
Similar situation to Board and Providence. Ball kept a little low, but handled well in the end.
If you look around, it's almost like you were promised that the world would come to the Caribbean in 2007, which never came. And so you had governments who spent huge sums of money, including Antigua and Barbuda. The only country maybe that would have maintained their size and because of their population would have been St. Kitts and Nevis. Because Warner Park, even though it was one of the biggest in the areas, you have a population, you can't go outside of that. But sometimes I feel for the folks in Grenada, Sean. A massive stadium that they would have built. It's not like a active area country like Barbados who always have activities coming in. Even Barbados is challenged around. How many times do you think you fill those stadiums? Thank God maybe that we've had CPL. So CPL goes to Trinidad and Tobago, goes to Barbados, goes to Guyana. But outside of that, when will you fill those stadiums?
John? A loose shot there? Maybe
No, it's
not
just a
intentional.
fanfare.
You just played at the ball.
Fanfare, it was
Yeah,
wide.
yeah.
I think you have to apologize to Tage and Imlach because
Yes,
he's saying a loose shot. That
No,
was
he
wide
just
enough.
played after the ball left. Just played a shadow shot.
What I want to see happening, Sean, the legacy of the World Cup coming to the Caribbean, we have to seriously begin to look at, how we prepare our groundsmen, how we prepare our outfields. I'll come back to that.
Ball that kept a bit low again and stabbed away into the offside. When you look at the grounds that were built, it's only the Beauchesio, it's now the Darren Sammy ground, in St. Lucia was built before the World Cup. All the others were built for the World Cup, the new grounds, except Sabina Park and the Kensington Oval. But even those grounds were renovated, and those villagers, those residents in Pickwick had to be removed. Even the Pickwick ground no longer was the Pickwick Club. They got a ground somewhere in the country part of Barbados. The over comes to an end with 177 for 1.
Imla, just for the folks who have just joined via the West Indies YouTube channel, Imla is on 94 from 192 deliveries. Chandra Paul 80 from 172. Don't forget that the biggest cricket World Cup, the 9th edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, is coming to the West Indies and the United States of America. And the big game, one of the big games, we would say, in the preliminary group stage matches will be on June 9th, India versus Pakistan in New York. And the American fans, I can imagine, I see all of those Indians, all of those folks from Asia getting rushing, trying to get the tickets to see that game. That's going to be massive. Good economic injection of the cricket game to the United States of America.
Chandra Paul is back and good intent, good running. And no real intent shown by the fielders on that occasion. So the total going up by 1. I saw these two in 2022 in Trinidad. The same two batters post 180 for the second wicket partnership when they played Jamaica in Trinidad in 2002. Of course, Leon Johnson's and Sinarine Chattagoon, they put together 183 against the Windwards at Providence in 2008. That's the highest second wicket partnership from Guyana.
I hope that Guyana is seriously thinking about having Leon Johnson, especially around the youth system, the under-19 setup.
Yes, I even think he's hoping to play some club cricket, but that's another problem in Guyana. The club cricket in Georgetown, he plays for GCC. He wants to play second division because he's a businessman. He travels all over. He's a contractor now. But when he has the time, he don't want it to be playing first division and barring some other younger player. He wants to play in the second division team to be a model, a mentor for the other youngsters. But the problem in Guyana is there's a lack of cricket because of lack of grounds in the city.
So that's a good headache to have, Sean, and that is something which needs to be addressed after the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup in the Caribbean, because Guyana, with all of its talent, must establish to have at least 2-3 grounds that can be dedicated not just to cricket but to sports mainly. And cricket being, you would have to say, the number one sport in Guyana. Is it fair for me to say that, Sean?
Yes, certainly. I want to say good afternoon, good morning to the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, Mr. Charles Ramson, building a lot of venues, sporting facilities. One has just been completed or almost completed in Linden. And that's Region 10. That's an area which produced a lot of Guyana's athletes, mostly the sprinters. And so he's built a track and field venue there. He's building a new stadium at Pyro Miler, and that's in the Berbice area. And of course the Albion cricket ground, that's being converted into a stadium.
What about so there was some talk about the indoor cricket facility. How is that coming?
Yeah, that's coming along quite well. That's going to be at the Providence Stadium. There's going to be a gym, an indoor facility. So good progress in sports by this government. Of course, the president, Dr. Irfan Ali, a young person, he's 43, and he is a big fan of cricket. He actually plays tape ball cricket. And also the Minister of Sports was a former left arm spinner for Everest at first division level. When he didn't make the Demerara under 19 team, his parents almost forced him to go and take up his studies, which he did. But the younger ones, they love sports, and they're doing a lot for sports. Ball pushed into the offside. The over comes to an end at the end of it. 179 now for 1. And slow start.
Joel Manning will join you, Sean, to continue the commentary for the day as we welcome him.
Yes. Good morning to Joel. Good sunshine continues to be present here at Coolidge. I'm still looking for that forecast that Imlach said he saw for rain. Hopefully it's going to be a short shower like we had during the Barbados game. One slip now. More focus on defense, preventing Guyana from scoring quick runs. And that's outside the line of the off stump. No run. So they're getting closer to the 180 second wicket partnership. Just one run away that they made in 2022 in Trinidad. Imlach in his 19th first class match. Young man, young captain, 27 years old, the same age of Chandra Paul. Looking for what would be his second 100 if he gets it. Chandra Paul looking for what would be his 800 in first class cricket, and that includes his first test century, a double century. Good morning to you, Joel.
Good morning, Sean. A fantastic day here. Day number 3 of this round number 5 encounter. Very interested to see how things shape up here today. Of course, at some stage today we do expect a declaration of Guyana, and then from there we'll see what type of performance the Windwards are able to put up in the face of what would have been a relatively disappointing first innings for them.
Well, they've got a lead of 374 present. They'd want to take the total to about 450. And then they would be declaring. That's if everything goes to their plan. Windward bowlers could disrupt that plan.
There will be some tired legs out there. Obviously, they've put in some hard yards over the last couple of days. But we'll need to just find that burst of energy, that burst of inspiration. Kind of just drag things slowly back towards themselves.
Well, apart from one session and maybe 1.5 sessions, the Windward Islands have been on the field for the rest of the game. John in his 7th over for the day, none for 29 so far. So it's been hard work for the Windward's bowlers. The over comes to an end. So they've bowled 63 overs so far. It's 179 for 1.
Joined now by Mali Richards. Good morning to you, Mali.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning to all the viewers, listeners. It's been all happy Eagles. These two approaching what would be very, very timely hundreds indeed. 179 for the second wicket. Team Chandra Paul and Imlach. Not too many alarms as well. You can tell the Windward Islands Volcanoes are really down on energy.
Yeah, it's certainly not been the burst that you might have probably hoped for at the start of this morning.
I feel for them, to be honest, especially the fast bowlers. They've been in the field on all 3 days of this match.
My question for you, Mali, do you feel enough for them that you would like to replace one
Oh,
of them?
definitely not.
That means they don't feel for them.
It's a lot cooler up here in the dressing room, in the commentary box, isn't it?
Just a tad. But no, truly, they have had to put in some work, and it goes back to something I was questioning yesterday in terms of the rotation that could have been employed in terms of just allowing maybe a spinner to operate with the seam. We saw in this instance, especially with the Windward side, it was either all seamers or all spinners in operation, and I think that even that has contributed just a bit of the problems that they've had. I think it's something that they can certainly go back to the drawing board and assess in terms of how they go about just building combinations and partnerships in terms of bowlers, and not just the fact that, yeah, the combination of pace and spin, but just that different proposition in terms of you were operating at one stage with either the two left arm spinners or the left arm spinning leg break bowler, technically both spinning the same direction. Could have employed water in that combination of that faster bowler, hands need to be moving a bit quicker, then having to make that adjustment at the next over, for somebody bowling something different. Just things like that. I think that they can definitely work on as they head through this championship.
Definitely. I did like the way he marshalled his fast bowlers on day one, though. Alec Athanez, I thought he used them quite well. What came back to bite them was the fact that they were shot out for 113.
Yeah, so he didn't have a chance to rest at all, those legs, the seamers.
I mean, it's gone in their favor in this match so far, but the use of Isaiah Thorne also has to be a keen debating point. Not just in the squad, but around the Caribbean. Bowled unchanged for 2 hours yesterday, 19-year-old. So a lot of chat about that in the chat rooms and online.
In fact, did the post-day interview with him yesterday, and I actually asked him, was there a possibility of you letting go of that ball? He said, nope, not a single chance. And I questioned whether or not that was from his doing or from his skipper's doing. He said, well, hey, they were both in agreement on that particular stage. It's good that you're in agreement, yes, but still, yeah, definitely have to consider the fact that you don't necessarily, especially given that it's slightly extended in terms of season, still relatively young in terms of age, in terms of body, etc., and want to make sure you're managing somebody like him well.
It's just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. In his customary fashion, getting quite square there, but played quite comfortably. No venom on these deliveries now. The end of that Martin over. Harpy Eagles lead by 374. They're 179 for 1. And Joe, we haven't had 100 in this round yet. In any of the matches, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not from the scores that we've seen.
Yeah, no centuries just yet. 1400s coming into this round, to this 5th round. Had 1400s in all last season. That was a 5-round competition. So Imlach here, just 5 away from what would be a second first-class 100 for the young man.
Yeah, you made a comment with regards to not really seeing much happening with the ball at the moment, and not much happening also with the surface. And yeah, it's certainly at that stage whereby you might say that it's entirely flattened out.
But I think that's because the windwards are flat, to be fair.
Quite possibly, indeed, because it certainly looks completely different to what we saw happen with the Harpy Eagles. You saw just a couple more balls zipping here and there, 1 or 2 more keeping low, and in fact, Nandu yesterday got one that's kind of skidded onto him relatively low, took the pads, LBW, but since that, we've not seen any real demons in terms of the surface, and I kind of want to go to the point in terms of the fact that the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters simply applied themselves a little better, especially in the second innings as well, in terms of these types of shots that we saw being played, being a little more compact, being a little more circumspect in terms of how they looked towards scoring their runs, wore down the Volcanoes. And you just question, had a similar approach been taken on their end, because once again, if you look back at some of the shots that were played in and the very positive intent, and there's certainly nothing wrong with being positive, but at the same time must understand the surface that you're playing on, knowing that, okay, at some stage one might have my name on it, but hey, how can I protect myself against that? So instead of the big booming drive coming forward, bat and pad close together, in terms of a couple of the left-hand batters that we saw, especially with Ali Mohammed bowling, and especially that angle that he had, knowing that you can't necessarily go through the covers as you would on another surface. You know, just small things like that.
Just being tight. Slightly tricky conditions. Remember, we had a ball change as well, Joe. And the ball was changed, and all of a sudden, the ball just started to swing a little bit more.
It is a touch more, and even in realizing that, probably, you know, might have said, okay, it's not the ball I was batting maybe 2 overs ago. Okay, make that slight adjustment until it gets to that stage that I was able to play the shots that I was playing before.
It's just about being aware.
Yeah, certainly. And this is why I think most cricket lovers enjoy the longer format of the game, because it's just these subtle tests of batters, these subtle tests of bowlers, these subtle tests of mindsets and mentalities. And that's truly what sets certain players apart, their ability to make those adjustments on the fly as well.
Still, to me, the true barometer of a cricketer. I think every year goes by, we become less and less. But I think the longer format of the game is how I still judge the true mettle of a cricketer in 2024. It probably won't be that way for much longer, to be fair, the way the game is trending. But for now, I guess I'm a purist. And it can't be underestimated just how important an innings this is for Chandra Paul. Grand context of things, 81 from 181. The way he came out yesterday, in particular from bar one, he looked particularly positive. Was looking to play shots first, defense second, and I think that sets him up to be in the best positions more often than not.
Yeah, he certainly came out with his feet moving yesterday, and that's where he found a lot of his challenges. What would have been, you know, the innings that we saw here at Coolidge, and innings before that as well across his championships. Very early, feet not moving. Highest score before that, I think, was just about 40 or so for Tage.
No ball.
Just overstepping there, so he's going to have to do that again, is Ryan John. Yeah, faced some 140 odd deliveries for that 41, I think that was, from his highest score before this for Chandra Paul this season. And Imlach as well, coming back into this Harpy Eagles team, assuming the leadership position. There's been a bit of talk around about him not wicket keeping. But here he is, 96 now. Leading from the front.
Over.
It's a good leave in the context of things. Just trying to lure him into a shot outside that off stump. No pace on that delivery from Ryan John, though. End of the over, 182 for 1.
Yeah, in terms of Tevin not keeping, of course, carrying an injury to the hand, but funny enough, I think it's actually worked in his favor, because that would have provided another discipline for him to have to focus on as well out there in the field. So having the captaincy, knowing that you have to score some runs, also having to hold the gloves, I think that it's just probably eased the mental load on him taking, or rather, I mean, you know, not saying you really want him to be injured, but, you know, it's just eased.
It's just one less thing for him to think about. He can just concentrate on his batting at this stage. It's going to be Springs, though, into the attack. Shamar Springer.
He looks to have a spring in his step.
He does.
That was a very vibrant character, though, Shamar Springer.
And you need those characters in your team, especially in these situations when your team is down, looking quite flat, needing to find something from somewhere.
He might want to find that shoulder roll that he had back in the day at that Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, it was a it was a standout World Cup for that West Indies team in particular. Quite a few players from that team have gone on to good things, have progressed into the professional ranks. Shimron Hetmyer, Zari, Joseph, Shamar, Springer. Was Odin Smith a member of that squad as well? I think he was. Tall Barbadian. Just a bit of chatter going on out there now. Springer has just brought a bit of energy to the Windward's Volcanoes. They'd love if he could pick up a wicket. Yeah, Odin Smith, a member of that World Cup winning under-19 squad as well. Springer with 19 wickets so far this season. I think he's just gone ahead of Ryan John as the leading wicket taker for the Windward Islands in this championship. Oh, that was honing in on middle stump there. Chandra Paul just shuffling across the crease. It's pretty dangerous in the end. Managed to get some bat on that one. If he missed that, Springer was going up very hard indeed. So a good start this from Shamar Springer. That run rate has really dipped. Good area once again. No real pace, no real movement on show, but just good areas, slightly fuller length, catching Chandra Paul on the crease, so the feet probably not moving quite as fluently here this morning for Chandra Paul. But we know he's got that stickability, that ability to fight, and with that foundation already behind him, 82 of 187, should be no pressure.
That brings us to the end of the over. It's 182 for 1.
Just the one wicket taker for the Windward Islands, Darius Martin. He's put in an extraordinary effort for me in this match as well. As we're saying, these Windward Islands Volcanoes have bowled on every day of this match so far. It's been hot, it's been dry here at the CCG. Taxing conditions for the fast bowlers. That's a good delivery though. John finding a bit of swing. Beating the outside edge of Imlach.
Yeah, it's just going to take one wicket to kind of put some life back into their efforts, to kind of put a smile on their faces, and deliveries like that could produce the wicket, and this is where the patience factor will come in as well for them. They're technically already behind the 8 ball by some distance. Just need to be patient, need to hit those good areas consistently, not allow the Harpy Eagles to continue to take full control of things here.
think the only hope right now for the Windward Islands Volcanoes is to try and make the Guyana Happy Eagles work as hard as possible for these runs. Make them take as long as possible to get to their target, whatever they think their target is. I anticipate that's about 420 to 450 in that region. That gives the Volcanoes less time as well in which to be bowled out. So they've still got to be pretty disciplined here. Yeah, you're looking to take wickets, but at this stage, 182 for 1, still chasing, still behind by some 370 odd runs. 377 to be exact.
Just 4 away from a second first-class 100, Tage and Imlach. And he nearly remained 4 away. Just pushing at one there outside of the off stump.
So just finding a bit of swing now is Ryan John. And that arm's just getting lower and lower, isn't it? More slingy. Maybe aiding in that outswing to the right-hander. Bit of a breeze as well.
Just trying to get the game moving a bit at the moment is umpire Bassarat.
Yeah, it does seem pretty slow. Maybe a bit of gamesmanship going on. Good delivery. So at least he's still trying here, is Ryan John. A laboured, very laboured return to his bowling mark. He said it would be a second 100 for Imlach. 8th if he was to get there for Chandra Paul. Apart from Craig Brathwaite, just coming to mind, I can't think of a player probably in the West Indies setup at this stage with quite as many first-class 100s as Tage Chandra Paul. Just thinking about it. Within the West Indian setup, within that test team, test squad, it's probably Brathwaite and Chandra Paul the standouts in terms of first-class 100s.
I think you're probably on the mark on that one, because then my next question, looking at that squad, thinks to how much first-class cricket is being played by those currently in that squad as well.
And even just looking around the rest of the squads in this 4-day championship. Maybe a Shane Dowrich will be up there.
Over.
But not too many batsmen coming with, you know, pedigree per se. A lot of players early in their careers looking to forge records such as those. The end of that John over. But with players such as a Kevin Wickham, Kevlon Anderson, Kirk McKenzie, to a lesser extent a Zachary McCaskey, we are seeing some younger players actually possessing what we think is the talent. Can it be developed? Obviously they're learning on the job. McCaskey's been a part of the most recent West Indies Test tour to Australia. Anderson would have been on the A tour. Mackenzie's a test player as well. So we're seeing a lot of players being elevated at a young age. I like that carry from Springs. Good energy from the young man. And as you said, they need something here. He believes he's the man. First time in a little while we've seen a bit of carry like that through to the wicketkeeper. Just into his 5th over now in this second innings. Bowled 19 in the first. So as you were saying there, Joe, maybe just showing what's still available, especially second time up. Isaiah Thorne and Niall Smith have that new ball in hand. Still a bit on offer here, illustrating just, we've said this since day one, very, very good cricketing wicket, in my opinion. Something in it for all disciplines. Fast bowling, spin bowling, batting.
Yeah, certainly something still in it, and is at that stage where you've just got to put a little more behind it in terms of the effort with the ball. As I say, you know, maybe bend your back a bit, not necessarily in terms of bowling the short bowling, but just putting that effort and energy into it. And naturally, I guess that's why the energy is missing, because we look at the amount of overs and the amount of yards it is putting, you know, it's just a case of a couple tired bodies out there, and it's not a case of getting that mind to be the willing factor for you.
And I think one issue, you mentioned the fact that there's something in terms of the rotation of bowlers you think the Windward Islands can look at, especially in this second innings. And I think one thing that's just thrown that off is the fact that most of the fast bowlers actually seem more comfortable bowling from this media centre end. Ryan John in particular. We've seen him struggle with his rhythm, slightly downhill from the CIU road end, bowled quite a few no balls, and apart from Springer, the other two seem more comfortable from the commentary box.
Yeah, that certainly could be a factor as well. But just looking here at Springer, you're getting maybe one or two more O's and a couple more A's just because of the effort that you're seeing that he's putting into it here.
There's a bit more chatter in the field as well amongst the players when he's on bowling. It just looks a little different. It's carrying through to the wicketkeeper a little differently here.
No!
It's forced onto the back foot once again, just rushing Imlach.
Hit quite high on the bat as well. The end of the over, it's 183 for 1.
So this game also just highlights the requirements that are put on, especially fast bowlers in the longer format of the game. Stamina levels have to be as high as possible. That endurance, that cardiovascular fitness of utmost importance.
Yeah, I agree, because there are those days where, you know, efforts like these will be required. It's not every day you turn up and you find a wicket that works for you. It's not every day that you just put the ball in good areas and all of a sudden you get those wickets as well. There will be those days where you have to work hard, and a lot harder than you might mentally be ready for,
Exactly.
to be honest as well.
And some days like this where the bench press doesn't really help too much, or matches such as this. Treadmill would be more beneficial. The stair climber as well. Got to put them miles on the legs.
It reminds me of something that I posted the other day whereby leg days only happen on my bad days, and I don't have many bad days.
So leg days don't happen, basically. I like that. It's all about the tight tops, man. Once the biceps are busting out, it's all good. Here's John around the wicket. Change of angle here to the left-handed Chandra Paul. And I like Ryan John, and I think he's having a pretty good season for the Windward Islands Volcanoes as well. Seems to be a trier. Took a very good catch as well in that first inning. Scored handy runs down the order. He's already got a half century this season. A valuable cricketer indeed. As my partner here tries to swat a mosquito. A pesky mosquito in the commentary box. That one goes outside the... Beats Chandra Paul outside the stump. So lots of shots being played. Chandra Paul can't make contact though. just probably just trying to play on the patience of Chandra Paul now, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Seems to have been stuck at that end for a little while. They've done a pretty good job here. Just to force some semblance of pressure, or to create some semblance of pressure on this partnership. And what a partnership it's been. 183 for the second wicket. One bounce through to wicketkeeper Walcott. So I'm not sure how many more overs Ryan John has in him here. It's been a massive effort, to be fair, into his. Well, it says that he's just bowled his final delivery, but I think we've got one more.
That's over. Drinks, gentlemen.
It's the end of the ninth. Over. And the end of the first hour's play here on day 3. We'll take a break for a refreshment. So will the players. Join us in about 5 minutes or so.
Well, good morning again. Still, the sun continues to shine in all its glory. Springer continues to have a long spell in this game. In this innings, he's just bowled 5 overs though, none for 12. Former West Indies under 19 player. Turns at the top of his mark. Chandra Paul and Imlach have gone past their previous highest second wicket partnership. And this is Imlach now squatting this one away. Straight to the man at the sweeper position. So he goes now to 97. And the total going up to 183 for 1. This pair highest score together, partnership, was 180. That was in Trinidad in the 2020 tournament. The 2022 tournament, 2 years ago. Seems such a long time away. They've gone past that now by 3, but both yet to get their hundreds. Imlach 2 away, and Chandra Paul 82. Slowed down tremendously since got into the 80s. Maybe focusing now on 100. Gone into shell somewhat, doesn't want to get out. The Guyana camp was saying to bat freely, don't worry about being out. But when you're out of form and you're just 18 runs away from 100, you certainly think about getting out. So you play with less risk. Chandra Paul, the man from Unity, the village which produced test cricketers in female. In fact, Gordamati in the Mati Gordial in 2006. That was the last time West Indies ever played a women's test match. She played in that game. And also Colin Croft and Shivnarayan Chandra Paul. This is stroked back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So ideal conditions for cricket. I'm sure that the players wouldn't tell you that's ideal conditions. Very hot sunshine. We're in the comfort of the commentary booth, which is overly cold for me. Opposite to what's happening on the field. Very hot. Springer outside the off stump. And no shot played by Chandra Paul. So 184 now for 1, as we say. Good morning. Still morning. Good morning to you, Vernon.
Things have slowed down here since the pace would have started. Imla 98, looking for his second first class 100, 221 deliveries. And Tage Chandra Paul will be looking for his 8th. The lead is 379, and Sean has predicted that the target looks like it's about 450. It's 11-12 in Antigua and Barbuda, so still a long way to go. And it looks as if, as I would say, that the Windward Islands is tearing down the barrel. No Cyrus for the morning. They've gone for Darius Martin now from the major center end, so he's been switched from the CIE road end to the major center end. Alex Atton is concentrating on his seamers for the day. Score is 184 for 1, 70 overs bowled. So in all, the Windward Island Volcanoes bowlers have bowled 150.2 overs, with the 151st starting, and this is just the morning session of day 3.
And John, who's bowled 10 over already in this innings, none for 33, continues. And that's almost a lollipop delivery outside the off stump. And Imlach just steers it into cover, gets a single, goes now to 99. And Chandra Paul, the left-hander, back in strike. He's on 82. 185 for one. They lead now by 380. Good morning to Anil Bihari in Antigua as part of the GCB contingent. I think there's a two-day meeting, Vernon.
Yeah, Cricket West Indies will be having a board meeting over the next couple of days. Had the chat of saying, having a chat with Dwayne Gill yesterday afternoon and the president, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
Actually saw Dwayne Gill yesterday. Was asking me about his brother in Barbados, Hayden Gill. Hayden, good afternoon to you.
So, Trinidad and Tobago, 172 and 124 all out. Barbados Pride, 279 and 2 for 2. They've lost McCaskey and Reefer. McCaskey for 1, Reefer for naught. I think they just need maybe about 13 runs to win in that game. So that could be done and dusted.
Yeah, so that's going to be a 3-day match. The last round, though, was very competitive. All the matches were well into the 4th day.
Carey Pear has already got 2 wickets in that game. Then the West Indies Academy, they're really fast improving. This West Indies Academy team is really good for West Indies cricket. Here is Imlach looking for his 100. He's coming back. 100 to Tage and Imlach. He looks up to the heavens, takes off his helmet, raises his bat. Lovely 100 by the Guyana captain in his first season as captain. The lead is 381. 101 not out for the man off. 223 deliveries, 9 fours, no sixes. But it's been a controlled innings, a strike rate of 45.29, and he'll remember this 100 for a very long time.
Yes, tremendous knock by the Guyana captain. His second 100, his first for the season. Well played, Tage and Imlach.
West Indies Academy, 300 in their first innings, 101 for 3 in their second. Combined campuses and colleges, 231 all out. Jordan Johnson is on 22. Teddy Bishop is on 21. Warrell 15, Allen 32, and Dawn 5. In the Academy Combined Campuses and Colleges innings, the left-arm spinner of Ned picking up 4 for 51 from 22 overs, 8 maidens, 51 runs, 4 wickets. He continued his good bowling form. Martin bowling a wide delivery. Yuan Lane, who scored 63, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 60 runs, 2 wickets. And Joshua Bishop still among the wickets, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 44 runs, 2 wickets. Colin Boyne Tuckett top scoring for the Academy in that blistering knock-up, 76 not out. Yuan Lane got 63, batting at number 11. He's a good cricketer. He's a good young all-rounder. Yuan Lane from Barbados. Anytime soon, we'll see what's happening in Jamaica. Just to give you an idea, we know that overnight Jamaica Scorpions were struggling. Imlach, 100 here. And as we talk about struggling, the troubles continue here. 188 for 1. 71 overs bowled. Sean, Tage and Imlach, 27-year-old, is on 101 not out. And Chandra Paul also approaching 100.
Yeah, fine partnership, fine commitment, temperament shown in this innings between these two. And of course, with Imlach there, going to be good running between the wickets. Imlach will push the other batters. Very fit, Imlach. And that's one of the good things about a young side. Most likely, they'll be fitter than the older players.
Jamaica Scorpions 97 for 6, Sean, in their second innings. We'll get back to that. Chandra Paul leaves alone again. outside the line of the off stump. No threat at all. Brown naught, Mackenzie 33, Blackwood 5, Lug 1, Brandon King the captain 19, played a loose shot. Salmon 22, Morris not out, and Mansing has just come to the crease. He's on 2 not out. So far, Jeremiah Louis 3 for 16, Raheem Cornwall 2 for 27, and O'Shane Thomas picking up the prize wicket of the Jamaica captain Brandon King 1 for 36. Pretty expensive, and that looked like it could be done and dusted today.
It's good to see Mikel Louis and Jeremiah Louis performing well for the Leewards. I think Jeremiah Louis is the leading wicket taker for the Leewards, and Mikel Louis is also the leading run scorer in the top 5. In the overall run scorer, he was 1. He was passed by Sinclair. So if they had a house inter-house tournament, the Louis family would certainly win.
Jamaica Scorpions leading by some 87 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Springer bongs away. Unlucky not to get onto his stump there, Imlach. Trying to manufacture a shot by looking square. On this track, you need to look up the V. Don't think those shots are. You got to take those horizontal shots out of your innings today.
Yeah, looking to press on the accelerator now that he's gotten to his landmark.
Not too sure about that. Chandra Paul is on the other end. And he might be saying to him, listen, we can't afford to get out anytime soon. You just keep batting with me until I get to my 100, and then we can move into overdrive. He's scooping now. He's giving his hand out away. No. Umpire Greg Leslie Reefer Jr. says not out. Let's look at that again, Jason. Let's see what it would have touched. If it came off maybe his hand, but he was trying a scoop.
Yeah, being inventive.
Or a ramp, as they would say. And he maybe must have heard Sean. So he was trying to improvise and pick up himself there. He got down.
Yeah, missed everything.
I'm not too sure about that, Sean.
It hit his forearm.
Yeah, I know it hit something.
Yeah, it hit his
So
left forearm.
I know I was seeing well,
Yeah.
Sean. As I was saying, I know that it touched something. It's a good decision by Leslie Reefer Jr. Flags fluttering. Back and across and defending. You have the Antigua and Barbuda, Guyana. You have the Windward Island Volcanoes. And then you have the Cricket West Indies flag. Massive meeting taking place today. And sometimes you have to just look back, Sean. Cricket West Indies have really invested and continue to invest and will invest over the next 4-year cycle in List A cricket, women's cricket, and also the 4-day competition. And you really could know that close to about $2.5 million US investment. Loose shot. Gotta forget that. There's no bounce there. He's looking to try to manufacture to hit something square. Be advised to hit the ball up in front of him. Over comes to an end. 189 for 1. You would remember, Sean, that the winners of the list day, they receive like a massive amount of money over the period of time. The winners of the women's championship, 20,000. Also have an increase of 10,000 US over the next 4-year cycle. So quite a lot of injection of funds coming into the game. Also remember that the list A winners last year took home $100,000 US. Runners up receiving US $50,000. What I want to see happening, Sean, at the youth level is an incentive package with cricket gear put in place for the under 15, under 17, under 19, and also under 19 girls. And I'll give you my concept to it, Sean, as Darius Martin starts. Comes quietly forward, Chandra Paul. You know for sure that he's eyeing 100.
Yeah.
He wants that.
And he doesn't want to be dismissed at all. And that could be counterproductive to him batting and making big runs. If he's afraid to get out, he will take less chances, and less chances means that he'll bat more carefully.
He's already faced 203 balls, and sometimes this is what you want. You have to get some ugly runs. And one can say that Chandra Paul, in his 84s, played some shots.
Yeah.
Being the Chandra Paul way, Tage Chandra Paul way.
He began flamboyantly. In fact, when he got to 37, it was a runner ball. And he got his 50 from 71 balls. But since then, he's been in his usual mode, ultra defensive.
I think I would like to see Darius Martin just get his white ball skills going here. Just pull a slower pace to Chandra Paul, force him to try something different, try and outfox him.
But for someone who's not made a lot of runs recently, you're eyeing 100. You're very close. You'd want to play as safe as possibly drives, but can't pierce the mid-off. So it's left or right, and that would have been 4.
I think that's what Darius Martin would have heard him. Just a change of pace. You see, he had to change now. He had to try and manufacture to get some pace into that shot. The pace off there. So I think Darius Martin just get his white ball skills out.
Lots of cricket for the West Indies. In fact, the ICC World Cup, 20 matches.
Women's team will be going to Pakistan in April for some games.
ICC World Cup hosted by the West Indies and the US of A for the first time. And they've also got the IPL starts today. And just after the IPL finishes, there's the CPL starting.
Well, before the CPL, Sean, you got the MLS in the United States of America, which starts just right after the World Cup. So, and then you come back down to the CPL. So there's a whole lot of cricket.
Nice shot, and that's 4. Lovely shot from Chandra Paul. Released the shackles with that shot.
Martin losing his focus. He's bowling so well. No sense in trying to give away a boundary. Just got to be disciplined. And that's just something that the Windward Island bowlers have just faltered. Because you're a fast bowler, doesn't mean that you have to bang the ball in short. How many balls have gotten up to the badge?
193 for 1. Partnership continues to build. Chandra Paul moves to 88 with that boundary.
Gotta stick to the plan. You gotta stick to the plan. That's just what's happening with the Windward Island bowlers. They just keep trying something. He's been bowling good all the time and then all of a sudden just bowled a long up.
CPL for the 3rd year. The final will be played in Guyana this year. Good single, good aggressive run-in. Put pressure on the field at mid-off. And got a single to keep the strike and move to 89 now. Tage and Chandra Paul. The total goes up to 194 for 1. So this is the last year for now that Guyana is going to host the semi-finals and finals.
It's a big thing, Sean. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, the Cricket Carnival is also a big thing. They've introduced the Cricket Carnival with a number of cultural and social events happening around the CPL period when the teams will be in Guyana.
But that's the power of sports, Sean.
Yeah, and it's good for the economy also.
That's the power of sports. That's what sports does. It's a billion-dollar industry.
Yep.
And you have to be creative. You got to come up with creative ways. I'm going to come back to you, Sean, in a while in terms of my concept for youth cricket in the Caribbean. Chandra Paul just turning this beautifully.
He goes now to 89, 90. Goes into the 90s. And it's 195 for the loss of 1. They've got the under 15 tournament starting on the 26th right here in Antigua. Guyana playing at Liberta in their first match. And I'm not telling you, but I've told you over and over. I'm telling the millions of people around looking at the YouTube. Remember the name, Adrian.
That's not for you, Sean.
Hetimayo.
You have to create your own phase.
Oh, yeah, run.
Sometimes, Sean, youngsters tend to step up in a different category. When they come into their own range, they don't really lit up. But we'll be here. We'll be judging. Mally Richards and myself will be on the scenes and we'll give you our own summaries. Good to know that we've got some talent around and then hopefully this young man, Hetmeyer, could be the next permanent star batsman. Guyana has produced a number of batsmen, and you know, Sean, I was saying to you, since Ramesh Sarwan, the Guyana has failed to be able to keep a batsman consistent in the West Indies team. That has to be a concern, and there has to be reasons. Somebody has to find out why they're not staying.
Forward comes Chandra Paul, hustles through for a single.
And when I say major batsman, Chandra Paul has only now just started his career. He's only played 10 test matches, so I don't want somebody to tell me, well, what about Chandra Paul?
No, certainly not.
Yeah, so we're talking about some of the other players.
Who've played like 25 tests or more. Yes, I agree with you on that.
And it's not that Guyana dominated during a period of time, regional cricket, where you would have had a number of players who scored a lot of runs, from the Leon Johnsons to the Vijay Singhs, you name it. But when they got the opportunity, it was just like a new frame of mind playing in the West Indies team. It could have been the environment, it could have been the setup, it could have been whatever. There were a lot of reasons. But we now have to begin to prepare. I think a lot of people are still upset that Hetmeyer maybe never hung around and played test cricket. But hey, I think one day he will come back down to this level. Right now, you just allow him to enjoy himself. He's enjoying the T20, and you just leave him. I love his attitude. I love Hetmeyer. He's one of my favorite players. And I think once you get players into a system where you allow them to be themselves rather than trying to change them, more or less. Score in the meantime goes to 197 for 1. Chandra Paul is 9 away from his 8th first-class 100. Imlach has batted beautifully despite that missed chance of Cyrus to Alex Athenes at first slip. It seemed like a long time ago. He was on 43 then.
Well, again, on the 15 captain, Hetmeyer, he is the son of Sion Hetmeyer, one of the more elegant inter-county. He still plays at the senior inter-county level for Barbados. He got a glorious 100 in Barbados at the under-19 level. And also, he's the nephew of your favorite player, Shemron Hetmeyer.
Talking about youth cricket, Sean, I think we have to understand that because we don't manufacture cricket goods in the Caribbean, it's become an expensive sport for countries all around the region. And so at the youth level, I feel that we need to come up with some incentive packages to help our young cricketers. And one thing I would want to recommend, Sean, is that even at the under 15, under 17, under 19, even the girls level, anybody that gets 100, you get a cricket bat, you get a pair of gloves. At the end of the season, you MVPs for each team will get a cricket kit with everything in it. I think it sends a message, a motivator. We got some manufacturers around. Any manufacturers interested, just send us a message here on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, and we can certainly get the information over to Cricket West Indies. But we got to find ways, we got to begin to develop ways of motivating our young boys and girls into cricket. Guyana 393, Guyana Happy Eagles. Good morning, Basil Morgan in Montserrat.
Good morning to Basil Butcher, the son of the late great Guyanese batter.
Good morning to Basil Chambers from ZJB. All of the Basils in Montserrat. I think today is the funeral. Today's the funeral, Sean, in Montserrat. The late Hero Castle, the brother of the late Mighty Arrow, sang Hot Hot.
Yeah, talented calypsonian.
Tiny whiny.
Yeah.
Whine your boom.
And
boom.
tomorrow will also be the funeral of the former Guyana fast bowler Ray Joseph. His dad died. He's going to be buried tomorrow in the village of Belladrum. Hails from Berbice. Ray Joseph played for Maltinos.
Barbados Pride required 2 more runs to win with 8 wickets remaining. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going down in that one inside 3 days. Major concern for Trinidad and Tobago as well. Another wide delivery here by Darius Martin. Just losing his radar here. It's all over the shop.
When you see a wide in a 4-day game, it's really wide.
Another cause of concern, I think you made the point, Sean, is that Trinidad and Tobago have not won the regional 40 championship for a very long
Yeah,
time.
since 2017.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 2000 and 2007 under Darren Ganga. Guyana's not won the one-day title since 2005, and since 2007, the Trinidadians have not won the title. The last time they won was under the leadership of Darren Ganga.
It's been a major talking point in Trinidad and Tobago concerning that same situation. So even though Guyana was dominating, one thing you can't take away from Trinidad and Tobago, they've certainly dominated in the white ball aspect of the game.
And that's one area Guyana has not dominated in.
Well, in the next tournament around, you've won the CPL, Sean. Yeah, so everything is in stages. Take it easy, Sean. You can't win everything at the same time. The Guyana Warriors are the Caribbean Premier League champions.
But the West Indies cricket team won everything at the same time in the
Well,
glory
yes,
days.
but that's history, Sean. We bypass that. Don't try to compare history with now. We live in now. Now, and we control the controllables.
The action continues here at the Antigua, in Antigua at the College Cricket Ground. So Darius Martin,
200 up for the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're waiting, Sean, for something to happen. Nothing is going to happen. You got to take the fight to Guyana. They're not going to give you the wicket away. The lead is 395.
8 runs away from another century. Tage and Chandra Paul. And he leaves it alone. Very careful not to play a reckless shot, not to take any undue risk.
Don't give him wrong, Sean.
Yes.
100 here could book his ticket to England. If he gets out now, it's another half century. So he wants to remind the Dr. Desmond Haynes selection panel that he scored 100. That will be the 15th of the season so far.
16th.
6, yes. You'd want to make sure that he writes his name on that leaderboard.
You forgot the Guyana captain's 100. He already got his 100, and that's also history.
Bang on target. So, more worries here for the Windward Island Volcanoes. 200 for 1. 74.4 overs. Just imagine being out there, Joel and Sean and Mally, where you almost feel in like 2 days. Because the Windward Islands, they certainly didn't bat well. They only batted 31 overs. And going through the motion, Guyana making sure they're grinding them.
And that was despite the 64-run partnership between Walcott and Cyrus. If they had not built that partnership, then the Windwards would have been scuttled out for a two-digit score, two-digit figures. Of course, Guyana's lowest score is 41, made in 1986 against Jamaica. So 200 for 1, double century partnership for the second wicket between these two. They've added 20 to their partnership in 2022 when they scored 180 against Jamaica in Trinidad. And they've already broken the second wicket partnership, which was held by Leon Johnson and Chattagoon against the Windwards at Providence in 2008. And they're looking to the next target of getting to 450. And then we could see the declaration. So it's all going Guyana's way, Joel.
Yeah, you would say it's all going their way. However, still that conversation in regards to the flow of runs this morning for them.
Yeah.
It felt as if, yes, of course, runs on the board in a very comfortable position, time there, but I just felt as if there have been opportunities where both the likes of Tage and Imlach could have maybe pressed a little further.
They would focus maybe on getting hundreds for us because there's lots and lots of time, and the 450 would be their target. They're batting runs, not time. And both would have wanted to score hundreds. Imlach has already achieved that. And Chandra Paul, who is back and across. So the Windward's bowlers on tired legs. Imlach has gone past his 100, so he'll probably play more shots, more inventive 20-20 like shots. And as we saw earlier in his innings, Chandra Paul can hit the ball. He's hit 2 sixes in his innings so far. So once he gets his 3 figures, he will most likely press the accelerator, press the gas. Going at a slow current strike rate, run rate, just on the 3, way on the 3. But you would have expected that. Chandra Paul has not made 100 in a long time. So he's focused on not getting out, being as careful as possible. 8 runs away. And that also can be counterproductive to him if he gets a great delivery, unplayable ball, and he's out for 92 or 94. Batting all this length of time, 220 balls he's faced. Got his 15, 71 balls. At one stage when he was on 37, he was scoring at a strike rate of 100. Oh my dear, that ball was luring him to the shot, and good awareness, just dropped the gloves.
Yeah, might have that scenarios, and I wondered because I saw when he pulled that ball before, drove down the ground. I wondered if maybe a message came saying, okay, well we might, because I know that certainly you've been throwing out the figures in terms of the conversation that you've had about that 450. But you just wondered if it might be a case of with the shot that he played, whether or not the message might, okay, you have until lunch to get that 100, or we might declare at lunch or something like that. But I'm not sure given the shell that he's gone back into.
No, the plan is definitely to try and get 450.
But a scenario whereby he would have started the day on 78 and at this rate might not even have that 100 before lunch. 76 overs bowled, it's 201 for 1.
Plus 13, right? Plus 13, you're 16 minutes down for the morning though. You start off at plus 29.
201, the partnership. To 396 the lead. So if they're to get the 450, they'd have to bat at least maybe half hour, 45 minutes after lunch. Maybe bat an hour, then declare. They've still got lots and lots of time to dismiss the Windwards, especially batting last on what should be a last day track. More deterioration. But to be honest, this pitch is not deteriorated as I expected it to. At this point, still a good batting pitch. The odd ball is kept low. The odd ball is reared from the cracks. But generally, I want to say kudos to the head curator here. 202 for 1. Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss and batted and made 308 in their first innings. And then bowled out the Windwards for 113. Got a lead of 195. And now they started the day on 168 for 1. They've progressed to 202. Slow session in the context of all things factors. Chandra Paul drives out towards the mid-off position. And a tumbling save there. A weary mid-off fielder. Smiles on the faces of all. It's nice to see this fielders can still smile. Chase leader for most of this match, the Windward Islands team. Bowled in good areas in the first innings. Martin seems to have a ploy of bowling deliberately wide to prolong the agony of getting 100 to Chandra Paul and scoring quickly to Imlach to buy time. They've got to, even now, if Guyana declare, it's going to be a difficult task for the Windward Islands to try and draw this game. Guyana wants to get 450 to ensure that they don't lose. Wide again. So the less time the Windwards have to bat, the more their chances of drawing the match. Unless Ambrose makes a double century and Antoinette scores a big 100. And I don't see that happening on a last day track here. Loose shot there. Chasing the ball and looking to cut. Kept a little bit low. But the Guyana captain being a bit frustrated by these statics. Trying to score as quickly as possible. But don't want to chase a ball wide and be caught. Martin bowling just within the line, not to be called a wide. And there is Imlach chasing that one again, hitting it on the bat.
Over.
And he'll keep the strike. Over is completed. 204 for 1. Imlach goes now to 106. And Chandra Paul will be deprived of the strike, at least for the first ball of the next over. He's on 93. Good morning to the Guyana fans in Barbados. If you're listening, Guyana certainly in charge of this match here, just heading up to lunch. And gives the strike back to Chandra Paul. So can Chandra Paul get his 100 before lunch? Imlach in the meantime goes up to 107. 205 for 1. Volcanoes recently toured Barbados and had a very successful tour. I think they won 4 or 5 of their matches during the week. Shakir Williams and Marcus Watkins being the standout players for that tour for Volcanoes. I think yesterday they beat Carlton. That's the Volcanoes first division team. Not much first division cricket. Red ball 2-day matches being played in Guyana presently. None at all since 2018 in Berbice. Springer bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul covers up. Drive square, but there's protection there. A deep cover and just a single. So one more to Chandra Paul. Now 6 runs away from his what would be his 8th first class 100. And they passed the 400 barrier. So 401 the lead now. Looking for the single to get Chandra Paul back on strike. As umpire Reefer looks at his watch. Good afternoon once again to the Director of Sports in Guyana. Doing a great job for the development of sports in Guyana. Building stadiums, the Guyana government under the leadership of Dr. Ali and Sports Minister Charles Ramson. Lots of facilities being built as the the over comes to an end. It's 206 for 1, and that's the end of the over as drinks are brought out for Chandra Paul. Well, he seems contented with not getting 100 before lunch, coming back after lunch and getting that landmark.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back a couple seconds ago to that very interesting run-up of Shamar Springer. Changed things a bit there. And I had a slight laugh afterwards as well.
Even yesterday, while the Windwards were in the field all the time, Shamar Springer was like a live wire, running in, picking up the ball, throwing it away. You think we would see the chess roll?
I'm not too sure after all the hard work, but then again, you never know.
Yeah, he's such a character. A player any team would love to have in it. In terms not only of his quality bowling, but also his attitude. He's always got a positive attitude about him. Ryan John now will come back. Starting his 13th over, none for 40 so far. And Chandra Paul is looking for a big, ambitious looking drive. And luckily for him, it got the edge and went down towards the third man position. Was looking to hit that over the top, over mid-off for 6.
And this is where I had that question with regards to whether or not might have something been said with regards to getting that before lunch, because this is probably, let's say, an over and a half, maybe 2 overs in between when he played the last pull shot. Getting a bit closer, 7 minutes away from lunch now. Certainly had a lot of intent in that shot. Mid-off was up. Had he gotten it properly, probably would have gone over mid-off. It was actually quite tight as well.
Just wanted to target the new bowler first on. Take the initiative away from him. Ball was in the zone though. But he just lost his shape trying to hit it too hard. And in the end, Fortune just singled down to third man for him. Might have been his third 6 if he'd connected it properly. And this is again a wide ball. So the intentions of the Windward's very clear. Don't allow the batter to score freely. The lead 403 runs. Oh, good stop there.
In fact, no. It's a clean catch. And that's going to be the end of Tage and Imlach. It's been a long innings from him. It's been a hard toil for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but they finally have their second wicket.
Oh, that was a good catch. I thought it landed before him. That's what I said was a good stop. It went straight to him. Good low catch. But Imlach's innings, a wonderful innings. 107 from 242 balls. And you can't fault him because he's playing in the interest of the team. Once he gets his 100, he'll step on the gas. That was a wide delivery. And actually the ploy worked. Had him stretching for hit, not in total control. And a good catch taken there at backward point. So Imlach has got to go. And so Anderson comes in with maybe about less than 5 minutes or 7 minutes left before lunch. So Anderson is joining Chandra Paul now. But I was surely wanted to get the score far more than they've gotten by lunch.
That's like some.
Yeah, just
Coming
40
over to you,
runs.
4 balls remaining.
I make it scored. And what would be the 2 hours of cricket that we've had thus far. 4 minutes to go to make it 2 hours. And here's where I go back to the point I was making, just in terms of how things have crept along for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And yes, they're in a commanding position, but at the same time, I don't think that the bowling was such that only 40 runs should have been scored
Let's go, gents.
by them in this period.
I think the landmarks of both battles, especially Chandra Paul, had a big role to play in that low scoring period.
Come, Pippin.
So John with his first wicket. 208 runs partnership. For the second wicket between Chandra Paul and Imlach. Anderson, the new batter, former captain. Again, wide outside the line of the off stump. Anderson would not be lured into following it, like Imlach did. So just the wicket of Imlach going down. Closing stages of the fourth session of the penultimate day here, and that's on the line of the leg stump, much straighter, and Anderson is off the mark, and he will keep the strike. So again denying Chandra Paul an opportunity. I don't think he's made up his mind that he'll get his 100 if he gets it after lunch. So at the end of the overs, 209 for 2.
So this will be the final over before lunch. 41 runs so far scored in the session.
Forced delivery from a new over from Springer. Stroke to mid-off. So still lots and lots of time left in this game. 5 sessions after this left, which means the last 2 sessions here in the entire day tomorrow. Weather conditions continue to be ideal for cricket. Sun shining in all its brilliance, and outside the line of the off stump. Lots of chatter from the Windward Islands players, and that's good to see. Spent a long time in the field. Springer goes for a quick single and gets it too. So Chandra Paul comes back into strike. Needs 5 runs from 2 balls. Joel, do you think he'll try to get 100 or just bat defensively for the 2 balls?
Well, if I just wait maybe 15 seconds, I'll have an answer for you. What I can tell you though is that they've completely spread the field for Chandra Paul at this stage. Slip, cover next, recover everybody else on the boundary.
Yeah.
15 seconds and you've had your answer.
Yeah. Unless he hits a 6 off this last ball, which is very unlikely. So Chandra Paul wouldn't be set up trying to hit a 4 or get an easy single. He'll just block this last ball or leave it alone. So that's the end of the first session on the penultimate day. Guyana 210. They lead the Windward Islands by over 400 runs. And of course, Tage and Imlach, the only batter to go, he went for 107. Anderson is not out on 2. Chandra Paul not out on 95. And until we come back in about 40 minutes or so, this is Sean Devers on behalf of everyone in the commentary team saying goodbye for now.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Cut hard. Another boundary. And 50 for Johan Jeremiah. Just his second list day game, and he's raced to a 39-ball 50. We saw a really impressive 50 from a left-hander in the first game, a young left-hander in Athenaeus who's already broken through to the West Indies side. We've seen another one today.
I've got Johan Jeremiah alongside of me. We're at beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda, getting ready for round number 5 of the West Indies First Class Championships. Johan, let's start on, I guess, this season for you. Second season, correct?
Yeah.
In first class cricket. How would you say it's gone for you so far?
So far it's, going pretty okay. Here and there it has its ups and downs and challenges, but with the game, it comes with challenges and ups and downs.
I'm happy that you mentioned challenges because I think that is the question I want to touch on here now. What would you say have been some of the challenges that you've experienced now that you're playing at the first class level?
So actually in the list A cricket, I opened the batting for CCC. Obviously with the white ball is a bit different to the red ball. Know that the red ball would test your technique a bit more. So that's one of the challenges, that I had to face, ensure that I'm more compact as a batsman coming into the first class season.
No problem. And now, obviously, I mentioned the fact that this is your second season, here at this level. So take me now back to last season. What were some of the lessons that you learned, and what do you enjoy most about your first season?
Well, last year, first season, I didn't play much games. Now that I have the opportunity to play more games, I was able to learn from some of the guys. Being in the camp, I was one of the youngest players, so I was able to, look on from the sidelines, make notes, and see where I had to go and work on and to improve as a cricketer to make it to be successful at this level.
No problem. But all right, so I'm not sure if everybody can hear what's going on in the background, but we can hear a couple of guys singing. Who's the best singer down in that dressing room for you guys?
Best singer, good question. Maybe I'll say Ryan John because he's always singing.
Is he always singing or is he always singing good?
I wish not to comment. But he's always singing.
Repeat dose. Up and over the leg side. One bounce this time. He's going to have to change his line. Naeem Young, 2 straight.
You mentioned the fact that, yeah, you're still young in this, and I want to take you back to even younger days for you.
Yeah.
When did cricket start for you? What got you started in cricket?
Good momentum to carry on and get to execute properly. That's a nice shot. It crashes into the boundary for 4.
So actually I started cricket at age 7. That's something that I always wanted to do. But both of my parents are in education, so my dad is very big on education. So he told me that I had, although you want to play cricket, you also, have to further your studies. So after doing, my CXC subjects, I moved over to Barbados, went to Combermere, then went to UE, so I did A-levels, and I have a bachelor's degree in sports science. So I always had a passion for cricket. As every, Caribbean child who wants to play cricket, to play for the West Indies one day, and that's certainly my goal, to represent West Indies. I was very close at the under-19 level because I was in the West Indies under-19 camp for the 2018 World Cup. But unfortunately, I didn't get into the final team. But my goal still stands, which is to represent the West Indies team at some point in time in my life.
No problem. And for every young cricketer, of course, there are persons who, I guess, act as motivators for them along the way, whether or not it might be a family member, another cricketer, somebody. So who does it have been some of your biggest motivators or motivations along this journey?
Well, my family first. And I had this coach, Mr. Gavel Walker, who been with me since 7 years. He been my personal coach. There are other coaches who also assisted me, but he particularly, been with me through that journey so far, and he's still here today alongside other coaches.
All right, and now finally bring me towards back to the season where we started. What are you hoping to tick off for yourself in this season, whether or not it be runs, whether or not it be some form of improvement? What are you hoping to tick off in this year's first class season?
As a batsman, you always want to do well with the bat. I started off, I had a good list A, Super 50 in October. And, I was able to finish in the first 10 runs with an average of 40, 41 over 41. For first class, I'm just looking to continue that consistency. I want to be more consistent as a batsman. I also look at my batting average, also finish in the first, if I can finish in the first 10 or even the first 5 runs, that would be a goal that I would want to achieve. I just want to play a consistent brand of cricket and even score big runs. I want to see if I can get at least my first class 100. This season. So that's one of the goals that I want to achieve. So I'm always looking for ways to improve and to be a better cricketer and a better batsman. But I want to be more consistent. That's something that's, the one of the top goals for myself. Focus on the task at hand, which is, to do well this season. And we started off well. We had a bad game last game, but sometimes you need those games, to see where you're at so that you can, improve in certain areas. So I am enjoying the bonding of the players so far. I'm enjoying how the hunger of the guys, to do well this season.
You're probably the sun getting a little hotter than when we first started. So as a wrap, but Johan, it's been a pleasure chatting to you, and hopefully, hey, maybe in this game you could tick off that 100. But all the best for the remainder of the season.
Thank you for the opportunity as well.
Stomp gone. Straight across it. And wasn't quite sure where the ball was until it was too late.
Today I've grabbed Pomal Savory. Pomal, how are you doing today?
I'm great, brother.
All right, good. So I don't want to start on the cricket, and this is because of your teammates. No. So I grabbed Kevlon, and I said, Kevlon, what was the latest song that Pomal has sung out on the field? Tell me there was something to do with cartoons. What cartoon song you were out there singing, Pomal?
Basically, I was just listening to Kevlon, but I'm not a cartoon guy, being honest. But for now, I just forgot it.
He said it was like da na na some
yeah. Yeah, basically it was just troubling, like just trying to take away some concentration from Jason, because apparently we thought he was concentrating very well. So just trying to get some jokes in between so you could do some sort of concentration.
No problem. So I can want to, I guess, understand what feeling do you get when you get out there? Because obviously your teammates view you as the very fun, person that injects all of the energy onto the field. What feeling do you get walking out onto a cricket field?
Well, we all know that as a wicketkeeper, you have to keep the guys going. So my job is pretty easy. I'm a guy that with energy. So as long that I go there and I give the guys that energy, they connect with it and we get it on going.
Yeah, so last first class season would have been your first year, at that level. And I was watching back, and the interview that you did just before you would have, been picked and gotten into the squad. You say, no, the hard work now begins for you. What did you learn during your first class season last year?
Well, basically, last year was my fourth year, as you said. the cricket is very intense, different from club cricket. You don't really get that much bad balls at this level. So I think the main thing at this level is patience. As long as you could occupy the crease for a longer period, and with picking up your singles and so on, you get much easier.
Yeah, you were able to do that last season as well because you also got was your first class 100 as well. Take me back to that match versus Trinidad, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What was that? What was that feeling out there like for you?
Well, the feeling was great. And it always stayed close to my heart because it's my first class century. It was a pretty good wicket to bat on, being honest, and I think that I capitalized on that, especially because once it's a good batting wicket and you make good use of it, you will get runs.
Yeah, now take me back to even younger days for you. Let's see. Let's go to 13-year-old Savory.
Yeah, well, playing club cricket at DCC, which my coach Guyana is from. Was just playing normal club cricket back home, and well, I never expect that playing first class cricket. For me, I was just like playing cricket for fun and for the love of the game. But as years goes by, I get picked for the under 17 when I went to Tobago. I did pretty well there, and from there going on to under 19 was even better.
Yeah, so the fact that you said that you didn't think that you would be here at this level, what do you think like your 13-year-old self would tell you now?
Just keep believing in yourself, and anything is possible.
Alrighty, so let's bring it forward now to this year, your second first class season. How do you say that it's gone for you so far? I think 1/2 century in there. How has it gone for you from a personal perspective?
Not the way I wanted to, but having said that, I still have a few games left. Well, this one for this round coming up against Windward. I want to make the best of this opportunity against Windward coming up, so I don't have to play any catch-up cricket in the last 2 rounds. So I think that this game against Windward will be key for me.
Yeah, and then finally, obviously, you're here with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. You know, what is it like just playing cricket with those, those boys?
1, 2, 3, Eagles!
I enjoyed every moment of spending time with the guys. I enjoy it. We're like family, man. We're like family, and even off the field is more fun. Like for example, we had a few days rest, so I just went on the beach, do some jet skiing with Tage and Imlach, and it was great, man.
Actually, I happened to see you guys on the beach.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
No problem, but round number 5 coming up, as you mentioned, you want to do well in that one, so all the best for that, and all the best for you this season.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a wrap.
Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Cut hard. Another boundary. And 50 for Johan Jeremiah. Just his second list day game, and he's raced to a 39-ball 50. We saw a really impressive 50 from a left-hander in the first game, a young left-hander in Athenaeus who's already broken through to the West Indies side. We've seen another one today.
I've got Johan Jeremiah alongside of me. We're at beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda, getting ready for round number 5 of the West Indies First Class Championships. Johan, let's start on, I guess, this season for you. Second season, correct?
Yeah.
In first class cricket. How would you say it's gone for you so far?
So far it's, going pretty okay. Here and there it has its ups and downs and challenges, but with the game, it comes with challenges and ups and downs.
I'm happy that you mentioned challenges because I think that is the question I want to touch on here now. What would you say have been some of the challenges that you've experienced now that you're playing at the first class level?
Yeah, so actually in the list A cricket, I opened the batting for CCC, obviously with the white ball is a bit different to the red ball. Know that the red ball would test your technique a bit more. So that's one of the challenges, that I had to face, ensure that I'm more compact as a batsman coming into the first class season.
No problem. I know, obviously, I mentioned the fact that this is your second season, here at this level. So take me now back to last season. What were some of the lessons that you learned, and what do you enjoy most about your first season?
Well, last year, first season, I didn't play much games. Now that I have the opportunity to play more games, I was able to learn from some of the guys. Being in the camp, I was one of the youngest players, so I was able to, look on from the sidelines, make notes, and see where I had to go and work on, and to improve as a cricketer to make it to be successful at this level.
No problem. But all right, so I'm not sure if everybody can hear what's going on in the background, but we can hear a couple guys singing. Who's the best singer down in that dressing room for you guys?
Best singer, good question. Maybe I'll say Ryan John because he's always singing.
Is he always singing, or is he always singing good?
I wish not to comment. But he's always singing.
Repeat dose. Up and over the leg side. One bounce this time. He's going to have to change his line. Naeem Young, 2 straight.
You mentioned the fact that, yeah, you're still young in this, and I want to take you back to even younger days for you.
Yeah.
When did cricket start for you? What got you started in cricket?
Good momentum to carry on and get to execute properly. That's a nice shot. It crashes into the boundary for 4.
So actually, I started cricket at age 7. That's something that I always wanted to do. But both of my parents are in education, so my dad is very big on education. So he told me that I had, although you want to play cricket, you also, have to further your studies. So after doing, my CXC subjects, I moved over to Barbados, went to Cumbernauld, then went to UE, so I did A-levels, and I have a bachelor's degree in sports science. So I always had a passion for cricket. As every, I guess, Caribbean child who wants to play cricket, to play for the West Indies one day, and that's certainly my goal, to represent West Indies. I was very close at the under-19 level because I was in the West Indies under-19 camp for the 2018 World Cup. But unfortunately, I didn't get into the final team, but my goal still stands, which is to represent the West Indies team at some point in time in my life.
No problem. And for every young cricketer, of course, there are persons who, I guess, act as motivators for them along the way, whether or not it might be a family member, another cricketer, somebody. So who does it have been some of your biggest motivators or motivations along this journey?
Well, my family first. And I had this coach, Mr. Gavel Walker, who been with me since 7 years. He been my personal coach. There are other coaches who also assisted me, but he particularly, been with me through that journey so far, and he's still here today alongside other coaches.
All right, and now finally bring me towards back to the season where we started. What are you hoping to tick off for yourself in this season, whether or not it be runs, whether or not it be some form of improvement? What are you hoping to tick off in this year's first class season?
As a batsman, you always want to do well with the bat. I started off, I had a good list A Super 50 in October, and I was able to finish in the first 10 runs with an average of 41 over 41. For first class, I'm just looking to continue that consistency. I want to be more consistent as a batsman. I also look at my batting average, also finish in the first, if I can finish in the first 10 or even the first 5 runs, that would be a goal that I would want to achieve. I just want to play a consistent brand of cricket and even score big runs. I want to see if I can get at least my first class 100, this season. So that's one of the goals that I want to achieve. So I'm always looking for ways to improve and to be a better cricketer and a better batsman. But I want to be more consistent. That's something that's, one of the top goals for myself. It's on the task at hand, which is, to do well this season. And we started off well. We had a bad game last game, but sometimes you need those games, to see where you're at so that you can, improve in certain areas. So I am enjoying the the bonding of the players so far. I'm enjoying how the hunger of the guys, to do well this season.
No problem. The sun getting a little hotter than when we first started. So that's a wrap. But Johan, it's been a pleasure chatting to you. And, hopefully, hey, maybe in this game you could tick off that 100. But all the best for the remainder of the season.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity as well.
Stomp gone. Straight across it. And wasn't quite sure where the ball was until it was too late.
Today I've grabbed Pomal Savory. Pomal, how are you doing today?
I'm great, brother.
All right, good. So I don't want to start on the cricket, and this is because of your teammates now. So I grabbed Kevlon, and I said, Kevlon, what was the latest song that Pomal has sung out on the field? He tell me there was something to do with cartoons. What cartoon song you were out there singing, Pomal?
Basically, I was just listening to Kevlon, but I'm not a cartoon guy, being honest. But for now, I just forgot it.
He said it was like da na na some
yeah. Yeah, basically it was just troubling. Like just trying to take away some concentration from Jason because apparently we thought he was concentrating very well. So just trying to get some jokes in between so you could do some sort of concentration.
No problem. So I want to, I guess, understand like what feeling do you get when you get out there? Because obviously your teammates view you as the very fun, light person that injects all of the energy onto the field. What feeling do you get walking out onto a cricket field?
Well, we all know that as a wicketkeeper, you have to keep the guys going. So my job is pretty easy. I'm a guy that with energy. So as long that I go there and I give the guys that energy, they connect with it and we get it on going.
Yeah, so last first class season would have been your first year, at that level. And I was watching back, and then if you did just before you would have, been picked and gotten into the squad, you say, no, the hard work now begins for you. What did you learn during your first class season last year?
Well, basically, last year was my fourth year, as you said. The cricket is very intense, different from club cricket. You don't really get that much bad balls at this level. So I think the main thing at this level is patience. As long as you could occupy the crease for a longer period and with picking up your singles and so on, you get much easier.
Yeah, you were able to do that last season well because you also was your first class 100 as well. Take me back to that match versus Trinidad, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What was that feeling out there like for you?
Well, the feeling was great. And it always stay close to my heart because it's my first class century. It was a pretty good wicket to bat on, being honest, and I think that I capitalized on that, especially because once it's a good batting wicket and you make good use of it, you will get runs.
Yeah, now take me back to even younger days for you. Let's see. Let's go to 13-year-old Savory.
Well, playing club cricket at BCC, which my coach Guyana is from. Was just playing normal club cricket back home, and well, I never expect that playing first class cricket. For me, I was just like playing cricket for fun and for the love of the game. But as years goes by, I get picked for the under 17 when I went to Tobago. I did pretty well there, and from there going on to under 19 was even better.
Yeah, so the fact that you said that you didn't think that you would be here at this level, what do you think like your 13-year-old self would tell you now?
Just keep believing in yourself and anything is possible.
Alrighty, so let's bring it forward now to this year, your second first class season. How do you say that it's gone for you so far? I think 1/2 century in there. How was it gone for you from a personal perspective?
Not the way I wanted to, but having said that, I still have a few games left. Well, this one for this round coming up against Windward. I want to make the best of this opportunity against Windward coming up, so I don't have to play any catch-up cricket in the last 2 rounds. So I think that this game against Windward will be key for me.
Yeah, and then finally, obviously, you're here with the Ghana Harpy Eagles. What is it like just playing cricket with those boys?
I enjoyed every moment of spending time with the guys. You know, I enjoyed. We're like family, man. We're like family, and even off the field is more fun. You know, like for example, we had a few days rest, so I just went on the beach, do some jet skiing with Tage and Imlach, and it was great, man.
Actually, I happened to see you guys on the beach.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
No problem, yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, round number 5 coming up, as you mentioned, you want to do well in that one, so all the best for that, and all the best for you this season.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a wrap.
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Cut hard. Another boundary. And 50 for Johan Jeremiah. Just his second list day game, and he's raced to a 39-ball 50. We saw a really impressive 50 from a left-hander in the first game, a young left-hander in Athens who's already broken through to the West Indies side. We've seen another one today.
I've got Johan Jeremiah alongside of me. We're at beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda, getting ready for round number 5 of the West Indies First Class Championships. Johan, let's start on, I guess, this season for you. Second season, correct?
Yeah.
In first class cricket. How would you say it's gone for you so far?
So far it's, going pretty okay. Here and there it has its ups and downs and challenges, but with the game, it comes with challenges and ups and downs.
I'm happy that you mentioned challenges, because I think that is the question I want to touch on here now. What would you say have been some of the challenges that you've experienced now that you're playing at the first class level?
Yeah, so actually in the list A cricket, I opened the batting for CCC. Obviously, with the white ball is a bit different to the red ball. Know that the red ball would test your technique a bit more. So that's one of the challenges, that I had to face. Ensure that I'm more compact as a batsman coming into the first class season.
No problem. I know, obviously, I mentioned the fact that this is your second season, here at this level. So take me now back to last season. What were some of the lessons that you learned, and what do you enjoy most about your first season?
Well, last year, first season, I didn't play much games. Now that I have the opportunity to play more games, I was able to learn from some of the guys. Being in the camp, I was one of the youngest players, so I was able to, look on from the sidelines, make notes, and see where I had to go and, work on, and to improve as a cricketer, to make it, to be successful at this level.
No problem. But all right, so I'm not sure if everybody can hear what's going on in the background, but we can hear a couple of guys singing. Who's the best singer down in that dressing room for you guys?
Best singer? Good question. Maybe I'll say Ryan John, because he's always singing.
Is he always singing, or is he always singing good?
I wish not to comment. But he's always singing.
Repeat dose. Up and over the leg side. One bounce this time. He's going to have to change his line. Naeem Young, 2 straight.
You mentioned the fact that, yeah, you're still young in this, and I want to take you back to even younger days for you.
Yeah.
When did cricket start for you? What got you started in cricket?
Good momentum to carry on and get to execute properly. That's a nice shot. It crashes into the boundary for 4.
So actually I started cricket at age 7. That's something that I always wanted to do. But both of my parents are in education, so my dad is very big on education. So he told me that although you want to play cricket, you also, have to further your studies. So after doing, my CXC subjects, I moved over to Barbados, went to Cambermere, then went to UE, so I did A-levels, and I have a bachelor's degree in sports science. So I always had a passion for cricket. As every, I guess, Caribbean child who wants to play cricket, to play for the West Indies one day, and that's certainly my goal, to represent West Indies. I was very close at the under 19 level because I was in the West Indies under 19 camp for the 2018 World Cup. But unfortunately, I didn't get into the final team. But my goal still stands, which is to represent the West Indies team at some point in time in my life.
No problem. And for every young cricketer, of course, there are persons who, I guess, act as motivators for them along the way, whether or not it might be a family member, another cricketer, somebody. So who does it have been some of your biggest motivators or motivations along this journey?
Well, my family first. And I had this coach, Mr. Gavel Walker, who been with me since 7 years. He been my personal coach. There are other coaches who also assisted me, but he particularly, been with me through that journey so far, and he's still here today alongside other coaches.
All right, and now finally bring me towards back to the season where we started. What are you hoping to tick off for yourself in this season, whether or not it be runs, whether or not it be some form of improvement? What are you hoping to tick off in this year's first class season?
As a batsman, you always want to do well with the bat. I started off, I had a good list A Super 50 in October, and I was able to finish in the first 10 runs with an average of 40, 41 over 41. For first class, I'm just looking to continue that consistency. I want to be more consistent as a batsman, and also look at my batting average. Also finish in the first. If I can finish in the first 10 or even the first 5 runs, that would be a goal that I would want to achieve. I just want to play a consistent brand of cricket and even score big runs. I want to see if I can get at least my first class 100 this season. So that's one of the goals that I want to achieve. So I'm always looking for ways to improve and to be a better cricketer and a better batsman. But I want to be more consistent. That's something
It's time now for the second session of play here on day number 3, round number 5 of these West Indies First Class Championships. Guyana Harpy Eagles versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 210 for 2 is where we stand. Tage and Chandra Paul, he's still there. He's now 95 from 229 deliveries. And Kevlon Anderson,
Let's go, gents.
recently joined him at the crease. He's just there on 2. That lead 405 for the Harpy Eagles. They started this morning with pace and have only bowled pace thus far for the day. Yeah, there's going to be more pace to continue.
Let's play,
It's
gentlemen.
going to be Ryan John to get things started with us after lunch from the media centre end. Things start similar. Things start similar to how they were just before lunch. Certainly won't expect the Volcanoes to do much in terms of hurrying the game up here. First runs after lunch come from a no ball.
So, good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Guyana resuming. 210 for 2. They've got 1 run, as Joel told you, off a no ball. Chandra Paul still on 95. With him is Anderson on 2.
You just wonder if Athene is going to ask his seamers to just put in the additional overs in the sense of not looking to speed the game up until that position where Guyana Harpy Eagles decide that they've had enough with the bat. Because naturally with the spinners getting a few more overs, things turn around a little quicker. Probably puts them in that position that they want to be a little faster.
But looking at that on the other side of the coin, the spinners will bowl more overs, which means the Windwards will have less overs to bat during today.
Interesting here from Anderson. Start it with a massive step outside that off stump. And then there's that Rice smile back towards Ryan John. And no, setting up left-handed.
An interesting fact about Tage and Ryan Chandra Paul, when he was on the 15 playing at the club called GYO, he used to bowl left arm orthodox spin and right arm leg spin, both with both hands.
Well, that brings us to the end of the first over after lunch. Just a no ball in it. It's 211 for 2. We're also at that stage where the new ball is due, but I don't think, by any stretch of the imagination, that The Windward Islands will be taking that new ball.
Good afternoon to everyone. All seam, as you said, Joe. Not sure what the spinners would have done to Alec Athens, as he said, probably just trying to prolong the game here. Doesn't want the game to progress too quickly here on day 3. But you got to feel for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, he definitely does owe his fast bowlers a day at the spa. Maybe 2 at this rate, to be very honest.
I think in their case, it's a very, very good thing that this competition goes on a break after this match. They bowled on every day of this 4-day encounter so far in hot, dry, quite taxing conditions physically. Even young Springer seemed to have a spring in his step earlier this morning when he was brought into the attack. But since lunch here, ball's dying on the way through to wicketkeeper Walcott.
Yeah, it's pretty much at that stage where I think they've resigned to what is just a case of whenever Guyana decides. And that is that issue whereby, one, you're seeing the wide tactics, and understandable too at the end of the day.
Chandra Paul with another leave outside that off stump. He doesn't seem too fussed in terms of how quickly he's going to get to this 100.
Yeah, definitely not. When you look at the numbers, it was overnight on 78 from 160 deliveries, went to 95 from 229 at lunch, which represented 17 runs from 69 deliveries in that period.
And even this morning, the way the pair of Imlach and Chandra Paul came out, only scored, what, 40 runs in 2 hours? 18 in the first hour. Obviously, Imlach brought up his second first-class century. Timely one indeed. But as you're saying, they're just playing on the mental side of the game of Chandra Paul here. He's kind of caught in between, do I play for the team? Do I play for my 100? I think team actually comes before individual goals in this situation. I think he's just probably taking a bit too long to get there, to be fair.
Tell that to a man who's not scored much runs for the first class season.
That is true. At the end of the day, this is a team sport. Obviously, it's made up of individual performances. And whether he's on the plane to England or not, the Guyana Harp Eagles have a game to win.
It's true, and funny enough, that's the interesting thing about team sports, whereby you're picked based on your individual skill set and your numbers at the end of the day. Because it's okay, let's say Guyana were to win the first class championship, and that's fantastic for Guyana. But then when you look at a player who is hoping to be selected, he found himself in scenarios whereby he's put that team ahead of himself, let's say 3-4 times, and fallen short of the mark in which, would have caused him to get selection. Then all of a sudden, should I have put myself first? And that's just a random question I've thrown out there because, at the end of the day, yes, you are looking for the results, and at the same time, you are also looking for what are your individual scores. And the onus is also on you at the end of the day as well to put up the numbers for yourself.
Fine balance, such a fine balance between individual and team. But obviously with time a factor in this match. That single takes him on to 96 now. And it's fair to say that the Windwards would have underperformed the end of that Springer over. The Windwards would have underperformed with the bat in that first innings. But based on that lineup, Athens, Ambris, Kavem Hodge, something tells me that in what are still pretty good batting conditions, The Guyana Harpy Eagles are they're gonna have to work hard for those 10 wickets. Very hard indeed. I think they've got the attack in which to do so. Those 3 spinners so key in conditions such as this on what day 3, day 4 pitch, as we see now these cracks just widening even more. We haven't seen any spinners today to see exactly how the ball would react. It's John again for his 15th. Haven't seen Cyrus, haven't seen Edward. No Ambris, no Hodge.
The spinners have shown up as fielders today.
It's so interesting, you know. Obviously, there are other ways in which you can look to slow the game down. It's fair play. They've done a pretty good job of it, though. The Volcanoes. Now just going wide to Chandra Paul, hanging deliveries outside that off stump. Forcing him to go after something that naturally he would tend to leave. So he's just thinking about it a bit more here.
But one of those spinners comes into play now in Larry Edward. Gets one closer to that landmark, Tage and Chandra Paul.
Also, you would think day 3 pitch. We did say on day 1 we anticipated the spinners coming more into the game as the game progresses. But boy, has Alligator has thrown a spanner in those works. It's been an all-seam attack here on day 3. John back for a second spell. Young Martin as well, Darius Martin. He would have bowled 2 spells. Shamar Springer's bowled unchanged since he came into the attack. John is back on from this media center end. Ball 82.4 overs old. No real venom, no real pace. Easy peasy batting conditions. That one bounced twice on the way through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, pace off, a lot of pace off on that delivery. There's a song that says if walls could talk. Mali, and my thing here is if legs could talk. If the legs of the seamers out there could talk, what would they tell us?
I'm not sure they have enough energy to actually talk based on the amount of work that they've been doing in the last 3 days or so. Once again is John. This one barely carries through. End of that over. Just 1 from it though. So in terms of run scoring, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are doing very well to restrict the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 214 for 2 now the score.
Yeah, coming into frame very soon will be Perez. And he comes wielding 2 bats in his hand.
And a bit of a oh, well, for Kevlin Anderson, probably I don't know if he wants a lighter one or heavy one there. Something that he feels more comfortable swinging freely with. I anticipate Anderson is looking to put bat to ball here with that bat change. But what does Chandra Paul? What's Chandra Paul gonna do? I think that's the question. 409 runs the lead now. It's taking them a bit too long to get there for my liking.
Well, that gets through. Tevin Walcott. Just trickle towards the boundary. Doesn't get there though. Another one, those spinners now. And Sunil Ambrose does the work.
Another one of those fielders. But it's so interesting seeing Chandra Paul just leaving balls outside the off stump here. Maybe the Guyana Harpy Eagles think they've got more than enough time in which to bowl the Windwards out. Based on what we saw in that first innings, who'd bet against them?
Just creeping closer towards it. And it's a mark and a moment that will certainly make him smile, regardless of the time that it's coming, because at the end of the day, certainly when those 3 digits go into that score, but
Yeah, everything else will be forgotten, almost. Got to get there first, though.
yeah, the questions have been asked with regards to, where is Tage and Chandra Paul? Why isn't he, making his mark on the first class championship this year, short of runs? There have been so many questions. I know that has had to add a lot of pressure to him as well. And a knock like this definitely will ease a few of the questions.
Anderson as well, he's been slow in the circumstances, but they've employed that wide line to the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters here. Trying to drag this out for as long as possible. Doing a very good job of it.
The interesting thing about Springer, and I've noticed it now probably, I would say just before lunch, there was one particular delivery for sure where his run-up started at an angle. Saw it again here after lunch, and then just now taking what was a jump towards, I think it would have been the left, based on the direction that we're facing.
Yeah, he's just trying a lot of different things, actually. The previous over had a double pump as well in his delivery stride. Something different. He's trying to throw up some different looks for the Harpy Eagles batters. Jumps wide this time. And you can tell he's a thinking cricketer, is Shamar Springer. He's always looking for any opportunity in which he can have an impact. But so far, just gone wicketless here today. Leading wicket taker so far in this 4-day championship for the Volcanoes. Well, everyone's gone wicketless here today. It was Martin yesterday picking up that wicket off Nandu.
No.
Made to wait just a bit longer. The end of that Springer over. It's 218 for 2.
In fact, Tage and Imlach, he fell to Ryan John. So Ryan John as well joins Darius Martin. Just the 2 wickets to fall in this Harpy Eagles innings. 2 away is Chandra Paul. I'm sure the Chandra Paul family, Shiv, wherever you are as well, good afternoon to you. I'm sure they're taking a keen interest in proceedings here at the CCG. Guyana cricket fans as well. Good afternoon to everyone in Georgetown, Berbice, all around Guyana. Your team responded well to a lot of questions being asked about leadership, about the quality of the players being picked. Are the selections justified? But they bounced back well in their last 2 matches, pushing for a 3rd consecutive win here. Chandra Paul finding some measure of form. Imlach with 100. All of a sudden, the Harpy Eagles right back in it. In terms of contention. What, 3 rounds still to go, 7-round season. Tage and Imlach scoring the 15th 100 of this first class season so far. had 14 in a 5-round competition last season, so they've bettered that at the same stage. Will Chandra Paul be the 16th? Another leave there from Kevlin Anderson. So it's a slightly strange approach, really, to be honest. Times in his innings last week was looking to be ultra aggressive, looking to advance.
Perspective, you are tired and you simply want to go home. And that is said with all due respect in terms of how things have shaped up. Naturally, you know that they have to come out here and bat again and truly put in a better showing for themselves. From a Guyana Harpy Eagles perspective, you're sitting at the top of the mountain at the moment, enjoying the breeze. There's nothing in terms of pressure on them. They're controlling the game, controlling the moment, and you have a batter here who's yet to score 100 so far for the season, now on 99. So, like I say, it just all, I guess, depends on the perspective that you might be looking at it from. That will dictate how you feel the game is, I guess, feeling at this point.
Yep. Just one away now is Chandra Paul. Yeah, you're right. Many different perspectives in which to look at this scenario. If you're just a fan of cricket, neutral fan of cricket, there's not much going on. Pretty boring phase of the game. Just one run away is Chandra Paul from what would be an 8th first-class 100. And he's been the talk of West Indian cricket circles just in terms of his form, especially in the test arena. 100 and 150 so far in the 10 test matches. Big double century against Zimbabwe, but just 560 runs total. That one has to be wide though. Is it umpire Reefer? Yeah, he's just found test cricket a bit of a struggle really since that. What, he would have played 2 series in those 10 test matches versus Australia though. Arguably #1 seam attack in the world. Or just overall attack if you add Lion to the mix. It's a good delivery, just shaped back in there. Bit of movement off the pitch from the Springer. Seems like a long, long time ago, an eternity ago since we last had a boundary. That one's whipped off middle and leg. Bit of whippage from Kevlin Anderson. Loves to play that shot. He's particularly strong in that area.
A couple deliveries left in this over. Just one away now. Tage and Chandra Paul, 99 from 242 deliveries. What a moment it would be for him here in round number 5 this first class season to find himself at that triple figure mark. The field has got him noticeably tighter. Obviously looking to just increase that pressure in terms of maybe him taking a risk for the single. Springer to Chandra Paul. And he sprints away for it. Another 100 at the first class level for Tage and Chandra Paul. It's been a patient one, but it's certainly one that he will enjoy.
Yeah, welcome return to form for Tage Chandra Paul. Started brilliantly yesterday. He's been a bit slow here today, but he gets to that landmark nonetheless. His 800 at this first class level. And as we were saying, welcome return to form for the young man, especially with the Tour of England not too far away.
Yeah, that landmark must lift a bit of weight off of his chest. He's been yearning for that feeling since he rounded number 1. He has it now.
Wonder what the approach will be here. Now he's got it. Another leave from Anderson.
So the end of that over. All tools on the board. It's 2-2-2 for 2.
So just looking ahead slightly, we've got the 3 sessions tomorrow. We're here just after lunch on day 3. About a session and a half or so, session and 3/4 left here today. That makes it 4 and a bit sessions. If they were to pull out now, in which the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have to bowl out the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And based on the batting that we're seeing here, they seem pretty comfortable with that, Joe. No real change of intent.
As I said, sitting at the top of the mountain, enjoying the breeze at the moment, the Harpy Eagles.
Some quite bemusing tactics from Atenez in terms of the bowlers employed, but it hasn't been disastrous. It's actually worked in their favor, if we can say that, in terms of they've just kept a lid on the run scoring here of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They haven't managed to pad that lead too quickly here on day 3. And even now, a batter on 100 of 245 deliveries, just struggling for a bit of fluency. A little different to what we saw yesterday, but every day is a different game. And he's probably just scoring a few more ugly runs here on day 3 as opposed to day 2.
Now, you had a question with regards to what we might see after he got to that landmark, and what you're seeing is just a bit more intent in terms of, one, the positioning of his body, and 2, looking to definitely force a run or 2 more than he was before he got to that landmark of 100. So maybe they might put, guess what, in Caribbean parlance, we say a bit of pep in the step, so to speak, here now.
Well, you'd hope so. But Anderson in particular, 4 of 31, pretty strange innings in the context of things. Still 8 wickets in the hut. Kevin Sinclair, Kemal Savory. You're thinking they'd be looking to really just stamp this Windward Volcanoes team down even more. Not saying they've kept them in the game, but they haven't necessarily asserted their dominance here on day 3. Ryan John into his 34th over in the match now, all coming. He's bowled on every day. Day 1, day 2, day 3.
Over.
That one just dies on the way through. Another leave from Chandra Paul. They look to the dressing room. I anticipate that it will be a declaration. I think it is. So they declare on 2-2-4 for 2. Chandra Paul left not out or unbeaten on 101. Anderson 5 from 32. Earlier, Imlach bringing up his second first-class 100 as well. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles declare and lead by 419 runs, giving the Windward Volcanoes 420 in the fourth innings in which to win this 4-day encounter. We'll take a break now. A break for the Windward's Volcanoes innings. Join us in roughly 10 minutes or so for the resumption of play.
Well, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua, where the Windward Islands are set an improbable 220 to win this game. This is the 5th round of the West Indies Championships, and the other games going around the Caribbean. Barbados already winning against the Trinidadians in Trinidad, and of course they've lots and lots of time here. Actually, there's 2.5 sessions today, and then the entire day tomorrow. So actually over 5 sessions for the Windwards to get 420, or more realistically for the Guyanese to pick up 10 wickets. Good afternoon to you, Mali.
Good afternoon to you, Sean. Good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, a massive, massive improbable 420 for the Windward Islands Volcanoes to get victory here. It's been all Harpy Eagles actually since coming to the CCG. The Harpy Eagles really seem to like the conditions here, or it suits the Harpy Eagles team very well.
Yeah, they've picked up their 3rd win, their 2nd on this ground, their 3rd in the tournament. 2 back-to-back wins here, 33-run victory against the Leeward Island, the Barbadians, and now unless something miraculous happens, a double century by Ambrose or Hodge or Antonez, and even if a double century, they still got to get another batter or two getting big scores. And this is the last day tomorrow, and the spinners and Isaiah Thorne on a pitch that is beginning to keep a little low more and more. It's going to be very, very difficult for the Windward Islands not to avoid a defeat here, which means that Guyana will have back-to-back defeats unless there's thunderstorm and lightning and hurricanes tomorrow. So it's I would love to see from a cricketing perspective a good reply, but I don't really think that they could get the runs. Guyana would still win, but I would hope that the innings, in the 2nd innings, they don't make a score of 113. I believe that they will be batting better in the 2nd innings.
Yeah, it's important that they're mentally up for it, though. The Windward Volcanoes, they've been sunned, as we say here in the Caribbean, for 3 days at the CCG. The morale will be very low. Thorne to begin.
Thorne, the hero of the 1st innings, and this is played just to the right of the forward short leg, and they get off the mark with 2. Nandu is what Vernon would say a short square leg.
Yeah, so far there at short leg. It's Nandu, and it's something we've seen quite a few of the teams employ. That deeper short leg fielder. He comes out now though after just a one delivery. Goes back to the more customary short square leg position in front of square there. The sun hat, quite a few sun hats through this Guyana Harpy Eagles team.
Thorne looking for his 5th wicket in this match, and that's tucked into the onside. In the 1st innings, we saw Thorne start down the leg side for a couple of balls, and then he got his rhythm, his range, everything right.
Yeah, he did.
Bowled with fiery pace.
It took him a little while to really hone in on his areas. As he said, he's just got that tendency to push the balls down the leg side to the right-handers. Sometimes that comes into his favor when he's bowling to the lefties.
And he was telling me this morning that this ground is, the pitch is higher than every part of the ground. And it squares off, and there's no part of this ground that you go downhill. You run uphill from the northern end, and you run uphill from the southern end.
Well, it's slightly more, a little bit, as you said, because of how the pitch is actually laid. It's a slight run downhill to begin with from the CIU road, but then back up.
Yeah.
When he gets into his delivery stride.
So, full of youthful exuberance and confidence. When I was hearing you talk about him and Joel not wanting to give up the bowling, it was a combination of him and his captain. Torn, knowing him, he would bowl 40 overs if he falls down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have to protect these
Yes.
players from themselves.
Yes, because he would never say, especially if he's bowling well, getting wickets, I don't want to bowl, I'm tired.
Exactly, and he seems to be the ultra competitive.
Yes.
And wants to do well for his team. So just something for the Harpy Eagles to keep an eye on. He was called into this squad after the West Indies Under-19 World Cup.
He actually was made to miss a round because
yes.
of rest.
Oh, that's a good delivery, though.
Yeah, pitched and left. Made a bit of height.
Pace again from the young man. That hard new ball, you probably do expect it to just bounce a little more consistently.
And in fairness to those who spoke about the pitch, the Windward's bowlers not getting the pace, none of the Windward's bowlers have his pace.
That's for sure. And they were worn down over 3 days as well.
Yeah.
So as each delivery just seemed to get slower and slower each over. Good pace again from the young man. Good.
So first over completed, 3 without loss.
Yeah, the Windward's bowlers, not necessarily, or the fast bowlers, not necessarily the hit the deck type in comparison to Isaiah Thorne. Shamar Springer does look to hit the deck, but he's not quite as express pace.
Even Shamar Springer, he's a character and he's an energized body. But yesterday, even today, for the first session, he was sprinting around when everybody else looked tired. And after lunch, he fell into the
same
tiredness
trap.
of everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, you think back to when he was brought on for that first spell. He was actually charging in, trying to create something, trying to lift his team.
So the left-handed Solozono would understand exactly what umpire Bassarat is saying, because he's speaking in the accent of the Trinidadians. Umpire Bassarat from Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, his dad might be here. He's the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the first vice president of the West Indies Board. Good afternoon to Anil Bihari, part of the GCB contingent. They have a meeting, West Indies CWI meeting, starting I think tomorrow and Sunday. So Smith will start from the commentary box then. And he's caught and bowled. Oh dear, that was as easy as you can like. Milius just pushing that back towards Smith, who gleefully stuck up the hands and held a good return catch. So 3 without loss now turns 3 for 1.
Yeah, and Melius, with his second failure of this match, went via the LBW route in the first innings. This time, just a bit too early through that shot. Maybe not quite a drivable ball. The ball was already on the way up. Hit quite high on that bat. So he goes first delivery. Just exactly what the Harpy Eagles would have wanted. Devastation for Melius and the Volcanoes. Setback already just in the second over, Sean.
Yes, and he must be kicking himself because he doesn't bowl and he spent almost the entire match on the field, and he's got to go back in the second over.
Yeah,
So his match is finished.
It's finished for him, and we just saw that dismissal again. Just playing at a ball that wasn't quite there to drive.
And what that indicates also is that the pitch is getting more unpredictable to pace.
Yeah, just bouncing slightly there from a length.
And that one held up a little bit.
Yeah, you would expect that though, especially with Niall Smith, new ball in hand. Really just got to get acclimatized again to
Coming over, 5
conditions.
balls remaining.
Kimani Melius, just a bit too soft for my liking. It was a sharp return catch to Niall Smith. So he picks up his first of the innings. He'll be hoping for a few more, that's for sure. Niall Smith.
Had one in the first innings. Moti had 2.
And the chief destroyer was Thorn with his 4 wickets.
And Muhammad Ali.
3, yes.
Ali Muhammad chipped in with 3. Oh, that's a good delivery. Kept the gain low.
Saw some fantastic deliveries yesterday, actually. It was making the rounds on social media, Sean. That delivery from Ali Mohammed to Alec Athanez from around the wicket. Derval Green to Mikhail Louis in that encounter between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands.
So Hodge, one of the centurions in this team, comes out. Can he make a big score? Antonez and Ambrose to come. Both batters with runs under their belt. That's a full toss. And they got big on him. And Smith is not a slow bowler either.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's relatively quick.
Yeah,
well,
he
not
is.
relatively, he's quick.
He's quite quick. He
Yeah.
hits the deck quite hard. I'd
Yeah.
say he's more of he bowls a really heavy ball.
Yeah.
Does Niall Smith.
And he bowls with his sleeves buttoned down to the wrist.
Loves that long sleeve.
Yeah.
He's got a very long run up as well. Modern. That's
Yeah.
not something you see too many fast bowlers today.
Started just outside where the 30-yard circle will be in the one-day game. And that's outside the line of the off stump again. This one came back, but not close enough to challenge the stumps.
I think the new ball is absolutely key here for the Harpy Eagles. They've already taken one.
And then there's spin, spin, and more spin.
More spin. They'd love to rip out this top order here with this hard new cherry.
Guyana's got a very good attack, especially when Shamar Joseph returns, Shepherd. And they still got the spinners, quality fast bowlers and competent spinners.
So
That one kept low again.
I'll just ask you a question quickly, Sean. Put on your selection hat. If Shamar Joseph comes back in, say he was available next week, who sits, in your opinion?
Well, it's got to be Ali Mohammed. Unfortunately, he got 3 wickets in this match, but still, he will got to go.
Right. Not necessarily out the squad,
No,
but he
no.
probably wouldn't just be in the playing 11 if the best players are available.
Well,
for
he
the-
got to go out of the squad because he could only pick 13.
Oh, wow. Harsh.
Or maybe Perez, but I would keep Perez because of his feeling and he's a batter and he scores quickly. So 2 overs gone, 3 for 1. Almost said 3 without loss.
Yeah, we forgot that wicket of Melius almost.
Like I forgot that Nandu was out because he was out 2 weeks ago.
Seems like such a long time indeed.
So Turn and Smith sharing the new ball for Guyana. Turn just out of the Under-19 World Cup. Young man, just 19 years old. But if you look at Turn from the back, you would think he's about 21.
He's such a big guy,
Yeah,
isn't he, for his
big
age?
guy.
And he's always been quite big for his age. Seemed like a man amongst boys.
Yeah.
Played, 2 World Cups, Under-19 World Cups?
But if you get to know him, then you will know he's a child.
Yeah, he's 19.
Yeah. 3 slips and the gully going down. Turn in, and that's outside the line of the off stump again. and there's no run. So Guyana losing 3 days in their first match. And that was against Trinidad and Tobago, who ended up on 214 for 4, I think. Jason Mohammed got enough time to make 100. If he'd batted like Chandra Paul, the next day he would have been stuck on 90 something.
For sure.
Yeah, but he got his 100 on the first day. And every game that Guyana's played except the game which they won against the West Indies Academy, batters made hundreds. And in fact, against the Leewards, Milius made 2.
Yes. Salazano, left-handed Trinidadian. Just a 2, well, not just, but he's had 2 half centuries in this his 5th match so far.
When I saw him as on the 17 level, I said this guy is a very good batter. He plays nice drives, he looks flamboyant. But I've never seen him make runs. Although his record says he made runs, but I've never seen him make runs.
Personally.
Yeah, and he knows that. When he saw me, he said, "You're here?"
Oh, so are you a bad omen for him then, probably?
Yeah, but he's a wonderful young batsman, a good young player too, a good character, good individual.
Very unfortunate what would have happened.
Yeah, first test match against Sri Lanka, injury.
Concussion as well.
Yeah.
Hit in the head while fielding at short leg.
Yeah, and he was not even batting.
Wasn't even batting. Who knows whether he'll get another opportunity. Such is life,
gotta make some runs.
Mm.
Outside the line of the off stump, no shot. Both batsmen yet to score. 3 for 1.
Yeah, best of 86 this season for Jeremy Salazano versus Barbados.
When you're looking to get back in, you've got to score hundreds.
Yeah, he looked like he was cruising to 100 as well.
And the problem with many of our batters these days, they don't convert 50s into hundreds. They give away their wickets when well set, and they look good. Maybe the only bad shot they play is when they get out.
Well, you remember we were saying on day 1, coming into this round, 1,400 scored after, well, coming into this 5th round.
Yeah, but none scored apart from this match.
Yeah, but 1,600s overall now.
Yeah.
After 5 rounds. Bettering last year's 14 after 5 matches. That competition last season was 5 rounds of matches.
And I'm very impressed with the scores that the teams are making and the competitiveness of it, especially the 4th round.
Yeah, especially
every game went into the final day.
Second innings chases as well. It's just a slight improvement showing by most of the West Indian batters around the region based on the stats.
Yeah. So another over has been completed, 3 finished, and the total 3 for 1. Of course, Chandra Paul, not among the runs in recent time, failed in the Test series, not a good first class last year. Back to form with 100, that will do his confidence the world of good. And Imlach scoring 107. So 2 batters. We were talking yesterday about 3 batsmen for Guyana
scoring hundreds.
And Imlach and Chandra Paul both scored hundreds, which is quite good.
Yep. Did the bulk of the batting mainly. Came together when the score was still 0.
I had a record partnership for the 2nd wicket, 205. The record was held by Leon Johnson and Sinarain Chattogoon.
Chattogoon, remember him? Both left-handers.
Yeah. That was way back in 2008. So you see how long Leon Johnson is playing for Guyana.
He is.
Only retired last year.
Someone with his experience,
Yeah.
his trophy cabinet, especially in the 4-day competition. You can't afford to let such a mind
Yeah,
be
well,
wasted here in
he's
the
committed
Caribbean.
himself to being around Guyana's cricket, helping out. He even play for second division or fourth division when he gets the time for GCC.
And that's good. I know he's the manager of the Amazon Warriors,
Yeah,
CPL franchise.
Yeah, they won their first title
Mm.
last year. This is the third and final year for now that Guyana's getting the finals and
Semis,
semi-finals. We got it for the previous 2 years. Guyana government, the president, Dr. Irfan Ali, primarily responsible for that. Of course, he had to get approval from the other ministers and the government and so on. But he's a big cricket fan.
Like most people are in
Yes,
Guyana.
and he was one who actually got Shamar Joseph into the CPL team.
I remem-
Not picked him,
Yeah,
but advocated for him.
I remember there were a few issues. I know Kevin Sinclair maybe had a few off-field issues,
Yeah.
and a replacement was needed. And boy, did Shamar spring a burst onto the scene, not only with his performances with the ball, he was electric in the field.
Yeah. And he can also bat, you know.
He could bat. He's got good ability with the bat as well. We saw that on that tour of Australia. Got hit on the toe,
Yeah.
but still came out putting
417 runs to get. That's merely just of academic interest. That one came back a long way. But more importantly, when it passed the wicket.
bit of bounce as well
Yeah.
from Smith, sorry. Have a look at this one again. Slightly open bat face there.
You
from
could say
Hodge.
young Smith.
Oh, I came back a long way,
Almost
didn't
cut
it?
him in half.
Good leave in the end. Left that on height. Did Hodge. Slightly testing time for him now. Yet to get off the mark. Only got one in that first innings.
He's a quality batter, though.
He is. You could see him just, even in that test series against Australia, just working out what was required.
But when you look at the Windward's team on paper, they've got a good, strong batting lineup. Hodge, Antones, Ambrose.
And it's just the last couple games or so. This one in particular, they've really underperformed with the bat at 113. To be bowled out for 113 in these conditions here.
Yeah, got going with 3 consecutive wins. Last year, they just missed out on the title, which
Just.
Guyana won.
Still yet to win a 4-day championship.
Yeah, they won as part of the Combined Islands in 1981 series when your father captained the team.
Lockhart Sebastian as well would have been a member of that squad. Good afternoon to you. Lockhart down there in Dominica.
31, 3 for 1.
You're giving them runs here.
Yeah, I could
Sean.
afford to give them 50 runs. It's going to be really tough work for the tiring legs to go and bat.
Also, they've got to think they can do the same to the Harvey Eagles that was done to them. They've just got to bat here, still look to score.
Yeah, got to be positive-minded. And that's hard to do when you're losing and you're down on the field for so long in the heat. It's more mental thing. And that's why professional sportsmen got to be mentally strong.
Yeah, that's what we were saying at the beginning of this innings. They've got to be mentally switched on here after being demoralized almost for 3 days. Easier said than done.
Yeah, when you look up and you see a big, strong 19-year-old rushing into you, bowling at close to 100 miles per hour.
With that red, hard new ball still.
I remember your dad saying that someone bowled a bumper at him. And the guy ran into his face and said, "It's wrong, it's red." And he hit him for 6. And he said, "Since you know how it
You know what it looks like.
What it looks like, you go and find it.
That's for sure. One of those anecdotes that have made the rounds.
Your dad
in
was
cricket
such a
circles.
dominant batter.
He was.
That's why I rate him slightly ahead of Brian Lara. He was fearless. And he put fear into the bowling side just when he walked out with that swagger, his chewing gum, his maroon West Indies hat.
It was a different time as well then, in
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah.
West Indies. I think sometimes I was thinking about this morning actually, being a West Indian cricket fan. I think a lot of us, especially that would have been privy to what would have happened or privy to our dominance.
Yeah, in the glory days. I
glory
began
days.
watching cricket as a 10-year-old. That was 1980. And until I reached 25, I've never seen West Indies lose a match. Lovely shot, pushed into the offside. More a push than a drive. And they come back for 2.
I think what happens is that as West Indian cricket fans, we harken back to the good old days. It's almost like we're suffering from post-West Indies dominance, traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, and why I think we idolize our young players who've not really consistently performed, example Shamar Joseph, is because we so badly need a hero, someone to be a leader, someone to do well. And his performance was more noted because it was 27 years since West Indies had not won a test match in Australia.
That's for sure.
But having said that, taking nothing away from me, he's a sensational fast bowler.
Yeah, definitely. But would still have a long way to go, still a
Yes.
lot to prove yet in his career. Shamar Joseph, but what a start it was.
Yeah. I hope the pressure is not too much on him, because everybody wants him.
Yeah, it's that pressure of expectation.
And
now.
the same people who compliment him on those chat lines and so, once he begins to do not what he's expected to do, and he's expected to get 7 wickets in every match, and once he bowls well and gets 3, they will think it's a failure.
Exactly. Has he set the bar too high?
Yeah.
Or have they set the bar too high
They
for
have
him
set the
already?
bar too high.
It'll be interesting to see how he develops. It'll be fascinating watching, though, that's for sure. He's must-see TV whenever he's on the park.
I'd heard your father saying that he should be in the Guyana, in the World Cup 2020. I slightly agree with that because of his knowledge which he'll get playing in the IPL. And if he does well in the IPL, certainly. So another over has been bowled. 5 completed, 6 for 1.
But even going into that series and doing, just surveying especially the Australian news media, they really seem to be worried about Shamar Joseph. Before that test series, he was scouted heavily. I was watching that West Indies and the Cricket Australia 11 warm-up match as well. And even the commentators were speaking very complimentarily about him. He got a few wickets as well in that match, hustled a few of the batters, and they earmarked him as probably the danger man. And what was surprising to see that even though, it was 2 tests, only 2 tests, but as the series progressed, it seemed like he seemed to have more of a wood over the Australian players. Think to Travis Head, that dismissal to Travis Head, a player in maybe the most form, the best form of any test player at the time.
And getting a wicket with your first ball.
First ball.
Smith.
Yeah, Steve Smith.
And that hasn't been done since the 1938. Only one other bowler has done that. Clipped away. Would it have the legs to take it to the boundary? Maybe it does. Yes, it does. It's gone for 4. So the first boundary.
The fielder there looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Was it Perez? We've seen him on the boundary effect quite a few saves. Whether diving, he chases all the way as well. Very committed.
And there is the physio running helter-skelter. She's as fit as some of the players, or even fitter than some of the players. So it looks very serious. Let's hope it's not. Physio is there.
He stayed down though.
Yeah.
Did Raymond Perez.
No, it's not Perez.
Is it
Perez
not?
is walking there now.
Oh, he's
Holding a hat. Yeah, let's look and see.
It's Nandu.
Yeah, he took the ball with him over and
It's quite ungainly actually.
yeah, he
Quite an
probably
awkward
injured his
landing.
shoulder
yeah.
on the rope.
Possibly. I hope it's not a dislocation. We've seen that happen quite a few times actually in the game. Ollie Pope, he suffered with a few issues with his shoulder. Diving, popping out.
There's a guy called Ryan Ramdas from Guyana. He played one test in Sri Lanka. They were the A team and the West Indies senior team. That was the first time two teams had been in the same country at the same time. And there was some dispute with the players' strike. Ganga was the A team captain, and they got Ryan Ramdas. Chandra Paul eventually captained the West Indies full team, and they got Ryan Ramdas to play. And he dived in his first test and dislocated his shoulder. And it's a problem even now.
Yeah, I think this is just a bit serious here.
Yeah, because the
medical professionals now going over. The emergency ambulance is gearing up as well. We see that stretcher being readied. Unfortunate for the young man there. It's quite an awkward landing.
yeah, maybe on the ropes, and damaged his. Hopefully, just damaged his hand.
Yeah, at first when I saw it, I thought maybe he had an issue with his knee because his knee actually stuck into the turf as well. He's got those pads on for protection at short leg.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit! Away it goes! That is a ridiculous... And look at this! Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit! Away it goes! That is a ridiculous... And look at this! Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit! Away it goes! That is a ridiculous... And look at this!
Stomp gone. Straight across it. And wasn't quite sure where the ball was until it was too late.
Today I've grabbed Pomal Savory. Pomal, how are you doing today?
I'm great, brother.
All right, good. So I don't want to start on the cricket, and this is because of your teammates now. So I grabbed Kevlon, and I said, Kevlon, what was the latest song that Pomal has sung out on the field? And he tell me there was something to do with cartoons. What cartoon song you were out there singing, Pomal?
Basically, I was just listening to Kevlon, but I'm not a cartoon guy, being honest. But for now, I just forgot it.
He said it was like da na na some
Nah,
some.
nah, 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 nah,
Yeah.
yeah, basically, it was just troubling. Like just trying to take away some concentration from Jason because apparently we thought he was concentrating very well. So just trying to get some jokes in between so you could do some sort of concentration.
No problem. So I can want to, I guess, understand like what feeling do you get when you get out there? Because obviously like, your teammates view you as the very fun, light person that injects all of the energy onto the field. What feeling do you get walking out onto a cricket field?
Well, we all know that as a wicketkeeper, you have to keep the guys going. So my job is pretty easy. I'm a guy that with energy. So as long that I go there and I give the guys that energy, they connect with it and we get it on going.
Yeah, so last season, last first class season would have been your first year, at that level. And I was watching back and then a bit of a break in play because of what is a very unfortunate incident with Matthew Nadu. Wait to hear some word on that, but at the moment he's getting some treatment for it, and we're back to the action here. 11 for 1. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. Hopefully, no permanent damage done to the young man there. Definitely wouldn't want to see his season curtailed because of it.
And I'm hoping that it's more precautionary. They maybe take him to the hospital for an x-ray or so, depending what's the issue. Not sure if it's his knee or his shoulder. The umpires are waiting for him to be removed from the field.
He's actually off the field. I think the concern might just be a case of how close they are to the boundary. But it looks as if we might just get that resumption going.
Yeah, so after a long break, Smith will bowl his second ball, which has been technically a very long over.
Play, gentlemen.
So back to the action here. 2 slips and a gully and waiting.
Hodge back and works it away for a single.
Even in these early stages, you can see somewhat of a difference in terms of the approach at the moment from the Volcanoes, just in terms of how they set up for the task at hand with the bat. Not even consideration for what is that target for them to get. What I think they really need to be ticking off is just a better batting performance. They had a instance in that game versus Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, where their first innings faltered, had a better performance in the second innings. They'll be hoping to have that plus, of course, here in this one.
Well, most times you won't see a quality batting team with quality batters fail twice in one match. So Guyana would know that they would have a fight to dismiss them, not to win the match. I think it's going to be a win for Guyana. There's enough time to bowl out the Windwards, but they're going to fight a lot more.
Have you seen a crystal ball yet, Sean?
Yes, it's right in front of me there.
No problem at all. I hope that's the same
But
song.
I hope it's working properly.
You'll be singing come tomorrow.
Yeah, by tomorrow 4:30 this match will be finished. So Smith continues going over the wicket, maybe trying to slant the ball across the left-hander. And well played this time by Solozano. Solozano from the carnival country of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is very nice to have the franchise because it allows players who cannot make their national team to still play at the first class level, especially teams like the West Indies, Cricket Academy and CCC. I'm very impressed with the young 17-year-old leg spinner from CCC.
Zishan Matara.
Yeah. Is he the youngest player in this tournament?
I actually have no idea on that one in terms of the ability to confirm or deny if he's the youngest. He certainly is amongst the youngest.
Yeah, just 17. Well, of course, Roger Harper started his first-class career as a 17-year-old. And those days he had 2 more years at the under-19 level, because you could have played under-19 cricket when you were 19. Now it's 18, under-19. Good delivery, back of a length, and well played by Salazano. 6 overs completed, 21, 12 for 1. Regional under 15 tournament set to start on the 26th in Antigua. Guyanese here in Antigua can look forward to the Guyana's opening match. That's going to be at Liberta. Lots and lots of cricket here in the West Indies. Turn.
No!
West Indies under 19 set to start. Jamaica on track of doing the double, winning the 50 over and the 2020. But Barbados without Haley Matthews and the other, who's the other one? Haley Matthews and who's the other? Turn. And that's slapped away, and that's gone for 4. So 60 now for 1 as Hodge gets a boundary. Oh, Dottin. That's the name I was trying to remember. Haley Matthews and Dottin. Without Haley Matthews and Dottin, Barbados is not as strong as they would be. And Jamaica still got their quality players. They won the 50 over, and now they're in line to do the double. Full toss, and that's hit away. So consecutive boundaries, and this is a good positive start from Kavim Hodge.
Yeah, just full. And a gift for Kavim Hodge. He's not going to miss out on that too often.
So 20 for 1. Kavim Hodge has quickly gone into double figures. Guyana's got to be careful of not slacking up, thinking that this is a formality, because they could be in the field for a long time.
No run.
Well played, back and across. Full face of the bat. Out to Chandra Paul, who would be relieved, the young man, after struggling with the bat. Got a 3-figure score today. And that maybe influenced how he batted when he got closer to his 100 in this morning session. Wanted to take as least risk as possible, be extra cautious, don't out.
No run.
Nice solid drive. So the third Guyanese to score hundreds. Sinclair still has the highest score of the tournament, highest individual score, 165, not out. Another full toss, and almost a beamer, and put away down towards the fine leg position. So that's the end of the over. It's 21 for 1. I remember Colin Stewart in South Africa, I think it was, bowling 2 high full tosses and being taken out of the attack. Good afternoon to you, Colin, and your lovely wife in Guyana. Niall Smith, the son of the present Guyana manager. He was Guyana's most successful under-19 coach, along with manager Pat Legall himself, a former national fast bowler. Won the title from 1992 to 1997. Gotten a lot older now, and his son Smith has gotten a lot bigger. Bowling with 2 slips and a gully, a square cover, a extra cover and a mid-off. On the offside, bowls the ball on the leg stump. Just 3 men on the leg side, the mid-on, the mid-wicket, and turn on the long leg boundary. Still in hot conditions here in Antigua. The Windwards might want to utilize one of the 365 beaches and go further into the sea. Played with a very straight bat into the onside. So a quiet period here, despite the boundary. Not like in the first innings when there was a flurry of wickets going down and turn on a rampage.
Yeah, it's taking a different complexion here. It's really just because it looks as if there's a level of application that just looks different to what there was in that first innings. In the back of their mind as well, they know that they've been made to toil in the field as well, and that could be another motivating factor here in terms of standing up and batting. There's also the factor, as that one's driven back down the ground, work to be done, and Moti does it quite well, and they come back for 3. But there's also that factor of those who've already written them off in terms of a foregone conclusion in this one as well, and maybe looking to prove that they're capable of getting themselves down towards what is close of play come tomorrow with still bat in hand. So all these different factors here.
And another no ball there bowled by Smith. We saw him get a wicket against Barbados. Well, not get a wicket. The catch was taken and the umpire's outstretched hand was seen. No ball. He's had a no ball problem. I wonder if it's because he's now coming back from a hamstring injury. He just gingerly runs up and then goes over the line. Good delivery outside the line of the off stumps of Salazano. But he bowled several no balls against Barbados and in the first innings. Not a no ball in this innings. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Angling the ball in towards him. He's got the one that leaves the left-hander also. The off-cutter to the right-hander. So he moves the ball both ways laterally. Bowling in tandem with Isaiah Thorne. Had the first wicket. Had Milius Cotton bowled. He only made 3. Scored all the runs when he was dismissed. It was then 3 for 1. Since then these two have come together. They've taken the score now to 25 for 1. This is a good delivery. He's bowled him. Came back, kept a bit low, and hit about halfway up on the stumps. So, as I was saying, this is a good partnership being built. Smith breaks it.
Yeah, just on the back foot, and just gets the toe end of the bat from Solizano. You see the disgust at the other end from Hodge. Yeah, he knew he wanted his partner to be out there with him. They've got the second wicket, the Harpy Eagles. It's now 25 for 2.
Maybe that one was, he was expecting it to bounce a lot higher. And that's why he maybe climbed and had to go down quickly. And the ball crashed into his stumps. Good delivery though. So, Hodge at the non-striker's end.
I think it was more so fortune than a good delivery, to be very honest, on that particular occasion from Nell Smith. Helped by the fact that, yeah, balls are starting to keep low on this surface. Up on his toes, Solizano. Probably maybe reaching a little further away, but once again, because of the fact of that lack of bounce, took that bottom edge and cannoning into the stumps.
So we'll see the introduction of spin from the airport road end. Pomal, Guyana's leading first class wicket taker. I think he's got 624 first class wickets, including the ones he's taken at test level. Been a good servant for Guyana's cricket over the years. The only player in the Guyana team who is over the age of 34 years old. Left arm spinner from Albion in Berbice. First delivery. And that's outside the line of the off stump. Big square cut from Hodge. Too close and kept low. Anderson had slipped. Will be interested. And he's gone. Caught at the mid-wicket position, as easy as you like. Ball on the line of the leg stump, trying to whip it away and hit it straight to, who's that? Chandra Paul at the mid-wicket position, short mid-wicket. So all of a sudden, from 25 for 1, the Windward Islands now 25 for 3.
Yeah, Tage and Imlach, in fact, the one taking the catch on that occasion. A very easy catch as well. And there you see the disappointment of Kevin Hodge getting set and giving it away. He looked good for some time. And, well, that has certainly been the story of how things have unfolded for the Windward Islands Volcanoes across this match. Further problems for them, further trouble. It's 25 for 3. Just onto that back foot. I'm not even sure if he was really looking for that type of elevation on that one, Kevin Hodge. But Imlach did not have to move to the right or left, and he accepted that one gleefully. So things have gone the way of the Guyana Harpy Eagles across the 3.5 days of cricket that we've had thus far in round number 5.
So first wicket for Pomal. fact, the only spinner to get a wicket for Guyana in the first innings was Moti, who had 2. And he was introduced with 8 wickets down. Picked up the last 2. The Pacers and Seamer took all of the other wickets. Torren had 4, Ali Muhammad 3, and Smith 1. Smith has now gotten 2 in the second innings. And in his first over, I think his second ball, Pomal has removed the potentially dangerous Kavim Hodge for 21, just when he was beginning to look good. 25 for 3. Outside the off stump, and no shot played by Ambrice. So Antunes and Ambrice, 2 of the better batsmen in the Windward's team together, both yet to score. And they would need to build a substantial partnership. They've got the talent, the quality to do that. So Ambrice off the mark, and the total going up to 26 for the loss of 3 wickets. If this partnership is broken, then we can have an early day tomorrow.
I'll save my comment on that one.
Yeah, but my what I call it? My glass to see the future is getting closer. My crystal ball. That's the word. But putting all jokes aside, it's going to be a difficult task for the Windwards with 3 wickets gone and so much time left. So a successful over completed by Pomal, 26 for 3, the Windward Islands.
It's going to be Ambrice to face Nell Smith. Everything they've done across this game has turned to goal for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And that one has turned to pain for Sunil Ambrice, crashing into those golden jewels, it looked like.
Yeah, just the second time in this match. Oh, got him in the ghoulies, as they'll say, Joe. He's down for the count at this point in time. Sunil Ambrice just tends to get a bit square, makes himself a bigger target. But it's been a disastrous start to this second innings from the Windward's Volcanoes' perspective. To lose those 3 wickets in the manner in which they did as well. Almost looking to save a game. That Melius dismissal way too soft in the circumstance. Hodge as well, player with international experience. A nothing delivery almost. Picking out that mid-wicket fielder. And Solozano, not much he could do about that, but once again, you know, you got to give yourself the best chance. That head bobbing up and down, reacting to that ball, just keeping a little low. It's been a dominant Harpy Eagles performance so far. 394 still to get.
Yeah, it certainly has been a dominant performance, and once again, yeah, everything they've touched has turned to gold for them in this particular round in that round versus Barbados as well. Things went well for them. They've been putting together better performances, the Harpy Eagles, especially on the batting side of things, which pose questions for them rounds before these. In slight contrast now, the questions in terms of the batting now go towards the Windward Islands Volcanoes, whereby they failed in the first innings versus Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force had an improved performance, but still not as good as they would have liked in that second innings versus Trinidad and Tobago. Have looked to bounce back, but have not really bounced far from where they were when they played in Trinidad. A first innings that they would like to forget, and now a second innings that's not going well for them. So a lot of questions to be asked over the next 2 weeks for them, and that's not me pronouncing a benediction on their second innings just yet. That's just me saying that over the 2 weeks that we have of a break, you know, certainly must go back to the think tank and kind of figure, okay, where have we gone wrong? Where have we put our foot wrong across the last 2 rounds? Okay, how do we find ourselves still in the conversation for that title come round 7?
Yeah, especially with the amount of stroke makers in that top 6. Players who love to feel bat on ball. Oh, just caught in the crease again there was Ambrose. Good delivery, fantastic length this from Niall Smith. Not quite full, not short, as Jeff Boycott would say in that corridor. Just to illustrate everything turning to goal for the Harpy Eagles. We didn't see a spinner bowl when the Windward's Volcanoes were bowling.
First ball of spin for the day produces a wicket.
Imagine. Just imagine. Oh, good delivery again. Squared up was Ambrose. A bit of outward movement this time from Niall Smith, having a little word or two with the right-hander. And in terms of saving this game, that wicket of Kavem Hodge, absolutely crucial. It's probably that one player with that ability to bat for long periods.
Oh, he's
close.
Pad.
And he's gone. Niall Smith is running through this Windward's Volcanoes top order here. Alec Athens has to go. He thinks that's kept a little low. But once again, from around the wicket, we saw it in the first innings. Just seeming to have a few struggles from this angle. Angled in, round the wicket, a bit of a shuffle across. That's nailing middle and leg stump, Joe.
Well, the gold is still flowing for the Harpy Eagles. 27 for 4 now, the Volcanoes. Couldn't get the bat down in time on that one, could Alec Athens. And his head is down and his side are down as well.
And what's available here to these, what we're seeing that's available here for these Guyana Harpy Eagles fast bowlers, just shows you. I think it was Sean that was saying, especially with the team looking for a win, energy and a bit of pep in their step, looking to hit the deck harder. We're seeing this pitch react a lot differently to what we saw when the Volcano, especially in that second innings. Walcott now strides to the crease within 10 overs here. 4 down for 27. The Windward's Volcanoes played quite nicely for his 41 in that first innings. Tevin Walcott shared that 64-run partnership for the 9th wicket with Darryl Cyrus. Added some level of respectability to that first innings total of 113. But it's Smith once again, something that we saw, especially in that second innings last week, in that encounter with the Barbados Pride. With new ball in hand, and on a pitch that's just offering a bit of inconsistent bounce, Miles Smith is the man for these conditions. 3 for 11, 1 delivery remaining. In his 5th over. I think more of the same from a Harpy Eagles perspective. Just outside that off stump. Just there again, beating that bat. Bit of pace. See that one again. Was beating him through that inside edge there. Walcott a bit late on that one, just beating for pace.
Yeah, that scorecard tells us of 2 completely different stories across the 3 days that we've played here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Guyana Harpy Eagles painted a picture of sunshine and good going, and that was followed up by what was a picture that didn't have too much colour for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana Harpy Eagles came out again and painted 200s on the board, occupied the crease, were patient, did what was required of them. Now we're seeing something completely contrasting here now in what is the second innings of the Volcanoes.
And just to illustrate the disastrous nature of this Windward's Volcanoes batting performance in this match, they scored 140 runs across 2 innings so far, lost 14 wickets in doing so. And you asked me a question in that first innings when Sunil Ambrose was batting in terms of his intent and how he would go about it. We saw what eventually happened. Maybe a bit more pressure in this situation on the young man. How does a Sunil Ambrose go about it here? Does he just play his natural game? I think he should, but he also has got to be cautious. Not overly cautious per se. Just got to play his natural game. Too many soft dismissals already for the Windward Islands Volcanoes throughout this match, to be fair. As you said, 14 wickets for 141 runs. That's definitely not acceptable at this level. I want to cut away just to update you on proceedings at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine, West Indies Academy and combined campuses and colleges. In their second innings, 2-3-5 for 5, West Indies Academy. Teddy Bishop bringing up his maiden first-class 100. 103 not out. Josh James, 53 of 61 deliveries. The Academy lead by some 324 runs with 5 wickets remaining in that encounter. Congratulations to the young man Teddy Bishop on that landmark. what, the 17th hundred of this first class season so far, regional 4-day championship.
Just a slight update on Matthew Nandu. He's off to the hospital to get his shoulder checked out. So hopefully there's going to be some good news coming out of that. And hopefully no real damage done to the young man. But he's off to the hospital to have his shoulder looked at. Work being done on the boundary by the young Isaiah Thorne, full of energy and well rested at that as well. Another no ball though from Niall Smith.
Yeah, you want to see if everyone, putting their bodies on the line, but big Isaiah Thorne just got to be cognizant of the fact that he himself can't afford to get injured in a situation such as this. Some 392 runs still to get. But you love the commitment that you see from the young man. It was the same with the ball as well.
Protection out on the boundary, so just one for Ambrose.
Still looking to play his shots, is Ambrose. You expect that from a player of his experience.
Yeah, definitely anything back of a length. He certainly will be waiting on.
Definitely got to be looking to bring him forward, though. More often than not, and most times I see him dismissed to deliveries just slightly full of length. Doesn't transfer that weight onto the front foot as confidently at times. Tends to favor his eye and his hands. He's got fantastic hands, Sunil Ambrose. Good hand-eye coordination.
Just about 4 minutes until we get to tea here on day number 3.
Sunil Ambrose is actually number 3 on the run scorers chart this season. 353 runs at 58.83. With the 102 half centuries. So he's been a player in form. Kevin Sinclair, the new leader of this West Indies 4-day championship run scoring charts.
The position that he bats at, or what his main role is, in the fact that he is topping the batting charts at the moment. Does it make you question your batters in this tournament?
Improving with the bat. We even saw that in that test series, scoring a half century out in Australia. And even at times last season, we did mention this, there were occasions in which a Kevin Sinclair was coming in at number 8, number 9. In the one-day game in Regional Super 50, 9 and 10 at times. Caused me to pause. But what we've seen from him, and not just this season, last season, as they scamper through for a quick single. He was in the top 10 run charts last season in that 5-round championship. And he's just gone from strength to strength, occupying that number 1 position now after 5 rounds. What did you make of it, Joe, in terms of Kevin Sinclair and his development?
No, it's been fantastic to watch him, been fantastic to see. It's also been fantastic the type of shots that he's been scoring the runs with, a lot of them going straight back down the ground, and it speaks to not it being a slugfest for him.
Yeah, that manner in which he's been scoring has been so impressive.
Yeah, I'm always interested in how runs are scored more so than it runs that are scored, and hence why when I was asked the question with regards to the centuries that were made thus far in the tournament, I said, well, I can't really offer much of an opinion because I've not watched every one of them, you know. but still happy to see that guys are putting runs on the board. The end of the over, it's 34 for 4.
Also, he's shown a level of consistency, which tells you that his mode of operation is it's working for him, and it's more repeatable innings by innings. We do tend to have some guys who score a big score now, and then for the next 5-6 innings, nothing, and then another big score. He's contributing pretty much in every occasion. He's a three-dimensional player as well. Definitely can improve in the spin bowling aspect. He's already improved a whole lot, but especially against international batters in international conditions, I think that's an area in which he can improve in his game. Last week he wasn't a viable option on a day 4 for his captain. So definitely not the finished article is Kevin Sinclair. He's trending in the right direction.
No, he certainly is, but I'll just take you 2 steps back towards that question a little early in terms of if it makes you question maybe a few batters or praise Sinclair. And the reason I asked it is because of the fact that certainly there have to be 1 or 2 questions with regards to greater consistency amongst a few more batters. Because if you're watching somebody who's coming middle lower order consistently put up those numbers, you're asking your top order batters, what is the difference here between what he's been able to do and why you have not been able to do it?
Especially the returning players from that Australia series. Kevin Sinclair seems to have grown from that experience. Yeah, go on.
You know, for me, I always look at things as a benchmark, so it tells me it can be done.
Definitely.
And if it can be done, then my then second question becomes, why hasn't it been done? And obviously, you know, certain things play into the fore. Yes, playing on different surfaces here, there, and everywhere. You know, all these different things.
Mental side of the game.
But still, there's a benchmark for it
being set. Fair enough. It's the Guyanese batting all-rounder leading the way so far. That's going to be Tito. And that T, the Windward's Volcanoes, 35 for 4. It's been all Harpy Eagles. Chief Destroyer, Niall Smith, 3 for 15 from his 6. And Versami Pomal, the other wicket taker. We'll take a break now for the tea interval. Join us in roughly 20-25 minutes for the resumption in play.
Well, welcome back to the final session of day 3 in this game, Guyana versus the Windward Islands at the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. The Leewards are set 182 to win, and they've got 12 for 2 in the match there in Kingston, Jamaica, and in Trinidad and Tobago. West Indies Academy, who made 300 in their first innings, and then the CCC made 231. They're 260 for 5 here in Antigua. Windward Islands set an improbable 420 to win. They are 35 for 4 with Sunil Ambris. He is on 6 and Walcott on 4, and this is the major partnership. If Guyana can get a breakthrough early on, this game could be well done and dusted. So let's see. Starting after tea is Niall Smith, and he will move in still bright sunshine. First delivery is wide of the mark, and Ambris leaves it alone. Ambris, good quality batsman, but we've seen poor shot selections, a good bowling from the Guyanese, reducing the Windward Islands in their second innings to 35 for 4 after they were bowled out for 113, and that's despite the 64-run partnership between Walcott and Cyrus Smith outside the line of the off stump. Good carry to the keeper, and again Ambrose doesn't play a shot. So Ambris starting this wrong as one of the leading batsmen, in fact second in the aggregate, 344. The 30-year-old, he will need to score a big score. This is an opportune time for him to dig in on a pitch with unpredictable bunks. Smith, and that's hit on the pad. And he bowled him, clean bowled. Ambrose goes, and that may be the last straw for the Windward Islands, but we never know. Ambrose going back to a foolish delivery. It came back, yes, and it left him. It didn't come back, it left him. It straightened up, plucked out the off stump, and he's gone for 6. So Windward Islands in more trouble. They're 35 for 5. So Springer comes out to join Walcott. So Smith on a roll. He's picked up 4 wickets now, following turns 4 for in the first innings. This time it's Smith. So 35 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Get back this fellas.
Springer,
Get us in there.
tall
3, yeah.
right-hander, former West Indies youth player, popular for doing the shoulder moves.
Outside off here. Outside off.
Comes to join
Off.
Walcott, the wicket keeper,
That's middle. Middle.
who batted so well in their first innings, 41.
3 balls remaining.
Well, it wasn't enough for the Windwards, whose stop order again has catapulted. Good afternoon to Vishal Nagamutu in the US, Lyndon Fraser, who's in Guyana, and to Luke Latif and his wife Saucy, listening to the broadcast on YouTube from Trinidad and Tobago. So 3 slips and a gully, a squarish cover, extra cover mid-off, That's the offside field. On the onside, there is just the two men. Torn on the long leg boundary, and Moti, who is at the short mid-on, more of a catching position. Springer yet to score. Leeward's holding on the ropes, and this is a ball that's coming back into Springer. Springer using his reach, just pushing out, and it goes out towards point, and there is no run. So Niall Smith in his 7th over is taking 4 for 15 so far. So it's pace and more pace in the first innings. The fast bowlers got 8 of the wickets to fall. Moti, the left arm spinner, had 2. Torn had 4. Smith 1. Ali Mohammed, bowling medium pace, had 3. In the second innings, it's all about Smith. Comes in and bowls a good Yorker, and that's hit hard into the ground. And Smith, a spectator's catch, blocking it out of the air to his own bowling. That's the end of a productive over from Niall Smith. 4 for 15 so far, and the latest score here at the Coolidge ground, 35 for 1. The Windward set 420 to win.
Show them what we just do. One bomb. Somebody.
Guys, what telling Walcott this weekend enough to stick around.
So at tea, the Windwards were struggling on 35 for 4. Ambrose was still there, and with him there was hope.
I like it, attorney.
But he was bowled just after the break by Smith for 6, and Warrakan and Walcott was on 1, but he's still there. Tevin Walcott, he's on 1. His tea time score, Springer has come to join him. Short from Pomal. So Pomal has added a wicket already to his tally. Had Pomal bowled to Hodge, and he went for 21, caught at mid-wicket. That was 25 for 3, and wickets have tumbled in a heap.
Sorry. Keep going.
So 5 wickets going down, 1 to Pomal and 4 to Niall Smith. Pushing forward into the offside. Well, Niall Smith's dad, who is the manager of this team, Albert Clements Smith, he's gone to the hospital with Nandu, who's got a problem to his shoulder. Not sure yet what is the problem.
Keep going, boys. Hey!
But he's left with the manager. Went into the ambulance and taken to the hospital. Hope it's not a serious problem. So that's the end of another over from Pomal. He's had 1 for 3 now in 4 overs, and the Windwards tumble in like dominoes. 35 for 5, 15 overs gone. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, across the length and breadth of the 3,000 square miles of Guyana, want to say good afternoon to you. Land of many waters. They've got the Kaichor Fall. They've got Mount Roraima. When you go on the Mount Roraima, you can see 3 countries, Brazil, Venezuela, and of course Guyana. From the top of Mount Roraima, that's in the Pacaraimás mountain range. And of course, They've got 365 islands in the Essequibo River. Antigua's got 365 beaches. It's reported that when the World Cup comes here, ICC T20 World Cup, which begins on June 1 and goes up to June 29 with the final at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. When the World Cup comes here to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, there'll be the 366 beach at it. It's going to be a beach prepared inside the stadium. So Smith motors in from the commentary box end, and another Yorker length delivery, nicely dug out though by Springer. Good afternoon to you in Antigua. Good afternoon to Valerie and Becky, who have been very helpful. And of course, all those people looking and listening on the CWI live stream, YouTube, wherever you are around the world, good morning, good night, good afternoon to you. Here in bright sunshine, Smith pushes Springer back, and again there is no run. So how long this game lasts would be depending on this pair, the last of the recognized batters. Although in the first innings, Cyrus put up a good fight, made 21 and shared in a 64-run stand with Walcott. But they still ended up making 113. This is played into the offside, and there is no run. So pressure being put on the Windward's batsmen. Disappointing performance, paltry 113 in the first innings, and one would have expected that in the second innings they did much better. Quality batting lineup, although. In fact, Ambris, Hodge, Antones, all quality names, but they've all failed in this match. Looking for the second, aborts the idea, is Springer, sent back by Walcott as the ball goes into the onside. So they just settled for one. So Springer now is 2, Walcott is 1, 37 for 5.
Middle. So you are little. Middle and off there. 1.
Good afternoon to you in St. Lucia, country with the Petons and the live volcano in Safir. Here is a bumper, and maybe exploring the possibility to hook, and then pulled out of the shot Walcott, and in the end the over is concluded. 16 overs gone, still 382 to win. That's immaterial now, how long these batters survive and how deep the game goes will be of the most importance. So 38 for 5, and this team was leading the points table. Well, they're still technically leading coming into this round, despite their loss in Trinidad to the home team. Ambrose was second in the aggregate, but all that has changed now.
Keep going, Pomal. Keep going,
Sinclair
boys.
has gone past Mikel Louis, who is the number 1, but Mikel Louis is still there for the Leewards. They need 882 to win. When we last checked in Jamaica, they were 12 for 2.
Come on, boys. Keep it in the
Kyron
boys.
Powell and Carty, the 2 batters gone. Short and slapped away out towards cover by Springer.
Keep going, Sammy. Springs on the front foot here, Sammy. Them legs tired. Keep going, boys. Oh, yes, Guyana.
Before this round began, the Windwards led with 67.4 points.
Watch your length, though, eh?
Leewards just 3.2 points behind them. In second place, Jamaica.
Oh, yeah, Guyana. Yes.
On third, Barbados, who's already won their game
Keep going, boys. Keep going,
in 3
boys.
days. Won it in the first session. They were 4th, Trinidad and Tobago 5th, Guyana 6th, West Indies Cricket Academy 7th,
Oh, yeah.
and CCC at the bottom of the ladder.
Going, Guyana.
But these results here in this round will certainly push teams up and pull teams down. Here is Pomal.
Oh, Guyana.
One of 4 players in the Guyana team
Still watch your length.
with
Still watch your length.
international experience. Good to see Chandra Paul getting 100. Imlach also made 100. And this one is played into the onside, a direct hit. And if it was a situation where there was a replay, I'm sure umpire Bassarat would have gone to the third eye. But there's no such facility in this tournament. And umpire Bassarat had to depend on his own eyesight and said not out. So another over comes to an end at the end of it. 38 for 5, needing an improbable 420 to win the Windward Islands in their second innings. Good afternoon to Sebastian Lockhart Sebastian in Dominica, and all my friends in Dominica. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Junior Murray and everybody in the Grenada, the Spice Isle. This is turned in the onside by a Walcott. Smith just pitches up on the leg stump. Saw the Dwayne Gill here. Spoke to him yesterday. He was at the ground chatting with the Windward's team. He is here for the CWI 2-day meeting they've got tomorrow and Sunday. Also, good afternoon to Anil Bihari, one of the GCB representatives coming here. Smith bowled short, and right away the umpire Bassarat signaling 1 bouncer per over. IPL has now instituted 2 bouncers per over. Back in the days of West Indies cricket glory, you could bowl how many bouncers you wanted. Milo's cotton bowl by Smith for 3. It was 3 for 1. And then Solizano leg before to Smith for a duck. 25 for 2. And then 25 for 3. Hodge was caught at mid-wicket off Pomal for 21. Antonez leg before to Smith for a duck. And then Ambris off the tee, bowled by Smith for 6. So 35 for 5. No partnerships being built. Wickets falling rapidly in succession. And that has been the same story in the first innings. Brief hold up by Walcott and Cyrus. And let's see what will happen here. Loose bit of work in the field there from Guyana. Backward point went right through him, and what should have been a dot ball goes to the boundary for 4. So Sinclair looks on as the man. We'll try to find out who it was that missed that ball. Looks like Ali Mohammed. So poor work there. Now he's been pushed right back on the square cover boundary. Smith conceding a boundary due to no fault of his. Good delivery. Looking for a single, getting it too. Chandra Paul rushes in but can't pick up the ball and return it. And so a single takes the score now to 44 for 5. 44 for 5, the Windwards. So rotation in the strike. The taller Springer gives the strike back now to the slightly shorter Walcott. Many wicket keepers are very short. Dave Williams, David Murray, Sheikh Mohammed quickly come to mind. Vishal Nagamutu falls in that bracket too. A ball that hits maybe a crack, and prodigious movement away from the right-hander, and he was swishing at it. And over calls the umpire. So 45 now with that bye, and that ball pitched and maybe hit a crack, and there was Savory diving in front of 4 slip. So it's going to be a difficult wicket to bat on, especially with half your team gone. It's really going to be a miraculous task for the Windward Islands even to save this match now. 35 for 4 at tea. With Ambris there was some hope, and Walcott. But Ambris was dismissed, bowled
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
by Smith, who has picked up 4 wickets so far. Pomal has got the other. Guyana in full control here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Oh, yes, Gonna.
Flipper hurried on to Walcott as he pushed forward.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
So good afternoon to everyone in St. Vincent. And that's a swipe, and it's gone high into the air. He's going to be out, caught, almost giving his wicket away. A wild swipe down the ground, and it went miles into the air and taken at mid-on. So he's gone. Walcott is gone for 1, and the total goes now to 45 for 6. And the match could come to a conclusion today.
Take the back off for you.
So Windward Volcanoes 45 for 6.
Next tire, boy.
Require
Sure.
375 runs.
Boy.
That's immaterial at this time.
Sure. And next tire.
Guyana Harpy Eagles sent in blood, looking to complete their second consecutive win after beating Barbados right here at this venue last week in the fourth round. Fourth round was probably the most competitive round. All the matches went to the fourth day. There were some thrilling finishes. Barbados and Guyana had a thrilling finish. Loud appeal. Not out, says umpire Reefer. Smith produced a beauty to dismiss Holder. And then it was all over for the Bajans. 33 runs short of a win.
Watch your gloves, son.
Jakes scored a first inning century in that game. No centuries were scored in this round in the other matches. 2 were scored here by the Guyanese pair of Imlach and Chandra Paul.
Yes,
And of course, in the first innings, no one scored 100 because the Windwards barely reached 100, 113. And one would have expected an improved performance in the second innings with the quality of the batting lineup that the Windwards possesses. Good afternoon to Devon Smith. He must be very, very disappointed. The only man to score 2 centuries in one game twice. This is a lovely shot down the track. Nice use of his feet and hammered it past the bowler and down to the boundary for 4. So fighting fire with fire. Smith looks on as Springer uses his feet to Pomal and hits a boundary to bring up the 50. No, it's still 49 for 8. 50 has not yet come up. So 49 for 6. Yes, 49 for 6. Usually in the old days when Guyana were playing at the old ARG, I was on Factory Road, you would see thousands of fans, mostly Guyanese, coming to support their team. Gone are those days. Still lots of Guyanese here, but many of them has gone back to Guyana. Many of them has gone to North America. Turn, the destroyer in the first innings, has replaced Niall Smith. So more fire replaces fire. 4 overs, none for 15. Isaiah Turn, bowling now from the commentary box end. The 371 runs required, just of academic interest. And this is a back of a length delivery. And played in front of him by Springer. Springer reminds me of Stephen Jacobs. Has the same height, same hairstyle, dreadlocks, same build. Stephen Jacobs, in fact, started as a batting all-rounder who could bowl a little bit of off-spin, and towards the back end of his career became a bowler who batted at number 9. Good afternoon to you, Stephen. Now a businessman in Guyana, still a member of the Volcanoes Sports Club. Talking about Maltino Sports Club, congratulations to Maltinos. Had a successful tour. I think they're leaving tomorrow, leaving Barbados, where they won, I think, 5 matches. Marcus Watkins and Shaquille Williams being the dominant players in that side. Jeremiah Scott also chipped in with a good score in one of the games here at the in Antigua. Short and flayed at it. Missed the outside edge. Taken by Savory. So 49 for 6. Guyana made 308. Sinclair, now I think the leading run scorer in the tournament, 74. Anderson, who was bowled with a long hop from Cyrus, went to pull and it kept low and hit the middle of the leg stump. He made 48 after looking very, very good. Moti made 46 down the order, and Cyrus picking up 5 for 67, his second 5-wicket haul, the Grenadian leg spinner. In the second innings, Guyana 224 for 2 declared. Chandra Paul unbeaten on 100. First time in a long time he's managed 3 figures. That would be a weight off of his shoulders as he gets ready for the England tour. One would hope from a West Indian point of view that he continues to bat the way he batted in the first part of his century, then slow down, maybe because it was a long time since he'd not scored a century and he didn't want to take any risk at all. Ultra defensive batting, low risk approach. Guyana eventually declaring at 224 for 2.
Over.
So the end of the 20th over, it's 50 for the loss of 6. So Ryan John on 4.
No, never yet.
Watches as Shamar Springer on 9. Drives out into the offside. Ali Mohammed
Keep going, boys.
does the fielding.
Oh yes, hard hands. Keep going.
Pomal, there lots of chatter and encouragement from behind the stumps, especially from Savory, from Anderson at 4 slip. Guyana on top. 50 for the loss of 6 wickets. Defending champions Guyana coming up against tournament leaders. Well, they wouldn't be tournament leaders for long, because with a loss here,
Boys. Work,
if
fellas,
the
work, boys.
Leewards
Keep
are
going.
to make those 182 runs, Leewards will go to the top.
Good
Ball
work, good work,
pushed
good
just
Kish.
past
Good work, good Kish.
the left of Pomal, but Godakesh Moti from mid-off does the fielding.
Keep going, boys. Keep going. Oi! Just close. Keep going. Full stump, eh?
Get them, let's see.
Never to hit the crack and come back in there. Keep going.
Get them, let's you show them what we just do. Come see.
Oh, yeah, Guyana.
Good delivery there from Pomal, named Gunner. And the over is completed. Still 50 for 1, a maiden over there bowled by the former West Indies left arm spinner. So 50 for 6. 21 overs completed. The run rate just 2.4 knot. And the required total 420 when they started. One overs expected them to fight. They didn't expect them to win or even draw the match. One would expect they disappointed in the lack of fight by the Windward's batting.
No ball.
That's a nice shot. Hit hard into the ground. No ball, says the umpire. So, like Smith, Thorne has bowled a no ball. A lot of no balls being bowled in this game. Smith had a few in the last game. In fact, he got a wicket. Well, he didn't get a wicket. He got someone was caught off a no ball from Smith. Somebody in the Barbados side. I can't remember who that batter was. Short lifting delivery. Thorne bowling with less pace than he did in the first innings, but still quick. Hurrying Ryan John. Shadows of the floodlights coming onto the ground. Short ball and pulled away with disdain and contempt down to the boundary for 4. So Isaiah Thorne deciding to go short, and Ryan John saying thank you very much, and hitting the ball to mid-wicket. In the end it went through the covers, but that's only the covers that protect the pitch, not the cover position on the field. So 4 to John, he's gone to 8. This should do his confidence the world of good. 55 now for 6. Can the Windward's team better their first innings total? Walcott, who top scored, is gone. Played a reckless shot. And another shot down to the boundary for 4 more. This time it's even better. Pulled in front of square down towards the deep mid-wicket position. So consecutive boundaries off of Thorne. That was a medium pace delivery. Banged in short. And Thorne, like Anderson, has played a lot of cricket on this ground. And he should understand more than most how to bowl on these pitches. Bowled very well in the first innings. Pace and fire. But the pitch now has settled down. The odd ball keeping low. The odd ball going into cracks. But by and large, it's still a good pitch to bat on, as was shown by Imlach and Chandra Paul, who both got hundreds today. So reinforcement in the field. There's a mid-on, a forward square short, a long leg, and where is he going? Where is he gonna stop? Taking his time to walk. Everybody's waiting on him. Seems to be going off the field. The way he's moving, gone to a deep backward square. A deep forward square, more of mid-wicket position deep. That's Moti. And that's turned into the onside, brings Moti into play. And he comes across and sends his left-handed return back towards the keeper, Savory. So it looks like if a low-order partnership is beginning to build and gonna again frustrate the Guyanese. In the first innings, 64 runs were made between Walcott, who made 41, and Cyrus, who made 20. That was a frustrating partnership. Not a short ball, he's gone, caught behind. No, he's not. Missed the bat.
Over.
Let's look at that replay.
Yeah, spring down. Ball got flick.
Torn. No, that missed. Close one though. Too close to cut. And loud appeal, confident appeal. And in the end, umpire Basarat said no. So, Springer is still there. With him is Ryan John. Springer 13. In fact, John is 13. Springer is 9. So good partnership being built here. Can they show fight? Can they show intestinal fortitude? It's not often that you see a team that's leading in the tournament after 4 runs being skittled out for such a low score without fight.
Oh yes, Guyana!
Lots of chatter and encouragement coming through from
Watch
the
your legs,
Stumps mic.
son. Keep going.
Guyanese, the Guyana team in control. And that's a loose shot, but played well in the end. It went for 4, but certainly just threw the bat at it. Just
Keep going.
swinging his bat and connecting off the middle of the bat and going for 4. So Springer counters attack as Pomal fights that ball just a little bit. 64 for the loss of 6 wickets. John 17.
There you go, back over, Becky.
John playing it again into the onside. So John has gone to 17. Springer is on 9.
Keep
And
going, keep
Pomal
going, Ghana.
in his
Keep going,
8th
Ghana.
over has
your length?
2 for 11. So 4 wickets for the spinners so far. Murphy's taking 2. And Pomal now has 2. But Smith has been the highlight of today's bowling performance from Guyana, taking 4 wickets so far. 6 wickets going down, the other 2, as I said, going to Pomal, as we say good afternoon to Joel. Another boundary there.
Yeah, just used the crease on that occasion. It was getting deep to give himself the room required. Wasn't all that wide from Pomal, but just an adjustment onto the back foot from Ryan John allowed him the room he needed.
In the end, a nice delicate late cut. I used to see Hooper playing those when I heard that Lawrence Rowe played it 5 times better. So 68 for 6. This is a disappointing batting performance though by the Windwards. 23 overs gone, 68 now for 6. Well, disappointing when you look at the side on paper, the quality of batters, and in both innings, the top order being blown away. This time by Smith, the first innings by Thorne.
Yeah, the thing about it is that there was a blueprint for how they could have gone about batting on this surface, the type of shots that they could have played and what was required in terms of just application at the creasing. Just failing to do that across 2 innings thus far and find themselves once again in a spot of bother in the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
So the man with the golden arm, Ali Mohammed, replacing Turn, who looked a little bit jaded, maybe tired. Youthful exuberance caused him not to want to hand the ball over to the captain in the first innings. Bowled 10 overs on the trot, bowled the entire first session. And said that it was a plan between himself and the captain that allowed him to bowl so long. But no, in turn, he wouldn't want to give up the ball when he's doing well. Youthful exuberance, but you've got to handle him properly. Balance workload with wickets. Ali Mohammed. Can the Windwards survive the rest of the day? We'll just have to wait and see. Nice batsman-like shot down the ground. Good stop there at mid-off by Pomal. And then tosses the return back towards the batter's end. In the meantime, the batters scrambled through for 1. That was a good stop though from Pomal. Good effort. There's just a huge score there defending. Threw himself at the ball, dived.
Still seeing those types of efforts for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, even though they are miles ahead of the game at this stage. Good work on the elder statesman and Pomal there, showing the young ones how it's done.
Yeah, a wealth of experience, Pomal. Guyana on the Leon Johnson's captaincy won 6 titles in 8 years. They're the defending champions. Pomal, the only person in this side who would have played in most of those championship teams in the last 6 years. The last 6 titles Guyana won. Leon Johnson, the most successful captain. Barbados winning the 2 before Guyana won the last one to be defending champions. So Ali Mohammed, despite his lack of real fiery pace, is a fiery customer. Thinks he's quicker than he actually is. That maybe helps. Pair of pink skins on both of his arms. Number 51 in his back. Has a long stare at Springer. Has a few choice words. There's a guy I remember playing with in Guyana who was medium pace but very hostile. Warren Figueroa. Good afternoon to you, Warren. Now in New York. He's turned a pastor. You remember battles with himself and Lambert when GCC played GDF, Clayton Lambert, the former Guyana and West Indies opener. This is a big shot again. Seemed to be getting into his head though, Ali Mohammed.
Drinks.
So the over is completed. Drinks are called. Latest score here, 69 for the loss of 6.
Just checking to make sure that's still 11 on the field. Umpire Reefer. Pomal to continue after drinks.
Oh, yes.
Just 4 wickets now needed for the Harpy Eagles to take victory here.
Boys.
Would be 3 on a stretch for them here in this tournament. A victory, certainly, that will take them off of that 6th position that they'll be sitting at for a little while now. Won the last game versus Barbados Pride, still though in terms of points, sat on 6. But certainly this performance should take them a little higher up that table, a little closer to where they want to be. That number 1 spot, the defending champions.
Oh yes, Donny!
And just a different destroyer in this second innings here for the Harpy Eagles, Niall Smith, with his 4 for 24. Ripping the heart out of this Volcanoes batting lineup. But Springer should look quite good for his 10 from 33, and Ryan John has been in positive mode, looking to find the boundaries. 69 for 6 though makes for miserable reading if you're a Volcanoes fan. Once again underperforming with the bat in this match. Still 350 runs to win. Wow, a long way to go.
Oh yes!
Still a lot of play left here on day 3. Some 34 overs remaining coming into this over. And I do wonder, Joe, this match scheduled to finish on Saturday. This one trickles into the boundary, so another 4 to Ryan John. He's looked quite good in his short innings so far. I was just going to say, Joe, end of that over. Just this match scheduled for to end on Saturday. There's been a lot of talking points around the Caribbean in terms of when these games actually start. They start on a Wednesday, end on a Saturday. And we don't tend to see many spectators. Just wondering if the authorities could possibly look to start these games maybe a day later on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You have 2 days of the weekend. Maybe look to have a few more fans in. You create more of an atmosphere around the games. It makes for a better streaming product as well. Not sure what you think.
What if I told you think nothing? I'm joking. It certainly has been a talking point across several seasons, especially last season. I would have heard it a lot more in terms of the scheduling, etc. And my response is always simply that I certainly am not aware of all the pieces of the puzzle, so to speak, that go into the structuring, the operations, the traveling the teams around, the cost factors, all these different things. And I remember making one point simply in terms of, who knows, in terms of the cost of travel, whether or not the ending day, because usually teams travel the day after, whether or not that might present the best travel option in terms of the availability of bookings, in terms of might be a quieter day for travel, might be better pricing for travel. Something as simple as that I just added to the conversation. Granted, I have no idea about it, but even things like that might affect in terms of the scheduling of the matches and the reason why we're seeing them starting what will be on the Wednesday. So it's definitely something that I guess someone from the operation side of things might have to sit down and kind of explain in terms of the rationale, because it's not the first time that we've seen it happen in terms of it. It's definitely not the first time we heard the question in terms of we would love to get more fans, you know, able to come in on a weekend, see the games. What an absolute peach of a delivery. It's beaten everything.
Just angled in from Ali Mohammed. Tends to go wide of the crease. Yeah, he's wide on the crease there. Angled in, held its line. Not sure what he was appealing for, but it was an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Maybe ball balls like that, Mali, you must keep a little bit of noise.
Excitement.
For them. But yeah, certainly I think it probably just might or should get to a stage whereby someone who has the information might just relay it so that person understand why it's being done, because once again, I reiterate that it's not the first time that it's being done, so there must be a reason behind it.
I think streaming has a lot to do with it, to be fair. It's almost seen as a form of spectatorship.
And in fact, it is. We've definitely seen the numbers grow across the stream, and more people might actually prefer, probably now, to actually just stay at home, do what they're doing, stay at work, you know, watch and see what's going on.
But there were quite a few people around Antigua who I've spoken to in the last week, or well, 2 weeks or so, and didn't actually know that there was this top-level cricket going on.
And that now adds another
element
piece to the puzzle in terms of what is the marketing aspect of the tournament as well, and what's allotted to that to bring further awareness and visibility, because that could be a consideration there in terms too of why we might not be seeing the crowds, not necessarily because of the days, but because of the awareness of the tournament as well.
It wasn't always this way. These games used to start on a Thursday and on a Sunday. I think the need or the importance of in-ground spectators has probably just waned slightly with the advent of the streaming. Jason just reminds us that in the 90s the game would start on a Saturday and end on a Tuesday. So you still get the Saturday and Sunday of the weekend.
Over.
End of that Ali Mohammed over. 74 for 6, the Volcanoes. Yeah, sorry reading, especially in the batting department if you're a Windward's Volcanoes fan. 113 all out in that first inning, 74 for 6. So they've yet to score 200 runs in this match and have lost 16 wickets in the process. That just highlights the disastrous nature of this batting performance. It's almost come out the blue. They've had lulls before, but not twice in one game, especially in the recent past. This is a team that came very close to winning this competition last season, came into this round leading the competition by 2-point-something points over the Leewards.
Yes.
It's Ryan John again here at the crease. He's been on the field throughout this match, whether with ball. Here he is again with the bat. 25 of 24. I think he's earned a rest, a well-earned rest actually for him after this game. Take a pause for roughly, what, a couple weeks or so? Oh, that arm ball tailing in there. Look at this again. Ryan John just struggling to access the ball there, just getting that front pad in the way.
It had a very woody sound.
It did.
On it, to me. So I'm not sure what Pomal might have seen on that particular occasion. It was turned down immediately by umpire Leslie Reefer.
It just seemed like a normal forward defensive, to be honest. He's honing in.
Play with his mind, you play with his mind.
A few mind games going on out there as Savory lets everyone know. So we still got Gudakesh Moti to come as well.
Oh!
End of that Pomal over. Volcanoes require another 346 runs for victory. Looking more and more unlikely. Just a bit of a partnership beginning to form here between this pair. John the aggressor. Shamar Springer showing good technique. Playing with an ultra straight bat as well, more often than not. And it's the fast bowlers again. They've been asked to save the game here. Shamar Springer and Raya John. You have to feel for these boys. The batters have really let down the Volcanoes in this match. Think of Alec Atenez, his 2 dismissals. Kavem Hodge as well, quite soft in the circumstances. That's Sunil Ambris as well, just not providing that level of composure that you'd probably expect from a player with his experience. Just 6 of 17. Cleaned up by Niall Smith, almost played down the wrong line. Ali Mohammed hunting a first here in this second innings. Picked up 3 in the first. We saw that delivery 2. Alec Atenez making the rounds on social media. Tailing in from around the wicket. Extravagant movement through the air. Touchdown on the pitch as well, through the gate.
Yeah, certainly had a good time bowling to the left-handers in this Windward Islands Volcano setup. Did Ali Mohammed. Also picked up that wicket of Larry Edward both through the gate, similar to what he would have done to Athens in that first innings as well. A different proposition here though, and one that I wouldn't say he struggled with, but he didn't prefer in comparison to the left-handers.
This doesn't pose the same threat as Ali Mohammed. He does have the ability to produce a delivery though, out of the blue. Here we go again, quick see. Oh, it's got to be close. Oh. Wasn't close enough. Umpire Bazarath says not out.
Yeah, had a slight pause for a second there.
Yeah. Didn't actually just grounded the bat just before. So only just made it there was Shamar Springer, as you said. That slight pause, making that a lot closer than maybe it should have been.
Yeah, for a moment, it was a case of looking at Tage and Chandra Paul, whether or not he would have made that distance to his right to cut it off. He's helped that around the corner very easily. As Ryan John collects 2 for his efforts. And looking at scenarios like these, thinking back to when Ryan John and Tevin Walcott were at the crease in the first innings.
Yeah, they've just needed some level of patience as well, composure to aid in these partnerships. The end of that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed over, 78 for 6. Yeah, the senior players or the considered top players in this batting lineup just haven't led from the front.
I said Ryan John, but it was actually Daryl Cyrus that partnership with Tevin Walcott.
Oh, the 9th wicket partnership.
Yeah, that 9th wicket partnership.
64-run partnership there. Walcott played quite nicely for his 41. But they were so far behind at that stage. Would have taken a partnership of 150, 200. to get them back in this game.
Oh, yes, yes, Sam, yes, Sam. That's it. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, boys. Keep walking, fellas. Keep walking, boys. Sammy. Oh, my goodness. Sammy, you sure you want me to go on the outside?
He's got a bit of batting ability, as we said, Ryan John. He's got 2 half centuries in his career.
Billy Stanley. Oh,
Average is just under 20 at the first class level.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Oh, good use of the feet on that occasion. Gets to the pitch of it. Just gets himself to one, though.
Sammy. Go ahead, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, Sam.
It's all happening earlier, but things have just settled down slightly with this partnership. Ryan John leading a counter-attack almost. No real turn on those deliveries from Pomal. Just seems to be rolling them out. He's probably expecting a little bit more out of this pitch in terms of what was on offer for the spinners. Still yet to see Gudakesh Moti here on day 3 though. No Kevin Sinclair as well.
Hey!
Well, he's really running well at the moment, Shamar Springer. Gets himself a single to close out that over. It is 80 for 6.
Yeah, Sinclair only managed the 1 over in that first innings. Yet to bowl here in the second. Actually, he's on now. Here he comes.
Yeah, it's going to be Kevin Sinclair. The right arm off breaks into the conversation now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So hasn't really been needed so far, Kevin Sinclair, in this match with the ball. Leading run scorer, as we said earlier, in this West Indies 4-day championship at the moment. Scored 74 in that first innings as well. He's got 102 half centuries this season.
That's 8 wickets so far for the season. Sinclair didn't pick up any though in that last match versus Barbados. Figures of none for 20 and none for 33.
Yeah, really struggled in those conditions. Important little spell for him this here on the 3rd day. So 29 overs or so remaining. Interesting to see what's on offer for him, especially outside that right-hander's off stump. We've seen quite a few bowlers actually employ that around the wicket tactic. Should be quite a few foot marks to aim at.
In fact, just his second over that he's bowling in this entire match, Sinclair.
One kept low. Well played though from Springer. calls for some replacement tips. That's what Sinclair does more often than not. Tends to get the ball to just drift away slightly from the right-handers, especially with the harder, newer ball. Little breeze from right to left going across the ground. Can you look to use that just to draw Springer into something naughty outside that off stump? That's too short. Poorly lined. Easy too. And what Sinclair has to recognize as well, playing in a spin attack alongside Gudikesh Moti and Veesami Pomal, is that he'll probably be the one that they'd look to target. Maybe not known to be the biggest spinner of the ball. He's got to recognize that.
Over.
End of that first over, though not a bad one in the context. 2 leg byes and 2 runs, 4 runs coming from it. 84 for 6, the Volcanoes.
The drinks, Rick. John? The drinks, Rick.
Yeah, after that over, St. Clair immediately went off the field.
Still 28 overs remaining, you know. 20 overs or timeouts.
Gets onto that, but a good hand by Tage and Chandra Paul stops it from going to the boundary.
That was timed quite sweetly. John's showing a first time I'm actually seeing him in person.
Keep going,
Really
boys. Keep going,
score a
boys.
few runs here, Ryan John. Looks to have a pretty uncomplicated technique. Looks to put bat to ball. Times it quite well. Strong burly figure.
Come in. Go. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Maybe not the most fashionable looking cricketer at times, Ryan John,
Going
but
for 'em all.
very effective. Almost having a breakout season from the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Pull on, boy. Keep going, Sammy. Keep going, Sammy. Shoot that ball there, Sam. Oh, yeah. Go on. Keep going. That's it. No.
Just a single to complete another quiet over from Veesami Pomal. The score moves up now to 86 for 6. And 31 overs have been bowled. And this is second innings of the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Story of the match so far. And as you can tell, it's been all Harpy Eagles, 308 for 10. All out, 308. Windward's Volcanoes reply 113 all out, and it's that innings really, that performance from the Harpy Eagles, non-performance if you want to say that, from the Volcanoes, that has got Guyana in this position. Obviously Chandra Paul and Imlach played really well for their hundreds. But it was Thorn and Crew who really set back these Volcanoes, and they've really struggled to get up to pace of the match since then. All around it's been a struggle. Struggle tactically. This one's just squirted away down that leg side.
Yeah, probably actually might find its way into the boundary. And it hits that rope now. That 4-tick Springer now to 20. It was easy pickings from that occasion. Just angled going down that leg side. There's that little conversation now between Imlach and Sinclair, trying to get the feel right. What is he looking to bowl? How do we still manage to keep things tight? How do we still manage to build that pressure? Because at the end of the day, we're still 4 wickets away from our target, that target being a win for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So that conversation between Imlach and Sinclair no means that is a leg slip in place. Leg gully even. Gets onto that nicely, but protection out on the boundary means it's just 1 for him. This partnership at the moment doing the job for the Volcanoes, and they would love if this job can continue down to the end of play today.
Oh, that's the area once again, threatening that outside edge. Is Sinclair, not a big turner of the ball. Also, if you're just looking to play for a bit of spin, you get in a, right-handers tend to get in a bit of trouble. Playing down the wrong line there was Springer. You can see his shirt blowing on his back, right to left, this breeze. Oh.
Continues to look quite easy at the crease. 7 runs in that over. It's 93 for 6.
Yeah, this partnership now 48, just 2 away from 50. It's probably come a bit too late in the party for the Windward's Volcanoes, but better late than never. Actually adding some level of respectability, this partnership, to this total. 93 for 6 now.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Ryan John, the aggressor, or the main aggressor in this partnership, 31 from 37.
Come on, man. Stance. Keep going, boys. Oh, yeah. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness, Sammy. Sammy. Keep going, Pomal.
Oh! A lot of oohs and ahs here with Pomal in operation. Just have a couple balls are just keeping relatively low.
It's the arm ball in which Springer, both Springer and John, need to be extremely cognizant of. So every time we hear the oohs and ahs, it's the arm ball just honing in on those front pads.
going, boys. Keep going, boys. Enjoy it, fellas. Enjoy it, boys. Still get one. Keep going. Oh, what's the only shorter now? Sammy, how you go for one? For one. Mana?
Just moving Isaiah Thorne now from deep mid wicket to deep backward square leg. Short leg comes onto the offside now.
Wait, that is easy single. But you ball in there though. Catch it! Oh yes, boy!
Well, made it over from Pomal. It remains 93 for 6.
Again, over in Sabina Park, there in Jamaica. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Jamaica Scorpions. Hurricanes require another 116 runs to win with 8 wickets remaining. At the crease is Mikael Louis on 29. And I think it was Casey Carty that I would have seen there, Joe. Absolutely bowled by a Jaffa from Pete Salmon. Tossed up outside that off-stop, turn and bounce through the gate. Casey Carty going for 4.
But a lot of space still on that leg side behind square. Work to be done by the skipper. He leads by example. Not the line that Sinclair wants to be bowling at the moment to these two right-handed batters. That takes the partnership now to 50 between Springer and John. Something that we've not been able to say too often.
Once again, going past that outside edge. Partnership between Louis and Justin Greaves. Greaves on 34 from 69. Leeward's 72 for 2. Kevin Sinclair here into his third over. From the Volcanoes perspective, they'll just be hoping for more of the same at this stage. Try and get to stumps without any further loss of wickets. I think that would have been close if he had gathered. Good running once again though. Actually started quite slowly, did Springer. Ended up going to the danger end. Had to put on the afterburners a bit late. Got home in the end. Would have been a lot closer though had Sinclair managed to gather. Once again going past that outside edge is Sinclair. So you almost at times you've got to play Sinclair as a medium pacer per se, especially in conditions such as this. Look to hit as straight as possible. Not a massive turner of the ball, as we've said.
Over.
End of that Sinclair over. Windward Volcanoes require another 3-2-3 for to win. 97 for 6. Just 3 away from that landmark 100. Volcanoes only managed 13 more in that first innings. So as we've harped on about for almost 3 days, it's been a disastrous batting performance. But this partnership of 50 odd has just added some level of respectability to it here on day 3, as I'm joined now by Sean Devers.
Yeah, Ali. Good afternoon to everybody, wherever you are. This is again like in the first innings when Walcott on 41 and Cyrus 20 odd put on 64. And that was a frustrating partnership after Guyana, in particularly turn, had blown away the top order. So this time it's Smith blew away the top order, and Pomal has taken the other 2 wickets. But this partnership again is holding them up. They don't have the killer instinct. Like most teams in the Caribbean, when you blow away the top order, you try to bowl differently to the lower order. Bowl the same way. If the top order batters can't bat you, then the lower order batsman would never bat you.
Yeah, if it's good enough for the top order, surely it's good enough for the lower order as well. That one just sneaking down the leg side. And you're right, I think at times we've seen tactics just be overly conservative. When Pomal came on earlier, 39 for 4, you saw him bowling with a long on. Why would he need a long on in that circumstance? Try and get another short leg or
and
silly
you
point
got 420 runs to get.
Exactly.
You could get hit for 5 sixes.
In 1 over and still not be too worried about it. And also, let them take the risk of going over the top. It's more of a risk.
Especially the West Indies level. I think that the captains are so conservative, defensive, because they're not accustomed to winning.
That as well, I think that
so
plays a part.
They try to save matches instead of winning the matches.
Well, to be fair, I think cricketing tactics overall are quite conservative, to be fair. I think it was Red Pereira that was reminding me that Bill Lawry once declared as Australia captain, gave the West Indies 700 runs to win, and actually started with a 3rd man and deep point. He's thinking, so I was saying to him, well, it seems to me that cricketing tactics have been overly conservative forever.
Yeah.
And it's the captains that stand out are the ones that are just a bit more positive, take a few more chances.
The bigger risk, the bigger reward.
That's what they say. That's why I'm such a fan of Ben Stokes' leadership. Maybe not so much in terms of the results recently, but he's always looking to move the game on.
One of the better leaders
in world cricket,
in the West Indies, in white ball cricket, Chandra Paul. Because he takes chances, he does things. He's unconventional at times. Leon Johnson is not too bad either.
I think he's very good based on his record. But you're right, Kieran Pollard, I think towards the end of his tenure as West Indies captain in the white ball format, just seemed to be lacking that positivity and killer instinct that we've grown to see. That one's just bounced out of the foot marks here outside the right-hander's leg stump. So he's basically taking LBW out of play here, Kevin Sinclair.
He's coming round the wicket now to the right-hander. And if he was a big turn of the ball and drifted it away and then turned it back, LBW could be in play.
Yeah, that would make
but
it.
But he got to bowl it way outside the off stump with that angle to get it to turn back. He's not such a big turn of the ball.
That's the area in which he has to improve, as far as I'm concerned.
And at times he bowls too fast. Gotta let the ball do the stuff in the air. When you flight the ball, it dips. If you push it through, it just skids off the pitch.
I think in the limited overs game, he's fine.
Yes, he's a very good defensive bowler.
The limited overs
because
game
in
is
limited
fine.
overs, you don't need to take 6 wickets. 2 for 20 is good enough.
And also that scoreboard pressure as well aids. the limited overs game aids the bowlers.
98 for 6. 36 overs gone.
I like the move from him though to go around the wicket,
Yeah.
just aiming for
He's
those
trying
foot marks,
different
trying
things,
different
yeah.
things. We saw one actually jump, almost could have taken the glove or something on the way through to that short leg.
But then if you're going that way, you got to get a leg slip
As
and
well.
a forward short leg and bowl the ball into the rough. And hopefully it will bounce and the batter will turn it.
I won't be too worried about my figures here, to be fair.
No.
If I was a bowler. Look to be aggressive, look to be attacking.
Oh!
This one almost caught him there, pad first.
Pomal won't have to worry about his figures. He's always got frugal figures because he bowls straight on the stumps.
Very accurate
Yeah.
indeed.
You miss, I hit.
Oh!
Also, fair to say, not the biggest turner of the
No.
ball, but someone who, in helpful conditions, can really give the ball a rip as well.
Yes, and he's got experience to go with that. Lots and lots of experience.
Varies his pace quite nicely.
Yeah.
Bowls from different angles on
Yeah.
the crease.
Yeah, uses the crease exceedingly well. And that one was flighted.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, Ghana.
Anticipate that arm ball not too far away somewhere here. Just watching the way Pomal has operated over
And
the
he's got a
years.
very quick arm ball.
Very quick. Quick arm. That one's slow again.
So this is a good partnership here. 22 to Springer, 37 to John.
Partnership over 50.
Yeah.
Oh!
That was the quicker one.
Yeah.
Caught Springer a bit late on the shot.
Too close to cut.
Probably better off looking to punch that one
Yeah.
up straight.
Especially when you play on a wicket with unpredictable bounce. Especially if the ball is keeping low. It's better to play with a vertical bat.
Especially Veerasamy Pomal, not the tallest spinner as well. Won't get the most bounce. End of that over. Good probing one from Pomal.
Yes, but you've got to expect in a cricket match there will be
A
partnerships
partnership,
and
yeah.
so on. And you've got to cater mentally for those things. Go to plan B, plan C. Adjust to the situation. Most players or captains especially, when a partnership builds, they just get frustrated, drop their heads, their shoulders drop, and they hope that the batters get themselves out instead of them out in the batters.
Yeah, they allow the game to meander.
Yeah.
Just waiting for something to happen.
Oh, my
that's
dear,
close.
that's gone.
Has that pitched in line though?
Or maybe that plays outside the leg
It
stump.
Probably did. We did say going around the wicket, he would take the leg LBW out of play, but more often
No,
that's
that's
pitched,
one pitched in line.
pitched on middle.
Yeah.
Pitched middle and leg was probably hitting middle enough to be fair.
Yeah, and it kept low too. So bounce wasn't an issue there.
No ball signal by umpire Bazarat. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, that's pitched on. Oh,
And if that didn't hit the bat, that's plumb.
I think bat
It hit the bat.
probably saved him there. Was caught on the back foot. So there were two sounds.
Because if that didn't hit the bat, that would have been plumb. So it had to hit the bat.
And that was what you were talking about in terms of him around the wicket,
Yeah.
maybe pitching the ball on in
And,
line.
and you see he's got a leg slip now.
Got that leg slip in. Maybe just a hint of turn there. We tend to go across the right hander more often than not from around the wicket, Sinclair. But that was a very, very, very close shot indeed. I think he's a little unlucky not to pick up his first wicket.
Well, if the ball hit the edge, that would have saved him.
Sharp bit of work behind the stumps from Savory.
Well, that's a dangerous shot for Springer to play. Of course, he's not a top order batter, but with a man at leg gully and a forward chop like that, could have easily been top edged.
It's actually Ryan John. It's looked quite good though, 37 from 56. We did say he's got some batting ability in his lower order. It's been quite evident here. Bit of bounce this time again from Sinclair.
That would have brought the leg slip into place.
Well played from John.
Yeah, didn't play any shot. That was bowled a little slower.
It's over. Drinks, gentlemen.
Got over in the end. 100 for 6. The 100 have come up now. And drinks. Yeah, well, welcome back here. The sun shining in all its glory. And of course, the Guyana Harpy Eagles scenting victory, but not finding that knockout punch. 100 for 6.
Last effort, eh?
The Windward Islands, the partnership already above 50. In the first innings, when the total was 113, we saw 6-4 on 9th wicket partnership. So they've got to fight. They've got to attack. Pomal looking for his third wicket, leading wicket taker in regional cricket.
Oh yes, Gonna. Keep going, boys. Let me work, fellas. Let me work. Let me work. Keep going.
A lot of Guyanese spinners have held that record. Clyde Botts actually broke Ranji Nanan's record. And then Mahindra Nagamutu.
Oh yeah, Gunny.
Was the most wicket taker for Guyana. Guyana's produced a lot of left arm spinners. Jerry Angus, Neil McGarrell. Good running again. Single. So this partnership was becoming frustrating now for the Guyanese. 101 for 6. 37 to Ryan John, closing in on what would be his third half century if he gets it. Shamar Springer on 23. Many felt with the quick fall of those first 5 wickets, this game would have been over today. Well, it still could be over today, but they've got to show more intent, more aggression, find a breakthrough. This has happened often to Guyana in the past. I remember a year or two ago, playing against the Windwards. Max Sween actually got 100, I think, batting at number 10. So another over comes to an end. At the end of it, 106 for the loss of 6. So Pomal 2 for 26. Smith has got the other 4. In the first innings, it was Thorne who took the 4. So the Leewards needing 182 to win. They're 84 for 2. Michael Louis is not out on 37. With him is Greaves on 38. If Guyana beat the Windwards here, they're at the top. And if Jamaica managed to beat the Leewards, then the top 2 teams would shift. But as it looks, with Michael Louis, who's been in sublime form this season, the Leeward Islands should go on to win this game, and the emphasis is on should.
Should?
Yeah. Still a day to play.
Yeah, still 103 runs for the Leeward Islands to get victory.
Turned away into the onside, and they'll come back for 2, possibly 3, if they so desire.
Springer has no interest in 3.
Yeah. So I'm sure the only people who will be looking at the target are the commentators and nobody else. Because we've got to update you periodically how many runs to get. But that's immaterial at this point. Just in case, 315 to get to win.
Long, long way.
Yeah. Nice shot. Great shot there. 4 runs.
Beautiful, classy shot that from Shamar Springer. Just leant onto the front foot. Back over the wicket is Sinclair. Doesn't pose the same threat from over the wicket, especially in these conditions. Driven away nicely.
That was too full. A gift. And Springer, who's got long levers, used that and stretched out and drove sweetly through the offside for 4.
Maybe Sinclair was better served staying around the wicket. Things just starting to happen with the ball. Started to happen. Few just bounced out of the foot marks. One kept low as well to Ryan John. Maybe an inside edge just saved him on that occasion.
And if Springer is looking to drive, showing willingness to play the drive, just flight the ball, hold it back a little bit, and it will probably go in the air. Let him play off the front foot.
Also, if you toss it up, put some revs on it, you're giving the ball a lot of time to spin as well. But Springer knows that Sinclair isn't the biggest spinner of the ball, and he's not scared to hit against whatever spin is on show here.
Over.
As you said, it was just a bit too full, a free hit. End of that Sinclair over. Quite an expensive one in the context. 8 runs coming from it, 109 for 6.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
When you look at off spinners that Guyana's produced, of course, the first one comes to mind, the great Lancelot Gibbs. The first bowler to take 300 wickets for a spinner. And he ended up with 309. And he'd always show you, if you go to Miami, he has an office there. When he comes to Guyana, he'd show you, see this? 309. That's excluding all his first class wickets for Guyana, the other teams he played for. And of course, my idol, my mentor, Clyde Godfrey Butts, the late, rest in peace, Clyde.
He unfortunately lost his life last year.
Yeah, December.
Not that long ago indeed.
Yeah, and I learned a lot just from watching Clyde Butts bowl. I remember when he made his test debut in 1985 against New Zealand. I was going to school and I was there. And the captain didn't know how to set a field to spinners. Most of the West Indies captains in that period just used fast bowlers. And he didn't get a wicket. And the highlight of that match, they had a rest day. 5 days after 3 days, they had a rest day back in those days. And he got married on his rest day. And the entire West Indies team attended.
Pretty similar to my dad's wedding here in Antigua on a rest day as well.
But that was Butsy's test debut.
Wow.
His wife must say,
Keep going, keep going.
I don't want to marry a person who doesn't play test cricket.
Must have been a nervous wreck as well. A wedding and a test debut all in the same
Keep going, boys. Keep going, keep going.
week or so.
Yeah.
Keep going, fellas. Come on, boys. Hey!
Absolutely brilliant indeed. Rest in peace to the great man.
Ozzy! Got a bit of body, buddy?
Umpire say
Keep
wicketkeeper
going,
say we probably thought
Work,
it was a bit
work,
of
work.
pad first there, but confirming
Fellas,
bit of
keep
bat
going,
there
boys.
first.
Keep going, boys.
They couldn't fool umpire Leslie Reefer.
They're trying it.
Hi,
There
Johnny.
he is
Hi,
again.
John.
First bit of turn now. Tossed up from Sami Pomal.
Take some pace off it. Lead chip.
You see,
Come
when
on.
he takes the pace off the
He
ball,
reach
that's
halfway.
exactly what the players are telling him. It goes
He
into the
reach
air, it's
halfway,
more
man, come on.
revolutions, and the ball pitches and turns because it's spinning faster.
Hi, boy. Good morning.
But then you just can't toss the ball in the
Keep going,
air
keep
and
going.
expect it to spin.
Still got to impart those
That's
revolutions.
lobbing and flighting is two different things.
Yeah.
A lot of the young spinners now, when you ask them to flight the ball, they just lob it.
Still got to try and spin the
Yeah.
ball while tossing
It's
it
the
up.
spinning of the ball that...
That's dead.
Yes, leg before, gone. So the 7th wicket is gone, and the partnership has been finally broken. Ryan John, leg before, off the bowling of Pomal. He's picked up his 3rd wicket. It's now 113 for 7.
This was coming, Sean. Caught on the crease once again. Probably should have been coming forward or looking to come forward to that one. Ryan John played nicely for his 41. But he's got to depart now. 7 down, 113 for 7. Windward's Volcanoes on an identical score to what they made in the first innings. 113 they were bowled out for.
Well, I was telling Joel that I'm sure they would make more than the first innings.
Just.
I was thinking a lot more, but I'm still right. It's more.
It's more.
But they haven't. If you get a hat trick now, it will be the same.
It would be the same. It would be the same score they'd be bowled out for. But with Cyrus, it looks like walking to the crease. Or is that Larry Edward? There's Sammy Pomal picking up his 3rd wicket here. He's been frugal, as you said, Sean. His usual frugal self, 17 overs. Just the 30 runs, but those 3 wickets, 3 big wickets for Sammy Pomal. Over 600 now, well over 600.
Yeah, I think it's 626 or something like that. No, more than that.
Yeah.
627.
It's 140.
But he's played a lot of games.
140 odd matches.
Yeah.
110 list days as well.
Yeah. And look at the number of 5 wicket hauls and 10 wicket hauls.
Immaculate. 7 10 wicket hauls in first class cricket. 31 5 wicket hauls and 35 4 wicket hauls. Standout performer for Guyana over the years.
Bishu was probably the best leg spinner for Guyana.
At one point, those spin twins were wreaking havoc.
Yeah, Bishu and
And
Pomal.
Pomal all up and down the Caribbean. First time I would have seen them probably would have been 2010. Come up against them in Trinidad. And Bishu in particular was quite impressive.
Yeah, he turned the ball a lot.
Bowled at good pace as
Yeah.
well. Got the ball to really explode
Yeah,
off the pitch at times.
and at the test level, he was quite penetrative
Yes,
also.
he was.
He's only one of 4 Guyanese to take 100 or more test wickets.
Fair to say he's probably over bowled at times. But you do
course.
expect the spinners to bowl a lot of overs.
Yeah,
so
Lance Gibbs was one, the first. He took the most, 309. And then Colin Croft took over 100. Well, as I said, Bishu. Guess who's the last one? Who's the 4th?
to take 100 test wickets from Guyana.
Yeah, only 4 of them. Bishu, Lance Gibbs, Colin Croft. Who's the 4th one?
I think you've done me there.
Most people would never guess. Carl
Llewellyn!
Yeah.
What am
I
I
think
doing,
he was the
Sir
first
Carl?
to get 100 catches, 5,000 runs, and 100 wickets in both tests, first class, and won the internationals.
Yes. Carl with his off spinners.
Yep. I used to cringe when I hear Jeffrey Boycott say, lollipops.
Lollipops.
My grandmother would have bought that, battered that.
Yeah, he was one of those, wasn't he, Jeff Boycott?
Yeah.
A real Monday morning quarterback indeed. Well, a fantastic player in his own right.
Yeah. He was hard to out. Batted for long periods of time.
Who would you say in this match would be the closest comparison to a Jeff Boycott? In this match?
Shiv Narayan
Tage.
Tage Narayan Chandra Paul.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, Craig Braffett for the West Indies would be.
Another one.
Yeah. And even though they said Larry Gomes used to score slow, Larry Gomes used to pick gaps and hit the ball.
Maybe scored slow in comparison
Yes,
to his...
because all of the other batters in that team
yeah.
were quick scorers.
But he was that glue, wasn't he?
I remember in a World Cup qualifier, no, a World Cup game, because West Indies never qualified for any World Cup back in those days. Larry Gomes and Greenwich were batting, and Larry Gomes actually outscored Greenwich.
Greenwich is known as the more aggressive player, isn't he?
Yeah. I remember in a series against Australia, Greenwich and Haynes batting, and number 3, which was Survive, number 4, nobody else got batting in the second innings with the score 200 to win 180. It was 200 out loss. Greenwich and Haynes. They might not be individually the best openers in the world, but they're the best opening pair in the world.
Yes, that's for sure. That's for sure. Right near the top.
Get it, Becky! Hey!
Another. Well, there are two, to be honest. I think Roy Fredericks is another who just goes under the radar slightly.
Roy Fredericks, in fact, is the first ever sitting minister in Parliament.
Bit of confusion here.
Yeah, had he picked that ball up, it could have been trouble. But Moti, in the end, didn't pick it up. 116 for 7. Roy Fredericks is the only sitting minister. He was the Minister of Education in 1983. And in not education, sports. And came out of retirement and made 100 against Trinidad and a double century against Jamaica. So he's the only sitting minister in the world ever to make a double century in first class cricket.
Wow.
And he was the player manager for Guyana team. But he batted in the nets and so on. And Tyrone Etwaru wasn't making runs. So he decided that he'll show Tyrone Etwaru how to do it. He came out of retirement, he played 2 matches, the last 2 matches, made 100 against Trinidad at Albion and 217 against Jamaica at Boda.
And then retired.
Yeah. So Roy Fredericks, who was a phenomenal person, in fact had scored the fastest 100.
Likes that shot, the Springer.
Yeah, he told me once when I was playing under 19 cricket that those shots he played off Lily, he just hooked and felt the ball in his bat and opened his eyes and saw the ball sailing away. Really devastated Lillian Thompson.
He was hooking blind almost, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But trusted that ability.
Yeah.
The end of that Pomal over. We'll have a commentary change now. Joel Manning will come into the booth to join Sean Devers.
So if you've just joined us, for whatever reason it might be, Guyana batted first. They actually won the toss and elected to bat. They made 308, with Sinclair getting 74 to become the leading run scorer in this year's tournament. Of course, Mikel Louis still batting for the Leewards. He's on 30-something. So if he gets a good score, you never know. Anderson, 48.
Moti, 46. Cyrus, 5 for 67, the second 5-wicket haul for him this season. And the Windwards 113 with Walcott and Cyrus putting on 69, 64 for the 9th wicket. 41 to Walcott and 21 to Cyrus. Turn bowling with real fire and hostility picked up 4 wickets. Ali Mohammed, the medium pacer, the swing bowler, had 3, and Gurikesh Moti wrapped up the tail, picking up 2 for 12. And Guyana, in their second innings, declaring today just after lunch at 224 for the loss of 2. And Chandra Paul was unbeaten on 101. The 2 wickets falling yesterday. Nandu was leg before for a duck. And then Chandra Paul and Imlach joined forces and put together a big partnership, a double century partnership, and Guyana declared at 224. At tea, Windward set an improbable 220 to win. They were 35 for 4, and then they're now 119 for 7. At least they've gone past the first inning score they made, 113. And just broken was the partnership, a 50-run partnership, when Ryan John was trapped leg before to Pomal at 113 for 7. So Sinclair is in operation. Pomal has picked up 3 wickets. Smith has picked up 4. And those are the 7 wickets to go down for the Windwards. Sinclair bowling to the left-hander. Nice flighted delivery, a rare flighted ball from Sinclair, and end of a tidy over, 119 for 7, the Windward Islands. Good afternoon to you, Joel.
Good afternoon, Sean.
Ready?
Getting towards the close of day number 3 here of this round 5 encounter. And from a legs perspective, Guyana Harp Eagles will be hoping that they can wrap things up this evening. However, Shamar Springer, he's been out there for 94 deliveries, and he will be hoping for a different fate for himself and his side.
Light still good. Still 14 overs left in the day. It was becoming frustrating for the Guyanese as the partnership between Ryan John and Springer was building. But Pomal, as he usually does, picks up crucial wickets for Guyana. He's got 627 first-class wickets, I think. And he got John leg before for 41. And that opened the gates a little bit. We'll see now if Springer can get a partner. Larry Edwards has come out to close back that gate and reopen it until tomorrow.
Oh yes! Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghani.
But when you look at the way that John and Springer batted, and the way, I know they're top order batsmen, the way that Chandra Paul and Imlach batted, and oh, he's caught and bowled. As easy as you like. Ball pitched up, and Larry Edwards just patting it, almost giving himself out. Oh my dear. That's a soft dismissal. He's gone. So definitely now Guyana can
try to win this match today.
He's definitely going to be disappointed with that one. Eli Edward offered the simplest of catches back for Sammy Pomal, who's now got figures of 3 for 33 from his 18.3. Those threes, they're tying up my tongue.
He's got 4 wickets now.
Oh, in fact, yes, indeed, that was his fourth.
Yeah.
4 for 34 from 18.4 for Pomal.
How many Edwards made, Doc? 2. So wickets going down after a brief stage, a brief period of token resistance by the Windwards bowlers. And it's been all the bowlers working here for the Windwards. The batters have let them down.
Peter, is a bat like this?
The bowlers had to take wickets and score the runs. So 120 now for 8.
Really? Yeah, he played. Can't remember this computer, buddy.
Looking for another fiver here at the first class level for Sammy Pomal.
Oh yeah! Don't spin the ball so big, Gunny. Don't spin it so big, Gunny.
That ball didn't turn so much as they
I hit them pads, Gunny. Hit them
pretended
pads,
it turned.
Watch your length, though. Watch your length,
All
son.
those things are psychological factors that you employ in cricket. The batter might have thought that spun a mile when he heard that.
At the end of an over that was successful for both Pomal and the Harpy Eagles. 120 for 8.
So Cyrus, who held up the Guyana bowlers in the first innings in partnership with Walcott. Walcott is gone, and it's left to himself and Springer to do a similar job with the bat. Ali Mohammed again does some football work inadvertently and parries the ball out to Chandra Paul at mid-off. The batters get a single. Sinclair bowls a ball that's just outside the off stump, and the batter leaves it alone, and it didn't have enough spin to turn back and hit the off stump. Quicker flatter delivery hits the pad of Cyrus, and he's yet to score. 121 for 8. Can this finish today? Nice inside out shot there by Cyrus. Sinclair, not a prodigious turner of the ball or flighter, just bowls nice lines. Oh my dear, that's an easy catch. He dropped at first slip. Sinclair, that's his wicket taking delivery, the one that leaves the right hander straight to, who's that, Imlach, and that's the second catch he's put down in this tournament.
In fact, Kevlon Anderson is who's that slip at the moment.
Anderson, yeah.
Over.
That's the end of the over, and I'm sure Jason would be one to be annoyed with Anderson. If he'd caught that ball, Jason would have a free day tomorrow. 121 for 8. That was an easy catch though.
Yeah, it certainly was regulation by these standards. It's probably simply because of the position that they find themselves in, a position of comfort. And it's a little more relaxed than he needed to be first flip on that occasion, not feeling as if it will hurt their efforts too much, those efforts in the pursuit of what is a victory here, but certainly by his standards and the standards of the Guyana Harpy Eagles should have been taken.
But a professional don't allow complacency to get into his work. In the old West Indies team, when you got a team down, you crush them, you kill them. Had the killer's instinct.
Get them, Guyana. Keep going, boys.
So Pomal looking for another 5-wicket haul.
Keep going, boys.
And that's 4 runs. Pitched up. In fact, that's 6. So Springer continue to counter attack the Guyanese bowlers. He's gone out for 36. 121 for 8.
Keep going, boys. Whack, 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 whack. Get there, Pina, Pina! What do you get to? Pina! Easy. Come on.
Had to pull out of the shot somewhat there. Shamar Springer had his eyes lit up to head down the ground. Wasn't there in terms of length, made the adjustment, picked up 2.
And Perez, who is one of the best fielders in the Guyana team, misjudged the angle. And instead of going across this left, had to end up chasing the ball. The batters got 2.
Oh my goodness, Mayweather. Why the gloves so high, right? Keep going, keep going. Going, Sam. Keep going, Sam. We don't work on Saturday, Sammy.
Leeward's going closer and closer to the 182.
Oh, yes.
In Jamaica, they're 109 now for 2 against Jamaica's Buena Park. Here in Antigua, Pomal has finished his 20th over and has 4 wickets for 41 runs. Volcanoes, after making 113 in their first innings, done a little bit better so far. They're 129 for 8. 291 runs more. That's maybe just of academic interest. Oh dear, that one spun a bit and the batter missed it. Wonder if it's a stumping chance. That's the arm ball again, squaring up Larry Cyrus on that occasion. So Cyrus is off the mark with that ball that hit the outer part of the bat. And the total going up to 130 for 8. Sinclair. Balls, and that's too easy. Too short, and the line was bad. And they got an easy single, of course. Now Savory misjudging the length of the ball in the return, and it hit him maybe on his forearm or his chest. Good attempt, but can't take the catch. Chandra Paul. That's the perfect off break. On the line, just outside off them, flighted, draws the batsman forward, looking to drive, and he hit it into the air. Unfortunately for Chandra Paul, he couldn't hold on. Good effort though. And again, 132 for 8.
No ball.
No ball. That's the second no ball bowled by Sinclair. That's hit down the ground for 4. Closing period of the penultimate day. And Guyana just beginning to get a little lackadaisical.
That takes Springer now to 49. 1 away from a first-class half-century here, Springer. And that will be the half-century for Shamar Springer. He's been the anchor of the innings amongst what has been pretty rough waters thus far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
A shining light in a dark tunnel.
A fantastic knock thus far by him.
Yeah, he's put his head down and batted. And must be saying to himself, why did the top order batsmen find this going so hard? Nice backing up there from Ali Mohammed as the return missed the stumps by Chandra Paul. And they get a single. So Sinclair finishes his over as Springer will keep the strike. He's on 51 now. Cyrus on 2, but he's been there for 10 balls. And the frustrating partnership between John and Springer has been broken. But these two now building what might be another frustrating partnership for Guyana. Trying to take the game into tomorrow. Pomal looking for a 5-wicket haul.
Yes, for me. Right horse in there, Tommy. Right horse in there, Tommy.
IPL started today in India. And of course the regional under 15 tournament, which we played right here in Antigua, starts on the 26th. Guyana play their first match at Liberta. So if you're interested, if you're a Guyana fan and you're living here, you can go down to Liberta.
Bring them in now.
Pomal continues.
Bring them in now. Please survive this too. Please survive this too. Keep going, keep going.
And of course the World Cup 2020 runs from June 1 to June 29. Finals in Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados. One semi-final in Guyana at Providence Stadium.
Keep going, boys, keep going.
And the other semi-final in Trinidad and Tobago. A nice shot there. Nice paddle sweep. And more runs. Boundaries coming. More than the Guyanese bowlers would have liked and would have hoped.
Straight. You want to go fire fight? Somebody get run out here, guys. Come on, boys. Torn. Watch it there, right, Torn?
142 for 8.
Good. Stay right there. Oh yeah, so you done ready for run?
So the over comes to an end. At the end of it, 143 for 8, with Shimar Springer on 56 and Cyrus on 2. Of course, as soon as the ICC World Cup finishes, then the CPL will start. Guyana, through the influence of its president, Dr. Irfan Ali, has gotten the finals and semi-finals for 3 years. Will be the last year for now, and that will be played at the Providence Cricket Ground in Guyana. Of course, matches will be played around the region. CPL. And this regional 4-day cricket, the last round will start on the 17th of April. So lots and lots of cricket. The under-19 tournament will be soon played. Regional. That one turns a little bit, but too wide and too short, and cut away for 4. So both batters now showing the ability to score boundaries. 147 now for 8 wickets. Cyrus goes to 6 with that boundary, and good tumbling save there by Thorn. So this meandering along. Sinclair bringing Thorn a bit straighter. He's about halfway to the long off boundary. A good delivery and a loud appeal, and not out, says the umpire. Did that hit the edge? Jason will tell us with the replay.
Oh yeah, like big one.
Umpire Basaraf says pad on that one, and that's what the noise came from, in his opinion.
Another ball goes past the outside edge. That's the main wicket-taking delivery for Sinclair. The one that goes away from the right hand. Another prodigious turner of the ball. But if he learns to spin the ball in towards the right-handers with that delivery, he could become a very good and dangerous off-spinner. 149 for 8.
They put in the hard work today, Ams. They put in the hard work today.
8 to Cyrus. Springer on 56. Would that be taunting the umpire? Telling him that he's put in the hard work today?
I feel the one though.
I can go for 5 and give you 1.
The one.
Well, there's always a bit of good banter there on the field.
Yes, as long as it's within the normal limits. That's hit away. And inadvertently stopped at silly mid-off. Springer scoring runs easily now. Seems in no problems at all.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Again, good stop at silly mid-off.
Leave it. Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, boys. Number 2! Lovely.
Easy single.
Back up.
Sorry.
Alright, Sammy, don't take the hang it here, Sammy.
So this might be the last over, or possibly one more. So if this is the last over, there will be 7 overs left to be bowled.
Sammy, go, Sammy. Give it a bit of ear this time.
150 for 8.
Hey.
That's a semi-slug. Lost the shape there. Cyrus also wants to play aggressively. And umpire Rifa looks at his watch. Done a lot better than in the first innings. And again, the low order, the bowlers and the wicket keeper in the first innings have contributed to their resistance. It's been a real disappointing performance from the top order batters, the senior batters in both innings. Batters like Antones, Ambrose, Hodge. Heading for their second consecutive defeat. Another nice shot goes to the boundary for 4 more. So they're enjoying themselves now. There's no way they can win this match. But they're showing the top order what could have been.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing across both innings that the Volcanoes have played here. We've seen what can happen once one player is willing to stand up there and play themselves and bat. Their runs to be had on the surface in Guyana, as I mentioned before, have pretty much presented the blueprint for how to go about it. They showed it when they played versus Barbados, showed it again here versus the Windwards.
Yeah! Yes, that! What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
That clearly missed the bat. And Sinclair appealing about 4 times. Appealing more than the Red Cross. Sinclair, the Burbician, Guyana's latest test player. Played a solitary test in Australia. Bowls and ball is hit back towards him. There is no run. Still searching for his first wicket. 8 wickets down. Didn't bowl much. In fact, bowled 1 over in the first innings.
So
2 deliveries left in the over. Ryan Johns 4-1 standing out. Shamar Springer is not yet finished. He's on 61. Apart from that, the scoreboard looks a sorry sight. Of course, Kafim Hodge was just beginning to look good when he was taken at mid-wicket. Another boundary. So boundaries coming fast and furious now towards the end of the penultimate day.
It looks as if we're going to look to get in what may be the remainder of the overs in the day's play.
158 for 8.
I started setting torn body. I started setting.
So 6 overs remaining.
Keep going, Sammy.
Right, still good.
get this overtime. We got pace coming next overtime with a new ball. Yay! Moti! Stop Moti. You look sick, yeah, Moti.
Unless there's prior agreement from both teams and the regional boards and the CWI, floodlights cannot be used. So when bad lights when bad light comes, that's it. The game will be halted.
Three reds. Sammy.
Well, this could be a chance. It'll be a fantastic catch if it's taken, but no, it's been put down.
Good effort though, had to dive backwards over his shoulder, running back. Great effort there from Chandra Paul. No, that's not Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul is at backward square.
There's one though, you know. Keep going, boys. Come in, Modi. Come in, Smadai.
Oh, that's the skipper, Imlach. Great effort by Imlach.
Back a bit. Heavy scoop, no, heavy scoop and go over here.
Gone to almost a short fine leg with the helmet.
Hey, get it! Oh, yeah.
Savory continues the chatter. Anderson, that slip.
Hey, Balak!
And another over comes to an end. So they've bowled now 53 overs. 159 for 8. Springer is well set on 65. Ryan John is on 40. Ryan John is on. Cyrus is on 9. Ryan John made 41. He was leg before to Pomal. Shadows stretching almost halfway to the on the field. Smith is back. Last ditch effort. Picked up 4 wickets so far, looking for Pfeiffer. 2 slips and a gully. And he bowls, and that's a swing across the line. Got it off the inner half of the bat. Cyrus 9. So if he gets a single, he posts that he got double figures in both innings in a low scoring match. That's quite an accomplishment for a batter who is a bowler. 2 5-wicket hauls, very impressive figures. This is the first time I've seen him. I'm impressed with his control and his ability to turn the ball. Cyrus.
Edge found and catch taken. Wicket number 9 goes down. Niall Smith, he gets 5.
Yes, certainly a good 5-wicket haul for Niall Smith. And 9 wickets gone down. So would the light be good enough if Guyana wants to take an extra half hour.
If you get an extra half hour here, you better find some floodlights.
Yes, and floodlights are not used in this tournament. Because if a ground does not have floodlights, and I believe all the grounds that these games are being played on has floodlights, but that incurs extra costs to the local board. So what goes for one goes for all. No floodlights being used. So the last pair joins forces.
A new batter for the Volcanoes. The final batter in their lineup. It is Darius Martin.
The man who reminds me of Cameron Coffey.
That's middle stump, Darius. That's middle stump.
Good evening to you, Cameron.
Coming over to you.
In the
4
US
balls
of A.
remaining.
Played for the West Indies and the Windwards. Comes from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Cameron Coffey. Well, I hope he's a much better batsman than Cameron Coffey. Coffey was an excellent fast bowler, but not so good with the bat. Oh dear. The highest test wicket taker for the West Indies also was not such a good batter. Had a flamboyant leave alone though, Courtney Walsh. But they did their job with the ball. In modern day cricket, you gotta bat and bowl.
Hunting for one more here, the Harpy Eagles. They're gonna have to wait just a bit longer for it. 159 for 9, the Volcanoes.
Springer at the non-strikers end on 65. Must be just hoping for Martin to survive this last delivery. He's batted really well. Springer.
Well, that's a loud appeal. And Nell Smith cannot believe it. His expression was, what? He thought it was a foregone conclusion on that occasion. He thought that was it. Put your feet up, game over. Struck in front and looks a lot better on the replay on that occasion. You wonder if maybe umpire Basraf thought it might have struck him just outside of the off stump, but it looked relatively good there on that replay.
Umpire Bassarat from Trinidad and umpire Rifa from Barbados, the two officiating officials in this game.
Over.
Another over comes to an end. It's one that brought joy for Nell Smith. Picked up 5. His 5th one in that one. 159 for 9. Nell Smith 5, Rasami Pomal 4. The wicket takers, the destroyers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. You would say it would be the perfect ending if Pomal is to get his 5th. And they will share the wickets together and share the joy of the Harpy Eagles. What will be 3 wins on the trot for them in this West Indies First Class Championships.
Presently on 6th position. And of course, they will move up.
Oh, yes, Connie. Keep going, boys.
Windwards are the tournament leaders coming into this round despite their loss in Trinidad.
Oh! Yeah, one, ready!
He thought about it for a second. Shamar Springer knows that it will be a tall order for Darius Martin to block out the remainder of the over from Vasami Pomal.
Jamaica. In Jamaica, the Leeward Islands chasing 182 have lost Mikel Louis for 57. They're now 135 for 3. So they've got 7 wickets and they've got an extra hour because they're an hour behind the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. So still, Leeward Islands in a good position to win that match, and they will move to 1 if they win. Justin Greaves unbeaten on 58 so far.
Pomal just letting it go by, seeing if he's willing to take that single. Not willing at all. Is Shamar Springer. And now the field comes in to ensure that he can't rotate that strike on that final delivery.
Back up.
He's telling Darius Martin to back up. He's looking for that single, Springer. Can't get it. Martin will have to face the next over. The end of that one. 159 for 9. So Martin facing Turnell Smith. He's already got 5 in this one and looking to wrap things up for the Harpy Eagles. Gets off the mark. A confident looking shot does Martin. Nice lifting delivery outside that off stump, but you can't help but notice now that the entire field is pretty much engulfed by the shadows at the moment, which brings that question of light into the equation at some stage.
And if Guyana hopes to bowl out the Windwards today, then they've got to use spinners. Because if Smith continues longer, the umpires will stop the play for bad light.
Opser turned on that one. And probably rightfully so. There is somewhat of a moral victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes if they're able to prolong this game into what will be day 4.
Yeah, because Barbados already won in the first session of day 3. That's the only completed game in the round so far. It looks Leewards will win early tomorrow in Jamaica. Oh my, that one crept. Went completely along the ground. Good take in the end though by Savory. If that was straight.
Clipped away, and that should find its way into the boundary. More runs for Springer. Just straying onto those legs. Just had to get enough bat onto it to help it around the corner. Did Springer. He was a live wire for them in the field, and things certainly weren't going their way. And he's been the only spark in this innings now for them.
Strangely enough, we've not seen Moti in operation.
Over.
Well, that dot ball means that Pomal gets what he was hoping for. The end of that over, it's 164 for 9.
So Pomal will get the opportunity. The ball to the last man, Martin. Will he survive? We have to wait and see.
Yeah, it will be a tall order, a tough task for Darius Martin here. He's got 31 5-wicket hauls at the first class level for Sammy Pomal.
You want to play no shots, buddy? Sammy, you want me outside? Alright, good. I'm going to give me a catch, buddy. Oh, yes!
Five-wicket haul number 32 at the first class level for Versami Pomal. And what it means is victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's been an absolutely commanding and convincing performance by the lads from Guyana. Just a bit of turn and that back foot drifting out of the crease. Smart work being done by Kemal Savory to wrap things up here on day number 3 of this round 5 encounter between Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands of Volcanoes. Well, that brings us to the end of things here. We say thank you for joining us. And we do look forward to your company after we take 2 weeks of break, and come back with rounds number 6 and 7 of the West Indies First Class Championships.